We'll proceed with the roll call for board members, and I'd ask Ms. Sutcliffe if she could go through the roll call, please.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Good morning. Mr. Arns. Ms. Atkinson. Here. Mr. Brown. Ms. Chatterton is excused. Ms. Crumpton. Ms. Downham. Mr. Lance. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Pivick is excused. Dr. Schaefer. Mr. Smith.
Here.
And Ms. Worthen. You do have a quorum, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you. I would ask now, have there been any public comment request inquiries for this meeting?
Mr. Co-Chair, we did not have any requests for public comment.
Okay, thank you very much. If you can look at the in the agenda, you have a number of items that are under the consent agenda. You can take a look at those. I won't recite them, but just reminding all board members that if anything specifically you feel needs to be discussed in this meeting, we would be happy to pull those from the consent agenda. But if you're satisfied with that, I would look for a motion to accept the items as presented in the agenda materials for a motion to accept.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded that we would accept these items on the consent agenda. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye. All opposed, same sign. Motion passes for the acceptance of the items on the consent agenda. Now it's my pleasure to introduce Aaron Sopko and allow him to say a few words on having our meeting up here in Sheridan. We had the pleasure of having him in our meeting yesterday. So please, Aaron, thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Business Council, board members, staff. I recognize a lot of faces, and really kind of surprised you had me back. I was telling Brandy and others, I walked into the house last night and was immediately informed by my wife that I did not follow my slide at all and covered nothing meaningful in my conversation. So I'm back to do that again. So it's pretty cool. I'm Aaron Sopko. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer at Range. We're a communications company here in town and do business all over the state. I've had opportunity to probably spend time in all of your communities and that. And I'm just very excited to welcome people to ours here in Sheridan. Also, hopefully we have people from out of town also in town here to enjoy the great city of Sheridan. We have so much to be proud of here. Our community is much like every other community in Wyoming. We're proud of it. We hope for continued success. We appreciate the Business Council's efforts to help us find that success. We've got here, if you've had the opportunity, if you haven't, please come back. We'll have you anytime. But I believe you've probably all noticed we have a vibrant Main Street. We enjoy tourism. We have the arts. You've seen our statues. We have great restaurants. We have a YMCA that would be happy to host you. I hear that the workout facilities are great. I should try those sometime. We've talked about yesterday the manufacturing sector that we have. We obviously have wonderful parks and outdoor space. We have Whitney, the M&M Center, Polo. If you haven't seen Polo, we're in season. We have the YO Rodeo every year. We have this YO Theater and amazing people. And then, of course, the tech park that we talked about yesterday quite a lot. At the core of all this, I talked about it yesterday, is really the people here in Sheridan have a desire and an interest in growth in this town. I was asked yesterday, actually, after our conversation while the panel was still up there, is how do we know when enough is enough growth, right? That's been one of the conversations in all the communities that I've ever been a part of, from Worland originally And there was concern in Worland that we would have too much growth. I actually had somebody when I was the president of the chamber over there. We don't want this to be another Denver. I don't know if you've been to Worland, great place. Not going to be another Denver. I think mostly we just lack the interstates. So I think that my definition of growth was probably too narrow. Yes, I think that we can certainly outgrow, and whoever asked that, I think it was Dr. Schaefer, thanks, I was up all night thinking about this. But I think that our definition of growth is sometimes too narrow, and I think that I really appreciate the growth beyond workforce and businesses that we've got here and shared. Over the last 20 years that we were talking about yesterday, there has been a lot of planning, a lot of hard work from community members and business owners and things like that. We've added hundreds of jobs, like we discussed yesterday, that have allowed us to replace some of those jobs that were lost in the extractive industries. And yes, job growth is fantastic, business growth is fantastic, but beyond that, other growth that the Business Council has really helped us with, sometimes directly, sometimes indirectly, is the things that make this town a great place to live. We have growth in our parks. We're building, if anybody has been over by the Whitney Commons behind my office, we're getting this really amazing new park play set thing. It's massive. Like, I'm even excited about it. And I'm kind of wondering when it would be appropriate for me to go jump on the swings. But like that kind of growth, like they're building this beautiful playground. But the really cool part about it is that Whitney, that park area connects to yet another park, and then to yet another park, and all of our walking paths, and ice cream stand over at Kendrick, and the pool that's being built at Kendrick, and all these cool things that are the reason that I chose to move my family here. And that kind of growth is a product, I believe, of the other growth that we talked about yesterday. And I don't think that we give that enough credit. It doesn't necessarily mean we're adding people. Sorry. It doesn't mean that we have to worry about additional labor force. That's just the stuff that comes with a great town like Sheridan, and people that are interested in keeping it and growing it as an amazing town. We have an amazing senior center. Part of the conversation when I was on the Business Council years ago was, should we be dabbling in daycare and in senior centers? That's part of economic development. I moved here thinking, and I've failed to talk them into it, but thinking that if I ever had the opportunity to move my mom and dad from Worland over here so they could be closer to their grandkids, and I wouldn't have to worry so much about getting back and forth over the hill. We have facilities like the Hub on Smith that they can enjoy. They can go over there, and whether it's simply just a lunch or community, they have opportunities for care. We have an amazing hospital here in town. We have those kinds of things. So going back to the question, I don't know that enough is enough. I think that we certainly have to keep an eye and be smart and look to the Business Council and look to our leaders in these communities to help us assess opportunities when they come, when it comes to, can we handle it from a workforce perspective? Can we take that kind of growth? Can we handle more growth out on the north end? But I think we can't forget about the other growth that has come with that. And I'm very, very thankful for that. Again, I think that, there are a lot of conversations about economic development today. And I can just tell you, standing here in Sheridan now, I've only lived here for, I guess, 15 or 16 years now. I've been able to be witness to a lot of opportunity that has come forward and shared. Again, I think at the core of that is an incredible community, incredible people that want change and want growth and want the best for the people here. But I also want to thank the Wyoming Business Council, because I've had opportunity to be involved in and watch everything that this council has done over the years. And we have a tech park out on the other end of town, which is amazing. We've been able to get businesses in there that, I mean, a big deal. It's a big deal. We have Emit and Weatherby and Kennan, like we talked about. We're going for phase 2 here. But all that aside, yes, we've got the people here that have tried to make it happen. But when that need for that last dollar or guidance or advice comes along, we've been able to count on the Wyoming Business Council for that. And for that, I thank you all. I thank you for coming to Sheridan. I hope you have opportunity to up and down Main Street, maybe drop $1 or $2. And thank you very much for coming, and enjoy your day.
Thank you, Aaron. Words from the heart. If I could just add a couple little things. One thing we were talking, I think you were mentioning it, and maybe they don't know, and I didn't really understand what it meant, but the new restaurant in town for you foodies won a James Baird Award, which is like makes it in the top handful of restaurants in the U.S. It's the Le Rev in the remodeling the old Katy building. And lastly, Dr. Schaefer's comment about how do you know when enough is enough, and it didn't keep you up only. It kept, I thought about it, pondered it last night, and this statement came back to me. Back in the 60s, the Supreme Court was trying to define obscenity laws and trying to figure it out. And one of the Chief Justices said, listen, I can't define it. I don't know, but I know it when I see it. Well, when it comes to growth and things, I haven't seen it yet. So I think we just, as a Sheridan and as many of our communities, that maybe we worry less about when enough is enough, and focus on it when we see it. So thank you for your kind words. Okay, Boss Man's report, Mr. Durrell.
Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board, thank you for allowing us to present our business today and talk through all of the different committees and the work that has been going on and the work that we will look at moving forward. It's actually a really exciting time, I think, at the Business Council. We've had a number of I would say ups and downs over the last few years, and we feel like we're really moving upward. In order for us to kind of frame it up a little bit today, what we thought we would do is talk a little bit about myths and reality. Now, the crazy thing is that when human beings get together, we like to tell stories, and we like to tell each other stories about things that we might or might not know, but we like to tell stories, and stories are the way that we communicate. The stories are the way that we remember each other, and stories are the way that we either tell people, here's how to move forward, or here's how to not move forward. And the thing that's really powerful about stories are the stories that we tell ourselves. So if you think for a moment, when someone comes and tells you a story, there's probably a hint of skepticism that you might have. There's a boy, maybe we ought to check that out. Maybe I ought to do a little fact checking. But when it's a story that we tell ourselves, it means a lot more. It has a lot more gravity because we constructed that story, and it's using the words that we think about, and it's using our own brains to reinforce that story. Now, another word for story is myth, and myths can be really powerful. Not always in the greatest ways. And so today I'd like to separate a little bit of myth and reality with all of you, if I might, and hopefully stage up the day so that you can see the work that we're doing across the state and within our walls, and with the team of thousands that we're creating, to really break down those myths and engage in reality, because it turns out that's where we actually live. The first myth is that Wyoming's economy is doing fine. Now, a few weeks ago, I said this in front of a crowd, and if there were tomatoes in the crowd, they would have used them. There were a number of people who said, I can't believe that you're saying that out loud. And to me, I thought, well, this is interesting. It turns out that we have plenty of data to demonstrate that Wyoming's economy is in long-term decline. Whether you look at the drop in GDP post 2008, whether you look at the number of people who are born in Wyoming and leave at a rate that's twice the national average, whether you look at the number of jobs we have, the wages for those jobs, whether you look at our increasing population, but stagnant or decreasing workforce size, those are not good economic indicators. So the myth that everything is fine makes us feel kind of good, but reality says that's not how it really is. And when we don't face them, when we engage in that myth, we miss an opportunity. We are unable to do the things in terms of policy, investments, and leadership that are needed for us to change and reverse that economic decline. The next myth that I hear a lot is that, well, it's not the government's place. It's private businesses and free market should solve all of our economic problems. Now, I love that ideal. I think it's a really good thing. In fact, I think that government should be exactly the size it needs to be and no larger. That doesn't mean that it should be small. It should be exactly the size that it needs to be and no larger. And sometimes the size that it needs to be, well, it's not small. And I think that one of the challenges that we face in Wyoming is that there's an ideology that private businesses and the free market will solve everything. Well, unfortunately, private businesses are solving their own problems. And what they're doing is they are leaving at a rate twice the national average to other places. Cities have what businesses need to grow and thrive. People. People, to grow and thrive, want great jobs. It's a virtuous cycle that's going on, not just around us. Every rural community in America is facing this exact same problem. They are solving their problem. And frankly, we shouldn't really ask business to solve those societal problems. Businesses should solve the problems that their customers have. Our youth and our professionals in their careers should solve their own problems, making sure that they have good opportunities, making sure that they have set themselves up for a successful retirement, making sure that their children have opportunities as well. There are a lot of pressures facing private businesses and the people that work in them. Instead, we need to look closely at ourselves and say, something is not working. The cycle that has been created by cities is not working for us. So the question is, how do we do that? How do we turn our vicious cycle of not that many people so firms can't grow and thrive or relocate here to a place where firms can find the workforce they need and workers can have the opportunities at businesses? How do we create that virtuous cycle out of the vicious cycle that we're experiencing? In terms of the free market, you will have just as much luck finding Bigfoot riding a unicorn as you will the free market. The free market does not exist. I get the irony. We're talking about reality, not myths. And yeah, Bigfoot's riding a unicorn. They're looking for the free market. And the chances are really, really slim that even they will find it because the free market doesn't exist. A market exists. It's not free. There is nowhere in the world where a free market exists except in the ivory towers of academic institutions where people are free to think about how things could be and how magical it would be, but that's not reality. Reality is the free market does not exist. There are always things that are going on in a market that make it, well, not free. There are appropriate government interventions in markets. And as long as we're talking about markets, the previous slide demonstrates that there is a market at work. Are we going to take advantage of that market, or are we going to let it continue to do what it's doing today, which is gut rural America? Now, a lot of people are like, well, okay, it sounds really good that you're gonna have some ideas, Josh, that are going to help us get to where we're going, but state's broke. We don't have any money. The Craig report says this. Economics say that our revenues are going to continue to decline. Probably not wrong, but that doesn't mean we're broke. The reality is we have significant savings. We have a number of, I believe they call them coffee cans throughout the state that hold a lot of money. You're going to hear today, you're going to see information that shows you not just the rainy day fund, which is around $1.5 billion. But here's what I want you to focus on. And this is something that Wyoming is really, really good at. We might be the best at doubling down on things that we're already pretty good at, and maybe unnecessarily. So the chart, the bar chart that you see, Wyoming is at the top of that bar chart. That is the number of days that we can operate government without revenue. It's almost a year. It's 302 days. Now, you math people will say, well, that's only 80% of a year, Josh, but that's true. But the bottom line is, it's a long time. It's a long time that we can operate without revenue. In fact, it's so long, it's twice as long as the second place finisher, Alaska. Now, again, this is a classic Wyoming move. We love to do this. We love to take what we're already probably doing too well and do it again. We do the exact same thing with revenue generation. There's a 3-letter word for it. I'm not going to use it here. We do the exact same thing. We say, well, hey, more businesses will start up if taxes are lower. So let's go. Well, we don't see that relationship either. So just like in that situation where we double down on something that has utilized its effectiveness and thinking, well, we can get more by doing that, we can't. We don't create any more security by having twice the number of days as the next leading state to run our government, because remember, it's just to run our government. If we want government to be small, maybe we shouldn't give it such a security blanket. Does seem a little odd, doesn't it? That's reality. Reality says there are $778 million, and we would still be number one. We could still be number one and utilize $778 million. I don't know about all you, but it seems like being number one and having $778 million seems like a pretty good deal, especially if we could utilize that money to invest in the future. And we don't talk about the myth and reality of running government like a business, but I do think there are some business principles that are important here. If you run a business and you have a war chest of that much money that you are sitting on the sidelines with and not investing it in the future, well, let's just say that this board of directors would be getting rid of this CEO if that were the case. And I just don't think that's acceptable. I think we should absolutely invest the things that we have to get what we want, which is a much more certain future and one that we decide. We tell ourselves that nobody knows what to do. Now, we pretend like we know what we want to do, but based on the amount of savings that we have and based on the amount of times that we have packed money away that can never, quotes, be used, I think the myth is that we believe that nobody knows what to do. There's a reason that we pack that money away and stick it in a mattress. It's because we don't have certainty. And when you don't have certainty, oh boy, you hold on to what you have. Well, that's just not true. We tell ourselves that we don't know what to do. Well, we do. The reality is we actually have been working within a system that is telling us what to do, that is illuminating the problem at a level that hasn't been illuminated before. We know what to do. In fact, we actually know what to do so much that we put numbers to it and put it in a budget. One of those things is an institution that will attract giant brains to Wyoming to work on critical minerals for applications that we haven't even envisioned yet, for materials that we get out of the ground in Wyoming. Having a laboratory like a national lab, but designed, built, and run by Wyoming is an incredibly exciting opportunity. It doesn't exist in the United States. We need that for not just national security, but for Wyoming security. We have a chicken and egg problem where we don't have enough great jobs to attract workers. And therefore, we don't have enough workers to attract great jobs. That chicken and egg problem, one of the elements of that is by injecting thousands of jobs, great paying, fantastic jobs for not just Wyoming, but for the nation. And sending a signal to the rest of the nation that we're not just going to mine it out of Wyoming and send it somewhere else. We're going to take that here and we're going to turn it into knowledge. We're going to turn it into applications. We're going to commercialize it so that Wyoming can continue to benefit into the future. And this is not some dream that was put together in a few weeks. This is something we've been working on for years, understanding that this is one, necessary, and two, possible for us to do. So when we look at no one knows what to do, that's just not true. People say, we need a vision. We need something that we can do. We have it. We have another one too. There's this idea that the only way to get a bigger slice of pie in Wyoming is to take from somebody else. Now, I don't know if any of you had the quiche out there this morning, but it's fantastic. And I will be eating as much of that quiche as possible. I will be taking more and more. Next time, I'm going to ask them to make bigger quiches. Because here's the deal. We actually do have a way to make the pie bigger in Wyoming. We don't have to take another slice from another agency in order to do that. In fact, just a couple slides ago, there was an opportunity for a bigger pie so that we can have the resources to do what we need to do. But there are other mechanisms that not just make the pie bigger for a moment, but make the pie bigger forever. And that is, as our co-chair said yesterday, that is called incentivizing growth so that we can benefit from human capital. How do we leverage the people that are here in Wyoming so that we can continue to grow and prosper from that growth? Well, it's about making the pie bigger. And there are mechanisms to do that. We know that 1 cent of extra sales and use tax that could be used for economic development is over $300 million a year for our communities to utilize to grow. Today, you're going to see a community come to us and ask for help with their water infrastructure. We're not talking about parks. We're not talking about frivolous items. Our communities are struggling because they are slicing their pie and making impossible choices. They are making impossible choices, not for, do we make this park over here or do we put it over here? Do we make sure that our streets are paved with gold or platinum? No, they're making choices that are, do we have water or not? These are impossible choices, and you can't keep slicing the pie to do that. In fact, if you keep the pie the same size and keep slicing it, you get exactly what we're getting, which is inadequate infrastructure, not just for growth, for status quo. So we do know what to do. We need to make the pie bigger. There are mechanisms to do that. Those mechanisms have even been granted by the legislature. So it's possible to utilize those for the growth that we need and set up a system that incentivizes growth and gets what it's designed to get. We also tell ourselves that got time. We don't have to fix that today. We've got all kinds of time. In fact, you know what? That's probably a problem for someone down the road. It's not a rainy day right now. We'll just keep packing that money away. If we could get like a 2 or 3 year lead on Alaska, how amazing would that be? It's somebody else's problem. Let's just keep putting money away. We do not have time to fix this. The reality is this is an urgent situation. Now, just by reading this graph, and this is a graph that all of us have seen a lot, this is the relative GDP of Wyoming and its neighboring states. So Wyoming is in orange and our neighboring states are in blue. I want you to just do a little bit of a graphical exercise. Think back to maybe high school or physics and and a math class in high school or college and think about fitting a line to the curves, ours is not going in the right direction. And I don't know the rate at which it will continue downward, but without some significant intervention, it will continue downward. And our peers are putting pressure on us. Oh, the beautiful thing about Wyoming is we educate our children to a level that is incredible. They can read graphs. They're looking at the exact same things we are. And they're looking at their careers and saying, where am I going to get the most opportunity? Where am I going to be able to succeed for long term? Well, they can read those graphs and see, Mom and Dad, you're going to have to come visit me somewhere else. That's urgent. We also saw yesterday how long it takes and how many resources it takes to create growth in a community in Wyoming. We saw Sheridan, who in many ways is a shining star of economic development in Wyoming, and it was a 20-year process. I don't know about all of you, but if you fit that line and go out to 2040, I think that line intersects at 1. So what we're saying is 1997 GDP is where we're probably going to be, if we're lucky. Now, that's unacceptable to me. We don't have the time. This is an urgent situation. Waiting until 2040 when we're at 1997 GDP levels, I don't think any of us want to sit around and do that. I don't think any of us think that it's our job to say, well, we'll just keep riding this down. I think you're going to see today from all of our team and from the decisions that you make, we're not okay with that. This is probably the thing I hear the most. This is the myth that we see the most. Over my time since February of 2020, I have seen people ask, what are we going to do? Whose vision is it? Can somebody just tell us what to do? Nobody is willing to lead. I'm not sure if that's a myth or not, but it's something we tell ourselves. To me, it's a myth. Because the reality is we lead. We don't need anyone to give us permission. We don't actually require some sort of mandate or rule or law to do it. We can do it on our own. We can actually make it happen. We can decide to paint a vision for Wyoming that is positive. We can decide to put the pieces in place and make the hard decisions and fight through the discussions so that we have a Wyoming that is prosperous, so that we have a Wyoming that's no longer in economic decline, so that we have a Wyoming where our kids can leave and come back and have opportunities just like they would anywhere else. We have the opportunity at the Wyoming Business Council to demonstrate that leadership. Now, for a number of years, we've said we can work on policy. You're going to see some of that today. We can work on investments. You're going to help make some today. But it's the leadership piece that we actually should lean on the most. And that, sending that strong signal of who we are, what we believe the state can be, and how to get there, and busting some of these myths and turning those myths into the reality we want, that's the leadership that we need to continue to exhibit. Because if we don't do it now, nobody else will. Again, today you're going to see all sorts of examples that really, frankly, dispel the myths that we're talking about. They show the opportunity that we have in front of us. We don't have to construct these myths in our mind, and we shouldn't allow others to do the same. We should bring reality to those who are helping make big decisions, to those communities who are trying to grow, to the people of Wyoming who are wondering, what's the opportunity like for me? I don't think any of you feel like it's weight. Any of you are here because you feel like you can carry that weight. All of us are in a place where we can make that difference. And I think today is a great example. And over the next few months, as we discuss things like our budget, like the things that we see Wyoming happening and being positive into the future, we're going to be able to lead. Thank you all for the time today. Thank you for listening and being part of this and supporting us as we develop those things that we are going to lead Wyoming into the future with. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Left us speechless. Any questions for Josh? That was great, by the way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Josh, thanks for those remarks and sharing that. One of the things that you and the staff have done incredibly well, I think, is helping us set the stage in a very simple way to convey what is this sort of slow, steady decline for the state and compel us to do something different. We've got lots of data to suggest that what we've tried historically hasn't worked. You've shared some of that today. You're helping the state identify problems that then can lead to solutions or ideas that we can test. Tell me how you and the staff will help us know whether those things are working. What type of evaluation framework? We don't want to be here 20 years later saying, did it work or didn't it work? There's got to be more of a formative, iterative evaluation process. And as we go through, and I'll probably ask the staff this throughout the day and in coming meetings as well, is it making a difference? And how do we know? And so I just appreciate your comments on that.
Mr. Co-Chair, Dr. Schaefer, I think that what we have developed over the last few years is really a system to do that. We think of our job as running the laboratory of the economy of Wyoming. And I will admit 100% that you mentioned the word idea or experiment, that they are absolutely that. They're based on hard science. They're based on the data that we have of the experiments that we've been running. And we've been utilizing all of our programs as laboratories and experiments to understand the problem. And these are bets. These are risks. We recognize that. And the way that you look at some of these is, okay, so if we're going to inject into Wyoming thousands of jobs through some institution, not unlike a national lab, well, what do those jobs bring? Are those jobs bringing the number of jobs up? Is it really doing that? Is it reversing that economic decline? Does it create a place where the wage in Wyoming actually is growing, not shrinking? And so we can look at those very, very discrete metrics and understand, is that working? I think the other part that is pretty exciting to all of us is, what are the ripple effects of those? Now, I will say economic impact you can make a spreadsheet say just about anything. But I think what we are doing is we're saying, let's iterate on this. Let's continue to put things into our lab and be critical. It may not be that satisfying in terms of the numbers, and we probably can't put this on a graph. But what our team is incredibly critical of ourselves. And that's something that good scientists are. We're always skeptical of our results. We're always skeptical of our programs. And with that skepticism comes trust and learning that's really important. And so while we can't necessarily predict the future, we'll be open and transparent, and we'll also let you know when it doesn't work and what we've learned. And I think, in my mind, rather than defend and build up structures that sort of hide what we're doing, I think that that's actually going to make us stronger and prove that the things that we're doing will work.
Mr. Co-Chair.
Please, Mr. Nelson.
Gosh, I appreciate Dr. Schaefer's comments about measurements. I really appreciate your comments about urgency in our state. How do we measure the urgency piece? Because if we're talking about a 20-year life cycle, unfortunately, my kids won't be here to be able to participate in Wyoming's growth. So how do we measure that urgency, and how do we work towards that urgency? And what does that turnaround time look like to you?
Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Nelson, that urgency that we see, as we look at the current methodology that we utilize to create change. So for example, yesterday we looked at Sheridan and we looked at how has Sheridan changed over the last 20 years with the various investments that the state has made, that the city of Sheridan has made, and its citizens have made. And that's a long process. And I think what we're saying is that's a paradigm that we cannot afford to wait for. And I think that's exactly what we're saying, is that we're going to have to go bigger, we're going to have to go faster, and we're going to have to work on it so that we don't have to wait 20 years. Because as it currently sits, that you're right. And it won't just be your kids that don't have opportunities. It will likely be you that don't have them as well. And that's the challenge that we face. So you're right. We don't have that kind of time scale. I think that the way we demonstrate that urgency is by both graphs that help people understand from their thinking brain, but also we've got to get into what people care about. And you're right, 20 years is a long time, and we don't have that. We just don't have it, and no one's going to come to save us. I think that's the piece that when I talk about urgency for people, I always like to ask them, okay, so here are the things that we can do. The alternative is to wait for something that somebody else might do. And people are like, wait a second, why should we ask someone else to come and save us? And we shouldn't. We should take it on our own. We should work to reverse economic decline at a rate much faster than we've created that economic decline. And I think that that's the role of government, frankly.
Yes, Ms. Crumpton.
I really appreciate this conversation because it makes me think of one of the things that Wyoming's really good at competing with Alaska and our neighboring Mountain West region, and that's our lives lost to suicide. Suicide as a social problem is deeply entrenched with the economic status of our state. And if we can open ourselves to the curiosity to consider other metrics besides the standard ones that we tend to do in this role, we may find our value in these efforts sooner rather than later. When we're talking about people who are hanging on to moments to make an ultimate decision to end their lives because economic opportunities aren't supporting the way of life that they choose, right? Like that's something we have a lot of need to respect and honor and offer development. And I think this conversation really matches up well with that, and it gives citizens of our states a little bit more to hold on to and to work toward, and to build a better state together. So just like outside of the normal formal business thing, people matter, and we have an opportunity to connect that to this big work that we're doing.
Mr. Kosher.
Thank you for those comments. I think I think that is a perspective many times we maybe don't consider, but it has a very powerful impact on our culture and our community.
Well said, Mr. Co-Chair, and thank you, Ms. Crumpton, for saying those words, because it is much bigger than just the decisions we make, and hopefully our decisions can have a ripple effect like that.
Any other questions for Josh? Thank you for your presentation, and I hope that that's the tip of the iceberg, Josh. While we transition to the next, this room's a little tight, so for those of you that unfortunately there's some seats in the front, we won't throw anything at you, but if you would like to take a chair, feel free. All right, we're going to move on to the strategy and initiative update with our Chief Strategy Officer, Sarah Fitzgerald. And we're looking forward to hear strategy is always exciting. It's forward looking and although not too forward thinking because we don't have a lot of time. So take it away, Sarah. Thank you.
That is right, Mr. Co-Chair. Thank you. Oh, getting a little feedback. I know Ben knows exactly how to take care of this, and I'm not going to commentate for him while he does it. Did you try turning it off and on? Okay, how's that? That's better. Good. Okay. Well, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Committee Chair. It's, as always, a pleasure to be here. As I was reflecting on really the turning point that we're making in today's meeting from talking about problems all the time, which we always do. We've kind of developed a brand that kind of brings down the room. We walk into a room and everybody's like, oh, they're going to tell us some bad news about the economy again. But today we're going to kind of flip that around. And as I was reflecting on this and what Josh was going to talk about and what you'll hear from the strategy team, from the services team, from the operations team, from the investments team, all throughout the day today, and how it's really time to overcome our fears and start moving into solutions and start acting. I was thinking about a story that I actually was telling to Dr. Schaefer and to Eric last night, about a time when I overcame a fear that I think almost everybody has. I was in college. I was a geology major at the time, and it was over Christmas break, and I was coming up on this class called mineralogy, and it was like notorious as a cut class and super difficult. And it was like the night before the semester started. And I remember I was in my little apartment in Laramie and called my dad, and I was like, been looking into it. I'm going to switch majors. I'm going to get out of this. Like, I got this plan, and ultimately ended up in tears, as people who are 19 do sometimes, or people who are 38. And my dad said, no, this is not how you make a decision about your future. You don't make decisions based on fear. That's not what we do. Luckily, I showed up to that class. I showed up to my lab later that week, and it turns out that my TA in my lab was the person who I would end up marrying a few years later. So if I hadn't overcome that fear of a hard class, I mean, it's a hard class, then I wouldn't have had the life that I do today. And I think we're really at a similar kind of turning point. So I want to talk about what's really stopping us from overcoming the fear that I think we all feel. I mean, I think if we're really being honest, we are all leaders in this room. We are all courageous, but that does not come without fear. Courage isn't, I think it's a super famous quote, but courage isn't not having fear. Courage is having fear and then doing it anyway. And so I want to really directly address those myths and what's stopping us from overcoming those fears. And I'm realizing, all right, thanks. And thank you, Heather, for passing out all of these copies. So you have a checklist of what's stopping us. So you can, throughout this day, check those off and say, nope, that one's not going to stop me anymore. First is we're fine the way we are. And maybe what goes together with that is if we grow, our way of life will change, will be ruined. Maybe we don't deserve to grow. We're fine the way we are. We can wait. Maybe it will go away on its own. And we can't afford to make the investment that would be needed anyway. We're poor. We don't have that kind of money. And even if we did, we wouldn't know what to do to break the vicious cycle that we're in. And even if we did that, the solutions we create, well, they'll just make more problems to solve. These are all things that go through my mind, and they're the first things we hear when we start talking to people who are sort of new to this concept. It's the first things that people say, like, well, you can't do it because, like, where are you going to get the money? Can't do that. Like, don't worry, free market will take care of it. Just if we just take a step back, problem will be solved. And so I'm going to address those. I'm address the first two myself. Then Vinny will talk a little bit. Then the services team will talk a little bit about the following myths. So first, we're fine the way we are. This is a picture of a gas station in Claremont that recently closed. For those of you who don't know where Claremont is, it's 35 miles from here. This gas station was the last business in town. So when we talk about the things that happen as a result of that vicious cycle, like what happens at the end of that vicious cycle? The last business closes, the last kids leave, and the town disappears. We're right now kind of in this conversation about what should the school in Claremont do? Because there's no economy there anymore. Does the school belong there anymore? So that's what happens at the end. You see this repeated in other places. It's not just the tiniest towns, although it does affect the tiniest towns the most severely. In Bags, a medical clinic closed last year. That creates a huge problem for the people who live there. They have to go 40 miles to get medical care now. So they have to call 911 for minor medical issues. And it even affects our largest towns. As I've been expecting my second kid, like all I want to eat is potato Olays. And that's because they're a comfort food for me. And I remember my grandpa talking about Taco John's and how his friend like started it. It used to be this tiny little thing. And that's potato Olays are a comfort food because it goes way, way back. It's part of who I am, you know, and but now it's going to be part of who Minneapolis is. We're not keeping the Taco John's headquarters here anymore. So you see this repeated throughout. So Jason, when you're asking about like what are the metrics of urgency, that's kind of what we see. We see the last steps on this trajectory of decline. We're not waiting for them to happen and saying like there's a dark cloud coming. Like it is raining right now. We're seeing these signs and symptoms and feeling the effects already. So can we wait? No, we can't wait. Maybe it will go away on its own. And this is that vicious cycle that we've all been talking about. And what Josh represented with the map of folks moving to cities is represented here. In Wyoming, we start out with, we don't have enough workers. And so what happens is businesses leave, like I was just talking about. So then there's no more jobs. Then workers leave. And at the end of that vicious cycle, we see towns drying up. We see opportunities going away, and we continue to see our kids leaving. That virtuous cycle in cities draws our kids to other places. And so maybe if we wait, maybe something else will solve it. No, because what the current system does is this. The current system moves jobs and workers from Wyoming to cities. And that's what the market is doing right now. So if we leave this, if we step away and leave it to outside forces, these outside forces are strong. They're like huge magnets. And so if we leave it to the current state, the current market, unfortunately, we will shrink and shrink and shrink and shrink while Denver and Salt Lake and Oklahoma City and Houston grow and grow and grow and grow and grow. Okay, so this is a big one. We can't afford to make the investment that would be needed. We're poor, we're broke. We can't do that. But luckily, we have somebody who knows a heck of a lot about this and has done a ton of research. Vinicius Bueno, I'll introduce you before I move the microphone to you. Vinicius Bueno is a huge asset to our team, and he'll be able to explain a little bit about why that myth is not true.
Good morning, members of the board. So I'm going to share with you some data that came through the discussion of the budget that we're thinking collectively about what are the investments needed to revert this trend of economic decline. And here I'm going to share some data analysis to help to think where the money from these investments could come from. So basically, when we look at where the money from these investments can come from, we can organize in three big categories. One is increase in revenues. The second one is reduction in other expenditures. And the third one that's kind of unique to Wyoming is use part of the state savings. And because of the wealth that the state has, it's something that we can also look into. So the idea of the presentation is to go through some data to explore these three possibilities and understand how much space there could be looking at those three possibilities. So starting from the revenue side, the CRAC, the Consensus Revenue Estimating Group, that's a group made of different government agencies, academics that predicts the revenues for the next years. In January this year, they released this revenue forecast for the fiscal years of 25 until 2030. And a key takeaway that we can take from this report is that the expected revenues for the future biennials and also this biennium in 25, 26 and with 27, 28 is lower than it was in the biennium of 23 or 24. So, and a big portion of this decrease in revenue is because of severance tax. So they look at many trends of oil prices and different commodity prices to try to predict what are going to be the revenue streams for the next years. And in the severance taxes, that's an expectation of decrease. On the other hand, a key source of revenue for the state of Wyoming, which is sales and use tax, from this perspective, they see potential to increase. But overall, the trends tend to be of a decline in revenue. Beyond this more medium-term estimate, the CRAG also they do quarterly reports to compare the expected revenues to the actual revenues that they observe. And the most recent report that we have from July 2025, they basically they saw that the revenues were slightly higher than expected, but it's very important to look at the different components of this changing trend. So when we look at the sales and use taxes, there was the actual revenues were 8.2 million below what they expected. And probably when we talk about with people in the budget office, they probably have a yellow alert that this is lower than they expected. Another thing that's important to point out is that in combination, we had approximately 700 million in net capital gains from the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund and also the Common School account. That's like a lot of the revenues that come from the savings that the state has. And one important point that they mention in the report is that despite the fact there was a revenue a little bit higher than expected, when we look to the rest of the year, it's not so clear if actually this the realized revenue is going to be higher than expected. And there are different reasons for that, some changes in the trends of crude oil prices, and also because what Wyoming is going to receive in federal minor royalties, for coal specifically, the percentage is going to decrease. So when we look at like trying to think about how it's going to be the revenue in the end of the year compared to what's expected, the expectations are not great. So when we look at the revenue, the key takeaway is that the decline in taxes related to the natural resources extraction and economic uncertainty makes it unlikely to expect significant revenue increases. And that's something very important for us to have in mind, because probably people we're going to discuss the budget with, so like the budget office, the governor, they probably will have this data in mind. The second possibility that we can try to explore is thinking about other expenditures and how we can think about the slices of the pie as Josh bring. So I think when we look at the overall budget of the state for the fiscal year 25 and 26, we can look at the major expenditures that we have are related to the Department of Health, so about 2.2 billion, and education. And here we had school finance, the University of Wyoming, and also the Department of Education. So these are our major components of the pie of the budget that we have for this year. And when we divide the total revenue from the different components we have, so we have the federal fund, the general fund, and other funds. When we look at the general fund, which is where we many times have more flexibility to decide how to allocate, it hasn't changed much between the years. So in 25-26, it was 200 million more than it was before in the biennial. So in this case, when we look at the expenditures, I think what the key takeaway is that we can think that there can be some room for improvement, efficiency, but it's a limited margin for that, considering that the major components of our budget are health and education, and a lot of the budget from health and education goes to salaries, operations, so there's not much flexibility in this idea of like looking at other expenditures.
Vinicius, can you go back 2 slides for me, please?
Yeah, sure.
So looking at this, many people would discern that there's been substantial growth in government. I don't want to put you on the spot to apply, but if you were to apply an inflationary analysis of this and look at the biennial budget in real dollars,
Yeah.
would that graph continue to grow substantially, or would we see it shift in a different direction?
Yeah, that's a good point. Here, I think it's looking at the nominal terms. So it's certainly going to be worse, like the picture in terms of if we look at the real terms, because inflation is part of it. So I think we can add this analysis looking at real terms and not nominal terms, but I think it's an important point.
Yeah, thank you for that. And the point that I'm trying to illustrate here probably gets to your primary point. There are already significant pressures on current state government just as a result of extreme inflationary pressures to deliver the services we have.
Yeah.
To further cut and reduce those creates a much bigger challenge, and honestly could cripple parts of the state if we do that. And it just, because some people would see this and say, oh, look at how much more money we've been investing in state government without really understanding what have been the true inflationary impacts. Thanks, Vinny.
Yeah, great point. And I think for the next iteration of the slides, we can also add in real terms because I think that makes a lot of sense. And so coming up to the third part of using part of the savings, when we look at the global number of savings that the state has in terms of investments, we have in total $32.2 billion. This data is from June 2025. And some important components of it are the Permanent Mineral Trust Fund, which was in June 11.9 billion. Also, another key component of this savings is the Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account, which is Wyoming's rainy day fund. And this 32.2 billion also includes various other investments like the Hathaway Scholarship that also there are restrictions on how to use it. When we look at a major component of these investments, which is Wyoming's Permanent Trust Fund, it's a very important tool to reduce the volatility in revenues that we have in the state because of the natural extraction. And we can see that over time, it has increased substantially. So when we look at the fiscal year 2024, it had a market value of over 11 billion, and it generated approximately 400 million in interest, dividends, and capital gains. And basically, the main logic of investments of the trust fund is to get as much financial returns as possible and use that like to cover different expenses in Wyoming. And I think one thing we've been thinking about is like, oh, could maybe part of this this money also be used to invest in Wyoming? And that's something we've been starting to think about. And also, one important thing to clarify is the difference between the Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account and the Permanent Trust Fund. So the trust fund and many of the other funds we have, they have the characteristic of being endowments that look at provide long-term stable revenues over time to reduce the dependence on volatile mineral revenues. But in contrast, the Legislative Stabilization Reserve Account is mostly a short to medium-term reserve to be prepared if we have shortfalls in our revenues to cover for the services that the state has. And basically, the money that goes to this fund basically come when we have revenues that are higher than we expected. And when we look at the stabilization reserve account, the most recent data that we found from June 25 is that it had a market value of around 1.9 billion. And basically, the way the money can be used is by legislative appropriation. And this is basically explaining a little bit more the same data that Josh brought earlier about comparing the size of rainy day funds in Wyoming to other US states. And the measure that they use to compare is how many days of spending the states could live just by using the savings that they already have. And basically, Wyoming has more than double the second state with the largest rainy day funds, which is Alaska. And here we also can see the trend over time, how much these rainy day funds evolved over time. And we can see there's a jump, especially after fiscal year 2014, in terms of like how many days Wyoming could cover in their expenditures using their rainy day fund. And there are like some caveat here that also they changed a little bit the methodology over time. So it's not totally comparable to the past, but we can see if we look at the most recent year of fiscal year 2024, that the number of days that Wyoming could cover with their rainy day funds is more than 6 times the median of the US states. And one important reason why Wyoming has such a big rainy day funds is because of the volatility of revenues. So it makes sense if we have a volatile tax base to have rainy day funds to be prepared when bad times can come. But I think one thing that we've been thinking about is that it doesn't attack the cause of the problem. This is attacking the symptom, because the cause of the problem is that their tax base is very volatile and our tax system doesn't have like the stability necessary to ensure that we're going to have consistent revenue streams over time. So I think one thing we've been questioning, why not attack the cause of the problem rather than the symptom? And this is a little bit more in detail, the table that also Josh brought in the past, trying to make this exercise. If Wyoming continue to be the state that has the highest rainy day funds in terms of days that we can cover, having 1 day more than Alaska, which basically Alaska had 144 days of rainy day funds. If we had 145, so 1 day more, how much that we could use this money for? And basically, if Wyoming had 145 days of rainy day funds, we would have 717.8 million, which would kind of free up around 778 million that could potentially be used to Wyoming and to diversify the economy.
Vinicius, the question, and this may not be fair for you, but certainly for folks in the room that have some more history. Mr. Brown maybe has even some of this history being in business in Wyoming for so long. What is the longest duration Wyoming has had to operate government without any revenue? Do we know? I mean, obviously you had said savings to cover what would be the most extreme case of time. And I do understand there was one time where the state was essentially broke, and I don't recall what that is, but I'm just curious if we know or can recall a time for when we had no state revenue and how long that was, trying to get a sense of whether or not it's appropriate to plan for 300 days. Have we experienced that before in our history? So maybe it's rhetorical, but I would certainly appreciate it. And Mr. Brown, you may have some insight.
Well, Dr. Shape. Or whether they will take. Stretching the checkbook. Really have been blessed with choose to say it that way, adequate. Yeah. State.
Yeah, and I think it's a very good question as well, that we can also look into like previous periods to get this data as well. So this is a summary of like an initial analysis of these different expenditures. And I'm sure when we have conversations with the budget office, the governor office, there's going to be many considerations to bring. But I think this is trying to anticipate what questions are going to come and how we can address that. So when we look at the three possibilities, the increasing revenues seems unlikely given the revenue forecast that we have. The reduction in expenditures also doesn't seem to have a lot of space, because most of that, the health, education, and things that don't have a lot of flexibility to change, especially considering inflationary pressures. And when we look at the part of savings we have, there are also many legal restrictions about how much and in what circumstances we can use those savings. But it's important for us to have this conversation with society about what priorities we have and how we can best use the wealth that the state has to create more opportunities for young people and people in general in the state. Yep. Thank you.
Before we move on, are there any other questions for Vinicius?
This is probably a little premature, but I'll just want to throw it out there to speak. But one of the things that's interesting to me, the other day I was trying to look at comparisons of other states, and of course Alaska's always in there. But when I was doing some research, one that popped up in particular for me was the state of Michigan. And that we all know that Michigan was the heartbeat of the American automotive industry, and they had huge, vast sums of excess money available in the state, not unlike Wyoming. And then they decided to double down in the automotive area, not necessarily diversifying. And I mean, they were at the strategic inflection point, which I think that arguably we're at. And then the Japanese automobiles started coming in. There started becoming more pressure. They were more conservative. We needed to, hang on to whatever we could possibly hang on to. And I think as a result of making perhaps not the best decision back in that time, they find themselves to this day still trying to dig out from that decision 50 years ago there. So anyway, for my 2 cents.
Mr. Co-Chair, I'd like to just pick up kind of from what you said on that. I think that it's really important. This has been a great, well-rounded presentation so far, so I really appreciate that. Let me say that. I think it's important to take note that economies change over time. The landscape changes. If we continue to think that things have worked for us in the past, so why change anything? Just keep moving forward. That's not a viable path forward. Things change all the time. Every economics class, finance class, business class, or game of Monopoly that I have ever played, it takes investment to win. And in many ways, this is a game in reality that we're playing, and it takes investment in order to do that. And investment can come in the form of capital. Investment comes in the form of policy. It comes in the form of government programs, working with our community colleges with the WIP initiative, K through 12 schools with the RIDE initiative. We have a lot of the pieces in place. If we can recognize the pieces and pull them together to create action, and I think that's where we'll see a real change. I think tax policy probably does need to be reformed. Where it worked at one point in time, it may not continue to work in the future. And I don't think we want to see ourselves behind the game and racing to try and catch up when we need to get ourselves out in front of it to be productive and efficient and do better. So thank you for your presentation.
Thank you for that. One last thing. I think that if any of us went to the doctor with some ailment and he said, we're really not going to focus on the cause, we mostly want to treat you for the symptoms, how many of us would go back to that doctor? So that's I think that's what I'm going to take away from your presentation. Thank you.
Right. Well, thank you, Benicio. Mr. Committee Chair. So the next reason that we often hear, and that, at this point last year, I would have said, we're not quite sure what the solutions are to break the vicious cycle that we're in. But we've been working for years and years and years on doing what Josh described with the flywheel, doing experiments to understand what could break that vicious cycle. And like Dr. Schleifer mentioned, we've seen things, we've tried things, done things. We've really been working on the fringes to break that cycle. And and what we've determined is it isn't enough. And I love the co-chair's analogy of a medical situation, because a lot of the things that we do at the Business Council right now are sort of akin to what happens in an emergency room. And I'll use our BRC application that you all will see today as an example of that. If we focused on the system that would allow a city like Kemmer or a county like Lincoln County to be able to maintain the infrastructure that they need on their own, they wouldn't have to be here at the emergency room saying, hey, resuscitate me. And we see that kind of like repeated in a lot of the programs that we have. Succession loan program is one of those where we see that instance of like the last business in town closing. The succession loan program can sometimes save that last business. But that's the same thing. We're not really addressing the causes. We're the emergency room. And so now what we've been doing through the system of the flywheel is understanding what can we do to address the root causes of our problem. And we have several solutions that, like we've been talking about, these are experiments, but they are well vetted. We've researched them, we've done experiments and tested them. And that's what the services team, so we'll transition now to the services committee. Services team will explain exactly what those solutions that we think could break this vicious cycle that we're in are, and talk to you about what we've done to understand why they could be the right ones, how we'll tell if they're working or not, to Dr. Schaefer's point, and what we might need to do to get them done. So with that, if there aren't any questions for me, I think I'll just wrap it up, Mr. Committee Chair.
Thank you, Sarah. Any questions for Ms. Fitzgerald? We will punt those to the Services Committee co-chair.
Thank you. When I set this down in front of us, Josh, there were two of them, and I thought, wow, that is impressive. And I realize I have yours as well as mine. So there you go. Okay, we'll kick this over to Mr. Lance. I kind of took your introduction away, Joe. I apologize for that with the strategy. Oh, I guess it's time for a break. So we will. Does anybody think it's time?
Mr. Committee Chair, we've got a little bit of time in our schedule, so you can do 15 or 20 minutes, whichever you choose.
We'll do 15 minutes. Thank you, everyone. We'll reconvene at 15. Hello, hello. There we go. Hey, if we could reconvene, then we'll try to keep on track.
Yeah, let's do.
The voice of Mark speaking.
God.
They implanted that microphone in the guy's back. And
Is it real science?
real weird science?
Weird science, yeah.
Yeah. Where they did the dental.
Oh, gosh.
This is the voice of God.
Yeah, yeah.
Is his name Chad? So
We need to do a roll call again too, though. Thank you. I'll ask.
I think we're okay as all of it.
Okay. Ms. Granville, we don't need to do a roll call, do we? Because we don't have any escapees, right? Okay, good. Not yet.
The doors are locked, Mark.
All right. Okay, we'll be back in order. I would like to turn this over to Committee Chair, Mr. Lance, for the Standing Services Committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. Before we get into that, I had a question, sort of going off of our last presentation, what's stopping us and what's going to incentivize us going forward. And I was looking at this publication. I think this is beautiful. I love most of what's in it. But I had a question for our esteemed CEO. Starting on page 4 and 5, and then on the front cover and the back, we talk about Wyoming being a tax-friendly place. And we extol the virtues of no corporate or personal state income tax and inventory taxes and franchise taxes. And yet, what I saw in your slide was we continue in a downward trend in terms of GDP. So I serve on the Leads board in Cheyenne, and we hear pitches from multiple companies regularly. And I can't recall the last time I heard them ask about income tax or property tax. Maybe I'm just not hearing it. Are these determinative factors? And I almost think they're negative factors for us anymore. And so I love the content after page 5. And I'm just curious what you and your staff hear in terms of, do you hear companies come and say, thank God Wyoming doesn't have an income tax. That's going to be the determining factor for me to be here, because I'm not.
Mr. Co-Chair, Committee Chair Lance, as soon as I remove my foot from my mouth, I will go ahead and answer that question. You're exactly right. That does not occur. Businesses don't come to us generally looking for that. There's one example. It's the data center cost reduction program. That is one area that it is very, very critical. So keeping that in mind. However, I think your point is really good. And the amount of that this is part of our ethos it's a lot. And so I think you're right. In fact, maybe we'll take a look at changing this page 5. And there's even one bullet item on the back cover that we should probably remove as well. I do think 3 bullet points are better than 4, so that works out nicely. And I think you're right. These are areas that we're going to have to stand up and continue to do, so that we can get the effectiveness from those tools that we need, rather than the standing on the mountaintops and yelling something that's not that worthwhile. So thank you for your critical eye. We will start sending you things before we publish them so that we can avoid that. Your point is valid. And I think it's a good reminder for all of us to continually question and make sure that we're addressing the problem at hand, rather than doing what we've always done.
And Mr. Co-Chair, I don't mean to suggest that it's incorrect. I think these are all things that we have talked about in Wyoming for eons. And I think part of the notions of going forward with the services updates that you're going to hear is deployment of resources to make investments that are strategic. And I would argue that the absence of tax and a fiscal policy and tax policy that makes sense is actually deteriorating the tool chest as opposed to adding to it. So, and I think that's been brought home with the property tax reductions in our community. The fact that my friend Kent Connolly is up here from Lincoln County talking to us about sewer and water infrastructure. That's a wonderful investment. It's a great thing. I'm going to prejudice you all on your vote, but they should be able to pay for that out of local tax collections and invest in themselves without having to come here hat in hand. I think that's ridiculous commentary on our current plight in this state. So with that, Jill, you get to follow that. I'm sorry. Jill and Taylor, would you start us off with start to the services update?
Mr. Committee Chair, Jill Tregemba. I'm the Agribusiness Manager for the Business Council. Thank you for the opportunity this morning. And with me is
Taylor Vigneroli, Entrepreneur Development Manager here at the Wyoming Business Council.
And then we also have Eric Protzer. He'll be joining us virtually for the presentation. Maybe to lighten the mood a little, I was sitting here thinking and asking the crowd over the break about the 80s. What comes to mind when you think of the 80s? Care Bears? Maybe, Dr. Schaefer, you had parachute pants? You're welcome for that visual. Lots of bright colors. I heard a side ponytail, Debbie Gibson, roller skate rinks, right? Lots of joyful things come to mind. But for me as a little girl in rural America, I grew up fast in the 80s. Because if you remember when President Reagan was in charge, there was a big correction in the market and in interest rates. And in rural America, that caused families to make a lot of tough decisions. It was do more with less, and it was sit around the table and find a way. If you didn't want to sell off your assets, you found a way. And we didn't sit around and talk about that it was innovation at the time, but that's what we're going to talk about today. Because it's about big ideas, it's about processes, it's about finding new products and taking them to scale. And that's exactly the type of intervention we're talking about in Wyoming. And we've had teams working on this literally for several years. In fact, I would argue every single person in this room has touched this idea in a way. Either you worked on the team, you've asked the hard questions that caused us to learn more, or you have brought ideas to us and concerns and been involved in the problem process, because all paths lead to innovation. The two teams that were most involved in this exact idea came about the problem in a different way. And the problem is what everyone's been talking about this morning, and that is more jobs and more private sector activity. So the team that Taylor and I were on, and many other people in this room, looked at literally the ground conditions. Maybe some of you went on the trip to Kansas City to study cluster development and how the ground conditions made that a profitable and successful endeavor for the greater Kansas City area and the whole state and region. Eric Protzer and team at the same time was looking at a research institution of some sort to really stir up R&D activity, bring good jobs, and again, spin that private sector commercialization that could come out of R&D for the state of Wyoming. So at this point, I'm going to turn it over to Eric. He's going to talk about that R&D side, the analysis, and the evidence that leads us to believe this is a good path. And then Taylor will talk about the ecosystem and the environment that it takes to make it go. So if we could bring Eric up, he'll walk through some slides.
Thank you so much, Jill. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah,
Yes.
Great. Okay. Well, let's get started with the slides. I'm Eric. I'm a senior research fellow at Harvard's Growth Lab. I've been working with the Business Council for a couple of years now. It's a been an absolute pleasure, and I'm really pleased to be able to talk to you guys about this idea here today on addressing Wyoming's lagging innovation economy. So to start off, we have seen a couple of graphs today that I just want to bring up again. And they show very quickly that Wyoming lags behind on GDP per capita in knowledge-intensive sectors. This is a little bit of a busy graph, but what it shows is that on the x-axis, you've got the gross state product per capita, and then it shows how that is for Wyoming versus other US states in different industries. And you can see that in information and knowledge-intensive industries, things like professional and business services, information and manufacturing, Wyoming is unfortunately at nearly the very bottom of the distribution as compared to other US states and even behind most of its neighboring states. At the same time, we also know, going to the next slide, that this is a major contributing factor for why young people leave Wyoming at such high rates. We know that if you survey them, they say that jobs is one of their top reasons. There's a lot of economic research, of course, that backs up that people move for, among other things, jobs is one of the most powerful forces there. And we know, looking at the next slide, that the top destinations for these people who leave Wyoming, as per this map here, it's not that they don't like the Mountain West region, it's that they are attracted to these bigger cities that are just across state borders that have better job opportunities. And, this is something that Wyoming has tried to address in various ways over the years through a couple of different programs, things like film incentives, investment in non-energy applications for coal, the NCAR Wyoming supercomputer, the Wyoming Taiwan Trade Office. There's even been blockchain legislation in recent years. And these things have all been, individually successes in their own right, but they haven't fundamentally changed the trajectory of the Wyoming economy. And that's why more is needed. So we're looking at this through a little bit of a different lens where we think a different strategy is needed. We need to look at, with quantitative evidence, how communities that have similar geography to Wyoming have successfully diversified their economies in reality, not, just picking some random target that sounds good, but actually seeing how other places have done this. Then we need to design an appropriate solution, and we need to be ready to invest significant funds if that is necessary. One of the areas that stands out really quickly, making a comparison of Wyoming communities with peer communities in the region, is that there are places that do much better on tech than Wyoming. I hope that slide is rendering correctly. Can you, in the room, can you see the data for Cheyenne and Laramie at the bottom of that slide, or no? And maybe not, but in any case, I'll verbally walk you through what's going on here. We've got a couple of these comparator communities that are in the region: Fargo, North Dakota, Logan, Utah, Bozeman, Montana, and Pullman in eastern Washington. These are all places that we showed quantitatively are comparably remote to Wyoming in terms of driving time to surrounding population. And they're also not tremendously big. These are all places with a metro population of below 300,000. So they're not as big as Denver. I know there was that comparison earlier in the day today. They're not even as big as places like Fort Collins. And yet their activity in tech industries is many times higher than what you observe in Wyoming. You can look at the patents that they've received since 2010, for example, and even the number of jobs in tech industries that they currently have. And I'm not sure it's rendering correctly, so I'll just verbally say, some of these places have 14 times as many tech jobs as Laramie, and more than 7 times as many tech jobs as Cheyenne. So this is important because it means that you can still be remote, you can still be small, but you can succeed at entering these industries. And if Wyoming can figure out how to do it, it could be a really major success. To provide a little bit more color on the breakdown of those tech jobs, they fall into a couple of different industry categories. There's a lot of activity in electronics, but also in things like computer science and aerospace, a little bit as well in things like biotech and machinery. But this is going to come up again later. So just, remember the kind of big bucket categories that are going on here. And by way of comparison, we can look at Laramie's tech sector, for example, on the next slide. And we can see that the number of jobs in these industries, it's much smaller, as we know from the prior data, and it's much less diversified, unfortunately. We think that one of the major reasons why there could be such a big gap is because Wyoming underinvests in tech-related R&D. This is a graph that shows the R&D expenditure for the university that is in each of these communities in comparison to UW in the leading STEM fields, computer science and different engineering fields. And you can see we've got comparisons there for Montana State, for North Dakota State, Utah State, and Washington State with UW. And unfortunately, UW is at the bottom of the comparison in computer science, in electrical engineering, and also in mechanical engineering. Some of these really key fields that are tightly associated with tech industries and spin-off activity in those tech industries. Aerospace is another area of its own where Utah State has got a ridiculous amount of funding for that. And we think that there is a important connection here because there's a lot of research that has shown that investment in R&D, especially STEM R&D, is a major causal factor behind localized economic growth and the localized growth in particular of tech industries. These are just 3 example papers that look at things like the Bayh-Dole Act from the 1980s, space race investments, and World War II era Office of Scientific Research Development investments. And what these 3 papers do is they look for these natural experiments to show that there is, in fact, a strong causal relationship between that localized R&D and the spin-off economic growth and tech activity. We think, as such, that there could be an opportunity with the right investments for Wyoming to leverage its assets in critical minerals in order to create an entire technology supply chain around that. Wyoming has done a lot of work historically in extraction of resources, but with the correct tech investment, it could do more. It could do not just the extraction, but it could create the technology for the processing of those critical minerals, and it could create the technology for those downstream tech applications, which in the instance of critical minerals are existing and are particularly strong and innovative. You may recall, if we go to the next slide, that on the previous tree map you saw of the breakdown of tech industries in these peer locations to Wyoming, that there were particular strengths in some of the industries that are in fact leading applications for critical minerals, things like electronics, aerospace, and computer science. And this is important because not all fields and not all industries can actually thrive in small remote places. Yet these ones have proven to be able to do so. They're leading applications of critical minerals, which Wyoming has a strong set of deposits in. And we know that Wyoming is behind on R&D investment, which leads to growth in these kinds of tech industries. So we think that there could be a play here. And with that, I'm going to pass it over to Taylor to explain the proposal for the institution that we have in mind.
Thank you, Eric. So what I love about today's discussion, we have been talking about these problems and potential avenues for intervention. What we're about to look at is a very specific model for intervention that we could take based on the research and data that we have been highlighting thus far today. In a lot of ways, fitting with maybe the 80s theme here, Monopoly was brought up earlier. I feel like this may or may not represent our boardwalk in Park Place. And ultimately, that vision is this idea of what we're calling the Wyoming Labs. Not quite trademarked, but ultimately that represents an opportunity for us to invest in a mechanism, ultimately for hard tech R&D to occur within the state that has specific paths to commercialization. So we would look at funding research that specifically falls under that commercializable opportunity. That falls under those key core research pillars that Eric just outlined under the critical minerals, electronics, technology, aerospace, computer science, and AI verticals. This lab concept is sort of the central pillar that we're looking at as the mechanism for driving that long-term, being that catalyst for long-term sustained economic output in diversified economies that we're looking for. In addition to the hard tech R&D side of things, the other side of the physical or proverbial house, if you will, would be the investment into the wraparound services that would be necessary for the startup ideation that would occur in the R&D phases to be supported into commercialization. So we would consider that startup acceleration. So this would ultimately be the central pillar with wraparound services in those areas that we know would be necessary in order for those business ideas to hit the market. This model is very different than what we see in higher education. Higher education typically does what we call blue sky R&D, right? There's a topic that a federal agency is interested in looking at, they fund that project. Or a university employee has an idea for something that they want to research, it's very in-depth, and they want to know more about that particular topic, but it's not the commercializing layer that ultimately drives where those investments are being made. So this model is different in that we would be specifically focusing on investing in research that is applied towards commercialization. We don't do basic science, we do pre-commercializable R&D. From there, that research can then be supported into commercialization through those wraparound services that would be involved in the physical space and of course the other support services as well to get them into that launch and acceleration phase. I alluded to it on the last slide, but ultimately this currently doesn't happen at UW for a couple different reasons. Ultimately, the incentive is not there for our current big brains, as Mr. Durrell calls it, to take those ideas and get them out to market. I've had a lot of conversations with those researchers, the people that are supporting the researchers, and it's very difficult for those individuals to take time outside of their daily work to actually take that idea or that potential commercializable technology and take it into the market. The incentive is not aligned for the current structure that we have within academia. And so this proposal ultimately models other effective models that we have seen successful in Germany and Netherlands. It would be a little different and more specific to Wyoming, but we see that this can be a driver based off of these other models that currently exist in diversified economic output. We know that this is ultimately a big problem, and with a big problem needs to be a big intervention. With a big intervention requires a fairly large investment. And with that investment, ultimately would come a long-term project management scope. We have started outlining what that scope of work looks like and what would be necessary in order to see this thing into success.
There are a lot of unknowns, which we'll touch on later, which we are also identifying currently that we are also working against currently. But just to give you an idea of where our focus is on a long-term vision for something that would ultimately be a key pillar in driving diversified economic output for Wyoming. After the first 10 years that we just outlined, very high level, we know that there are opportunities for funding and further investment. I say opportunity because I believe it is an opportunity for us as a state to continue investing in something that dollar for dollar has a higher potential output, economically speaking, than other investments that we have represented today. In addition to that, this also becomes a platform for private and corporate investment that we also don't currently have. So we know that after that first 10-year period, as outlined in the budget that we have identified as needed, we also have this evergreen annual funding required, but it ultimately represents this opportunity for further private investment being made into assets that the state would ultimately be catalyzing. And with that, I'll turn it over to Jill.
Thanks, Taylor. So key phase 1 planning, you see a laundry list of pretty big things that need to happen to get this thing off the ground. And with that comes, will you do the next slide? A lot of unknowns. We don't claim to know we have every answer because we don't. But we are committed to involving the right people, the right team members that do have the expertise to carry out execution. And that very well could fall on the shoulders of some of you. You might have the expertise, or you might have the connections, or you might have the friendships of the people that would make the most sense to be involved. And we've started some of those conversations already. We've had several meetings with people that might fit an advisory capacity with federal experience in this area and global market experience, because that's what it's really going to take, the best and the brightest. Next slide. So just to wrap up what we've went over today, we know we need to continue to push on diversification. And our intervention involves research and development in a tech-focused approach. So get product to commercialization. We're proposing this greater idea of Wyoming Labs, which is that research institution with wraparound services, the infrastructure that is needed when that private sector spinoff occurs is a necessary piece of this pie. It's a really critical component that Taylor touched on. And then again, this isn't to crank out academic papers. It's really to drive commercialization and accelerate those startups. I hope you feel confident in what we've been presenting today. I know it was really high level, and there's a lot more detail. We are happy to have conversations and share. We look forward to the questions. And then the rest of the service team is going to talk about the other pieces that come into play as we try to put something like this on the ground and feed it and make it grow. So we'll talk about education efforts, Main Street, broadband, and other services. So I think with that, we'll conclude. If you have any questions before we move on.
Questions? Joe?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Jill Taylor, thank you for the presentation, and exciting to see where this is coming. It seems like we've been having conversations for a long time about needing Wyoming and perhaps the higher education in Wyoming to be focused on the applied application of research versus research for research's sake. And so fully in support of the concept and like this. For many of the members of the council, we're new. Some of us, like me, probably lack attention span to really be up to speed on some of these things. Mr. Durrell said you've been working on this for years. And so it might be helpful to give us sort of that timeline. When did you start working on this? What did that look like? What's the timeline? How did we get today? So it doesn't feel like this all of a sudden was boom, here it is. And then the other thing that might be helpful is to give us some examples of your research on other laboratories across the US, and what their origins were, how they established. So Idaho National Labs, Oak Ridge Laboratories, there's some in the Midwest and other places as well. But those would be the two questions I would really ask.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Schaefer, thank you so much for those questions. I think in a lot of ways, all three of us can answer various aspects of that question or those questions. Jill had mentioned the Kansas City mission trip. That was a strategic initiative to understand what economic clusters look like and what's needed in order for those ultimately to start and be successful through time. That happened 2 years ago. Timeline is always hard, right? So that would be one initiative that falls underneath that greater umbrella. Jill can speak to some of the other mission trips that she has taken over the years, not only domestically, but internationally. We have done a lot of work in this space to look at these different spaces as they pertain to those economic clusters and what it really takes for those to be thriving. So that really has led us to this broader scope of the project and how we feel this is appropriate given the data that and the economic analysis that Eric presented. Speak to any of that.
Yeah, I'll just add that it kind of goes back to when I first started for me, and the way of working by looking at what is the real problem. Why aren't we growing in a certain market, and what are the barriers to that? You guys have heard us talk about that a lot. And as certain projects would come before us, we would focus on them for a certain amount of time. And when we would focus and continue to dig in on the problem, it would uncover the causes, and we would follow those. And I would say specific to this project, it goes back almost 4 years for a team that really focused on research and development. So that approach definitely changed over time. It was initially looking at controlled environment agriculture. That's why your agribusiness person is sitting here. And then it evolved over time, and we kept unfolding the causes and saying, man, this is really more foundational than we thought. And wow, we need more people. We need more jobs to make this work, and really technical pieces of it as well. And that's why we would go to different places and make sure what we were seeing was real. So I hope that helps. And then with the lab piece, Eric can talk to that.
Yeah, certainly. So you may have noticed in the presentation that we cited 2 examples that are very, very successful of applied research organizations, Fraunhofer and in Germany, and the Organization for Applied Scientific Research in the Netherlands. The Germans with Fraunhofer, they're incredibly successful at executing that kind of model of let's build a research institution that has deep linkages, deep cooperation with industry, that spins out a lot of technology, is really focused on commercialization. So that, operationally would be closest to the model that we have in mind, but there are also examples of institutes and research organizations in the US that have been, successful in certain regards as well, and that would be useful to draw on. Certain specific research fields, like what happens in critical minerals, there's established activity, of course, at various national labs like Ames and Idaho National Labs, and we know that there are operators of these labs that really know how to do this kind of thing very well. At the same time, there are other places that, for example, like the Southwest Research Institution is a large research institution that does a lot of contract R&D, working very closely with industry. So there's really a variety of different models that are relevant to learn from. even quite honestly, the engineering departments of some of these universities and more successful peer communities, it's worthwhile looking at the kind of research activity that they engage in and how they have managed to spin off various things. You can think of examples like the photonics industry in Bozeman, like the aerospace industry in Logan, Utah. And the idea with setting up a dedicated applied research institution would be to draw all of these lessons and set up the institution to function in hopefully the most successful way possible so that it can maximally take in that research, commercialize it, and then incubate that newly commercialized set of companies in order to create a flourishing entrepreneurial environment in Wyoming in tech.
Thank you. Other questions?
Mr. Committee Chair, one of the things we've talked about, and we heard Josh talk about, sense of urgency, time frame, all those sorts of things. And what comes to mind is that I think it's incumbent upon us to, well, let me back up. I reflect back to when President Kennedy said he wanted to land a man on the moon within the decade. Very inspiring. I think it transformed what the nation looked like. But part of that, I think, is he needed to set the population of the U.S. up for the acceptance of failure in the process. We've all seen those NASA videos with the rockets going off and blowing up off the thing. It's pretty easy to say, well, this is impossible. And so I think it's incumbent on us and maybe the Business Council to convey the fact that the faster we go, the more failure we're going to have, but we're going to be moving the needle all the time. And so not so much a question, just a statement, if we're going to go fast, we're going to have to deal with the repercussions of this learning cycle of testing and scaling. So.
Mr. Committee Chair.
Alyssa.
Thank you. And perhaps not a question, but just an analysis of my own in listening to your presentation. I really appreciate your critical analysis of our situation and then strategizing a plan and recognizing the structures that are most successful to motivate and implement these things moving forward. I recently attended the Idaho National Lab, and one of their comments was, who is doing things in critical minerals and technology? This is an element that's missing, not only from the national scope, but really, if we want to play globally, we're not just Wyoming, confined to Wyoming. We're a nation, we're a global economy, many bigger players. So I appreciate you looking at demand and not just deciding that we should keep producing things in areas where we've typically been the supply in the past, where there is no demand for such things. There's definitely a demand in this area. And then just being willing to make a change and pivot. When I taught my business classes in school, we would talk about Blockbuster and Hastings. Loved going to Blockbuster and Hastings, although I had many late fees. So I was really glad when Netflix came on board. That was a different model, a different plan moving forward. And Netflix has continued to adjust to the reality of the landscape that they're in. So once again, I just appreciate innovative ideas to moving the economy forward.
Jason, Mr. Committee Chair. In some recent opportunities I've had to talk with technology strategists, they're talking about this technology revolution that's coming, and they're comparing it to the Industrial Revolution and the impact that it has had on not only on our nation, but on the world itself. So I can totally appreciate the need and the forward thinking of this R&D research facility. The question that I have, though, is regarding the funding. I can see definitely the need for the seed money to get it off the ground, get it going. But the $50 million requirement in perpetuity annually, is there not a way that we can look at making this more self-sufficient? Or is there the ability to decrease what that impact on either the state or supported funds is going to be?
Thank you for highlighting that. That's something we are actively exploring, and we are excited about the opportunity for after we do the government intervention for the market to respond. And at that point, it's our hope that private investment and corporate partnerships do carry that load. The state might want to keep interest in it too. I don't know. So I think the advisory group, whatever that looks like, we're still exploring what that governance model is. But I think that group that is keenly equipped with the expertise and the past experience will find a solution there.
Mr. Drill.
Mr. Committee Chair, thank you. And Jill and Taylor and Eric, thanks for the presentation. Can you talk a little bit more about the team that you're building right now to move into the next phase? I know you touched on the project management plan at a pretty high level, but can you talk a little bit more about some of the, maybe not individuals by name, but the folks that we're pulling in to develop the next steps?
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Durrell, thank you for the question. In a lot of ways, this project builds off of many foundational components that we've been working on for years, including relationship building through various projects like Startup Wyoming and those formalized, more or less relationships that we've been developing through these projects. I think that represents opportunity for us to continue working with them moving forward. In addition to those, we have been doing a lot more outreach to folks that we wouldn't necessarily talk to or work with as in depth, including legislative staff, including partners at the university. I think this project and others like it, or the things that have led to it, I should say, have ultimately been an avenue for us to start those conversations, to start working more closely and more collaboratively in a real tangible way and have tough conversations, honestly. Pushback is real. And as Jill mentioned, we're not afraid of saying that we don't know all of the nuances of this project, and it will require those relationships and those tough conversations and pushback in order for us to get to the best possible place.
Beth.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I have two, I guess, areas of observation here, and I guess a question to my second. The first area of observation that I have is to take you back clear to slide 30, which is like my favorite slide on the planet. This is just a great slide, and Eric knows how much I love this slide. But this is a side note to the focused conversation that we're having on energy and on tech. I do want us to continue to pay attention to the fact that Wyoming really lags in education, health, and social services. And that's not something that we've been talking about today, but I think it's necessary for us to point out that there are impacts when the red dot of Wyoming is clear over on the left, that we have a loss of productivity and absenteeism that then translates into other industries in Wyoming. We have out-migration of services, which is then essentially a double whammy in that Wyoming individuals are helping those neighboring states to grow in their GDP. And I think when you have a robust healthcare industry, there are links to the tech industry. The solution may not be what we're proposing today as a solution to some of these other problems, but I would be remiss if I didn't point that out. I guess my question is unrelated to that. There was discussion kind of starting in slides 45 or so about the limitations that academia has. But I do know that that the university, like at the School of Energy Research, is talking about some of these same things. And at some point, I think there needs to be more specificity for us and others about where their stuff ends and where ours begins, or what the coordination would be to answer the question, why not just grow what they're doing at SER?
Thank you for that question. And Eric, do you want to jump in on that specific SER question?
Yeah, certainly. So, SER, we've even actually talked to Holly Krika a little bit, and what we hear from Holly is that within the university, they've managed to carve out a little bit of a niche where they can spin off some activity and commercialize some activity, but they're still seeing a lot of it go and leave the state and, set up shop in Fort Collins or what have you. We think that this kind of an effort would actually be strongly complementary to the activity at UW and SER. It's just that it would fulfill a different role in the life cycle of technology commercialization, and it would put a lot of money very directly into research that is aimed purely at commercialization. No matter where you are at UW, there's at least some very important focus on basic science and publishing academic papers. And it's not that those things are useless. Quite the contrary. Of course, we need basic science to advance technology and advance our society. It's just that is a little bit of a separate role that creates new scientific paradigms. Whereas if we're trying to take an intervention that is aimed at, as rapidly as we can, creating scaled up technological spin-off and commercialization in Wyoming, then the focus should be a little bit more applied. We shouldn't be, just massively funding per se, completely blue sky research where there is a significant focus on publishing academic papers. We also, would probably note that the fields that are covered by this kind of proposal are collectively important. A major point here was to say, well, let's bring together R&D commercialization that is looking at critical minerals, including processing, where there is a large capabilities gap in the US. But let's also bring in those significant downstream tech industries where, even SER, which is, I would say, more successful than other parts of the university at commercialization, they don't have a play in things like aerospace and computer science and electronics that have been so successful in some of these regional peer communities around Wyoming. So I guess collectively, it's that the function is a little different. It's more economically oriented, and it's to address a handful of fields that have direct industry relevance, direct industry application.
Joe.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. And I just want to reinforce where I think Ms. Worthen was going. Well, I appreciate what Eric says and agree. And I think that in many ways, the proposal makes sense for Wyoming where it's at. There are cases, including examples that you've given, like Bozeman and Montana State University, where this type of activity can be tied deeply to university research. The question we have is, how do we use this to catalyze some of that culture change in the approach of research at the university? Because at the end of the day, if we have both, we will be far better off than if we just try to supplant that and say, stay in your lane. And so my hope is that conversation, and the hope is that we catalyze change so that the university becomes more adept at focusing its research on commercialization and the applied application than just assuming that they will just do one thing and we'll do another thing.
That's a really great point, Joe. I mean, a lot of these kinds of organizations that I previously mentioned, they do cooperate with universities. I mean, they have a really commercialization and industry focus, but they do have lots of opportunities for researchers from universities to come in, and that way they actually have a place and potentially even funding to go and execute those ideas. So I think that it's not strictly a stay in your lanes kind of situation. I didn't mean it to portray it that way, just that they have different focuses. But I do think there are important synergies where it would create actually opportunities for researchers at the University of Wyoming to go to that next step and try to bring products to market, try to commercialize that technology.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I might jump on that as well. Dr. Schaefer, so Dr. Krutka has been involved and will continue to be involved on the team that we're mentioning. And again, we realize that there are, challenges about duplicating efforts and folks not being coordinated. And, in our concept of team of thousands and team of folks who sometimes might feel like we're competing and whatnot, we feel like bringing them together is the key. And Dr. Krutka has actually been incredibly helpful in helping us understand what SER's role is, what their goal is, and how they've been able to grow over the last few years under her leadership and ways that we can work together. I think what we're seeing is that we do need a catalytic event to maybe create some of that change you mentioned. And I do think that there are opportunities over the next few years to make that stronger and to look at the foundational elements. Not to toot our own horn, but we think we're pretty good at peeling the onion down to the core of a problem. And anytime we can interface with other institutions or other agencies to do that, we're going to do it. And I think that's not just something that we like to do. I think it's a responsibility that we have to the state. And so I'm glad we're asking these hard questions about where do we overlap, where should we overlap, and how do we work better together, as it is absolutely the key. And when you think about the idea that we always fall back on in Wyoming is again this idea of, well, where do we split the pie? And what I think we're saying is, let's make that pie bigger so that SER can do more, so that there's a really close coordination with this next entity, and maybe it is a super entity at some point that includes them. We just don't know, but I think we're pulling the people in to help guide us in that direction. And Dr. Krutka is absolutely one of those people that's going to be important.
Mr. Smith. Excuse me.
Just kind of an observational remark, as being one of the board members who did not grow up in Wyoming. I was actually lucky enough to grow up in the shadow of some of these laboratory type programs that were funded on a federal level in Golden, Colorado, where you've got NREL, USGS, NCAR, NOAA, all these agencies, but then also seeing the benefits of the research that's done there and the infusion of private funds. I mean, NREL, growing up in that, having friends who their parents worked there, now they are working for companies like Google, like Meta, like Siemens, who partner with these organizations. So I think to that point, Jason, your question of where do you find the follow-on funding, you create enough of the catalyst and you show the quality of the product working with things like Dr. Krutka with SER. You gain those private partnerships, you create those clusters. I think this is exciting. Seeing those lab things, seeing what wind turbines looked like in the early 90s to what they look like now. They tested them all on Highway 93 between Boulder and Golden. And seeing all of those and then seeing where that's developed and thinking, Wyoming's going to do this next. Heck of an opportunity. Thank you for all the work on this for all the years, and let's keep at it.
Mr. Committee Chair, I'm sorry, one more. I feel so inspired when I hear all of these comments. I spend a lot of time in workforce development, and that is another piece. If we have a national laboratory, the Idaho National Laboratory is willing to work with the state of Wyoming to engage students at their laboratory. That's great. It's a great opportunity. Having our own national laboratory, that's another way to reinforce and help implement the workforce development changes that we need. As we tie all these pieces together, it builds a much more solid foundation for all of the pieces moving forward.
Eric.
Yep. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Thank you both. It's exciting, interesting. And I know what you've done here is at a pretty high level. And there's a lot of details behind this, but I'm interested in the process that's gone on to get to this point. And I'm thinking about this a little bit like through the lens of like BRC in some ways. Like in this case, we're kind of the applicant in a way. And BRC projects are heavily scrutinized, as they should be, and this will be scrutinized and then some. And we're not obviously taking any action on it here, but just in general, I think my question, which will be hard to answer because I can't hardly formulate the question, is have we learned things in this planning process firsthand that we could leverage in BRC going forward in terms of applications and so on? Thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Ahrens, that's a great question. I think there are statutory restrictions to the BRC application for this type of thing. I don't know what those are, potentially not, but I think there's maybe some restrictions there. But I think when you talk about process and things that we've learned along the way and different ways that we can apply those learnings, I think it's worth noting that a lot of what we see on the ground, a lot of the work that I do, a lot of the things that I see through the work that I do on the ground ultimately are indicators. We have been running our SBIR matching program for a number of years. We recently brought back the Kickstart program. We've been working on these contracts to support startup services across the state. There's a lot of activity happening, and each one of these opportunities represents our ability to have a strong pulse on the activity that's currently happening. And I think the biggest thing that I have learned throughout this process, and how we can take an intervention approach, a more proactive approach that we're suggesting today, is ultimately we don't have the volume right now to be the catalytic change that we need for economic growth and diversification. This project represents an opportunity for us to address problems that we see now on the ground in a way that is less reactive and completely proactive. So we're able to have a pillar for change that also addresses some of the problems that we see in the rest of the environment across the startup ecosystem. So that would be one thing that I would see that we have learned and potential opportunities for investment there.
Mr. Law, did you have a question?
You got to ask. It's good.
So I have a quick question. So in the vein of where Ms. Worthen was headed, in one of the slides it talked about the research for research sake at institutions like University of Wyoming, but it didn't say that was plenary across all university structures. There are models that don't do that. What differentiates the two? What makes one advancing, thoughtful, solving real problems in the real world, and one that just tries to braid the hair of gnats? What's the difference?
Mr. Committee Chair, I might take that one.
Go ahead.
The short answer is I don't know. And I think that might be something that we can tackle at some point, is that what is the foundational or systemic changes that are required at a university like the one in Laramie. But I think today what we see is that this is additive, and this might illuminate some of those. And I think the way we're critical of ourselves and the way we help our partners be critical, have the confidence to be critical of themselves and the courage to stand up and say, maybe we've got another way of doing it. I think that's what we're hoping will happen as we work closer together with them and as we push forward with this particular initiative. That sounds like a fun challenge that a few of us have probably thought about over time, and we're willing to help.
Maybe I could add a couple of anecdotal observations here. You're definitely right to observe that some universities are better at spinning out commercialization than others. A lot of it comes down to tech transfer policies and the way that researchers are incentivized to publish versus commercialize technology in their careers. Some places famous examples include places like MIT and Stanford. They have very strong tech transfer offices that allow researchers to retain a large share of any royalties, any revenues from IP that they create in their tenure at the university. Some places might even consider when people are being considered for promotion or what have you, that they may even look at their record in patenting, not just their record in publishing. And in contrast, some universities are very, very focused on just rewarding publishing. It's not to say that, that's all the details that exist, but that's something that has come out, at least in some of the reading that I've done.
Cassie.
Mr. Co-Chair, I keep thinking about my work in community primary prevention, and what I'm hearing is like the evidence that is being collected and information that's being collected is informing strategies to set us up for that next step of intervention that is applied and targeted. That intervention down the road becomes prevention. It's a natural net that is established through the changes in the systemic adjustments that's made to propel us forward. So like everything that y'all are doing is falling in place with the things that make lasting impact. So this is exciting. Keep it up.
Other questions? Thank you. All right, so now the Services Committee will move into more of our traditional lane. I hope our preceding conversation becomes part of our core lane going forward. But Brandon, I'll turn it over to you for the update, and then we'll go into some of our existing services programs for discussion.
So I was sitting in the back thinking today is probably the day someone's going to get electrocuted on our microphone system. So I didn't think it was me, but anyway. Well, so I want to be, I guess, non-verbose, but that's not my nature here. But holy cow, what a conversation, guys. I think it's super exciting, the different things that are going on at the Business Council. I try to make it a habit to make sure everyone knows every time I speak out loud how long I've worked at the Business Council. But one of the things I think is really, really interesting today, I've worked at the Business Council for 22 years, and literally the last few weeks have probably been the most exciting time I can conceive of that we've had there for the things that we're working on right now, talking about, and the risks we're willing to take, which is then driving us hopefully towards inspiring Wyoming to think about things a little bit different, think about things that can be. So the other 22 years of my life, I was from LaGrange. And in 1992, one of the things that happened in LaGrange, a lot of things happened in LaGrange in 1992, strangely impactful year. But that was the year the Goshen County School District didn't have enough money to keep a school in LaGrange funded. And I was in 5th grade, so I wasn't wildly involved, but my parents were, everybody was. It was a huge deal. I don't think it was the best of times in Wyoming economically, and the small towns are feeling that. The high school in LaGrange closed, and it put a divide in the town, not an angry divide, a necessary divide. Some of these kids are going to go to school in Yoder. Some of these kids are going to go to school in Albin. It's just the little things like that that tear your small towns apart, the fabric of Wyoming. And I hadn't really been thinking a ton about that specific event on my life until the last few weeks. And we're talking about leading with courage and leading with an idea and an attitude of abundance. And you think about the things that growing up in Wyoming does to give you an attitude of scarcity, to be scared of taking risks, to know there's never going to be enough money, to know that you better use both sides of that paper because that could be an extra 10 minutes of your little school being open. And it's not right. And we have to get past that. And so I think a lot of what we're going to do too going forward beyond the specific projects is trying to build a coalition of people around the state that are from here that are going, what? I know we can do better, but I know I'm probably the only person to really take this hopeful look at what can we do. Let's use things like this lab project. Let's use all the different things that we can do that are going to make huge impacts, excite people for, what we can do. Because there are people in Wyoming who don't even know that they're sitting around thinking, we can't do this, right? We learned today we have a problem. We learned today that we know how to pay for it. We learned today that we know how to figure out what solutions are to some of these problems. And then we also learned that Brandon can lose his train of thought, right? And something really inspirational. But no, it's that we can do it. And I think that that's the bigger thing that people really need to realize. Nothing is impossible, and not in some cheesy philosophical way. Like, it is actually possible. We've taken a scientific approach to the last 2-3 years at the Business Council to see what actually works, and we can prove it. So let's just do it now. We know we're not. I love Josh's statement at one of the board meetings about populism and whimsy. We're not whimsy, dude. We know this. This isn't some business recruiting brochure that gets some of its facts wrong. This is real. This is our time. So what do we have to do? Going forward, we're not talking about school funding, but how do you keep an 11-year-old kid in LaGrange, Wyoming from thinking that he's always going to have to deal with not enough money, that he's always going to live in a state with potholes, that does chip seal on his roads instead of fixing the actual road? We just fake it. How do you prevent that? There's a lot of different ways, but one of the big things that we need to do in our boots on the ground, work at the Business Council, we got to do it right. There are ways to do things. There's ways to engage the communities. So that's sort of the next couple of things we want to talk to you about in services. Amber Power is going to come up, going to talk to you about a large project we've been working on with the council to work on basic economic growth education. How do we have trained people in communities around the state that know what to do, that can take the correct approach? She's going to talk a little bit about that. Then, sorry, I can't breathe. I genuinely have never been so excited about what we're doing that I hope you see this meeting as pivotal. It really is. I mean, this isn't, we're going to change the way we approach BRC. This is it. We can do this, right? But anyway, then after that, one of the really cool programs that we've had, I think virtually forever, is the Main Street program. Kay Leclerc, the manager, that's going to come up because it's so cool and all these things tie together so perfectly well. All these cool things we're talking about working, people are still going to need to live in our communities, and they're going to have great communities. And gosh darn it, Main Streets are so important to that. So that will kind of be, I believe, the rest of what we've got for the services committee. So Amber, if you want to come do your thing, and then Kayla will follow right after that, and you don't have to hear from me again. So thanks, guys. Mr. Committee Co-Chair, lest I forget, we also have a broadband update, so you do have to hear from me again. And it has slides.
Go ahead.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and Board, I'm so thrilled to be talking to you today about economic growth education. So as you saw on the last slide and have heard throughout the morning, there are a lot of ways where what we do here at the Business Council and what we're doing in our communities naturally feed in and work together in a synergy that creates massive impact and massive change. And so I'm really excited to be talking to you about that. One of the myths that was just on the screen was, I just spaced it. Can we go back? There we go. Solutions will just make more problems. And we know that anytime you start a home improvement project, if you've ever started a home improvement project, to fix one thing, there are always other things that go wrong, and that is called life. especially when we're dealing with very complex problems, things that are massive, those big, hairy, ugly problems that we need to start finding solutions for today. And so we cannot be scared that one solution is going to highlight other problems, because frankly, those other problems were always there and we need to address those as well. We can no longer hide from them. And in order to address more problems, we also need more people that have the skill sets, more people that have the know-how, more people that have the passion, and more people that have the tools to address those problems. And that is what we're working on as the economic growth education as we move forward with economic growth education. So why does economic growth education matter? So you might think that we planned this, but we really didn't. But I think it does highlight our tenacity and our core culture here in the state. So I remember growing up, and my grandma worked homesteaded. My great grandpa and great grandmother homesteaded on a small farm in southeast Wyoming. Now, this isn't a picture of my grandma, because they didn't have pictures like this in the 1930s and 40s. However, she used to tell me lots of stories about on that farm how they had to be innovative, they had to solve problems with what they had, and they always had to find the right tools. My grandma was one of the girls, but her name was Butch. Not really, her name was Rebecca, but my great-grandfather called her Butch because she was always the one, even though she was younger than her older brothers, to climb up the windmill to fix it. That was her job. She needed the courage to do so. She needed the tenacity to stand up there and fix what needed to be fixed. And she would oftentimes run into several problems that she had to figure out how to fix while she was up there. She didn't necessarily have all of the skills, the tool sets, but she made it work. And I think that's who we are at our core. I am so proud to be from Wyoming. And I think those of us that are here in the state and those of us that choose to come here have some things in common at our very core. We are filled with grit. We are filled with passion. We are filled with our pride and that we love our state, and we are tenacious. And we also can figure out how to get the hard things done. And that is not something that's changed over any years. That's just who we are at our core. But we also have to have the right tools. So speaking of tools, we know, because we always start with the problem first, that we don't always have a common understanding of economic growth and some of the foundational things that we need in order to grow our economies. And we also may lack access or understanding of the tools that we need in order to grow our economies, whether they be local or state. We have seen gaps in these know-how and the tool sets that make planning and actually creating that action a little bit harder. But there are several risks if we don't start moving forward, as we've talked about today. On a smaller scale, there are still risks in our local communities. If we do not continue to work a problem and do something to focus on growing our local economies, and we just don't understand the tools or not using the right tools, then we may start focusing on unsuitable projects, on projects that aren't actually tackling the real problem. We might have missed opportunities. And as someone even mentioned, we had some discussion earlier, we have some duplicative efforts. None of those things are efficient. And so we want to make sure that our communities and our citizenry and our leaders and people who are making decisions about growing our economy have the tools that they need to do so in the very best fashion. So we are focusing on what we are broadly calling an economic development toolkit. So I'd like you to think a little bit about a regular toolkit. There's lots of different tools that obviously are used for lots of different purposes, and that's what we are going to be doing with our economic growth toolkit. The very first thing we have to ensure is that these tools, whether they be concepts, whether they be processes, whether they be systems, or just a new way of thinking, are accessible, they have to be applicable, and they have to be impactful. And we've tested some of these ideas through over the last, several years. We're continually testing these ideas, and we're getting really good at delivering some of these tools. And we just continue to hope to get better and expand the toolbox for our Wyoming communities and leaders. So we need tools that help us understand the fundamentals. Now, I'm a reformed economics instructor or professor, and I don't even want to ask, and I would never poll my former students to see if they really could remember all of the concepts of how economies work and what it actually looks like when dollars start to flow through our economies and how things are spent. Because I don't know that we remember those things, those intricacies and those things from basic economics. You're laughing, Derek. Do you remember? Could you explain the concepts? That's why you're laughing. Yes. Okay. But because if we don't use those things, we lose those things. That's just natural. But if we're going to be making good decisions for our communities and for our state and for our industries, there are some things we may need to remember. Things like tradable income, things like how a dollar flows through our basic economies. And so we are going to be focusing on some of those fundamentals, but we also have to be able to kind of change our mindsets and how we think about problems and how we're addressing things and how we're going to be innovative. Because even though we know the fundamentals of how that windmill works, sometimes it doesn't break by the book. Sometimes there's not a YouTube video that will explain how we fix a specific problem. And we're going to have to innovate and I think get out the duct tape for a quick fix. But sometimes, even though duct tape is pretty amazing, it doesn't actually solve the problem. So we need to start thinking differently, asking better questions, which is what we've been doing at the Business Council for a long time. And you guys have always heard us say, especially, right, as Sarah mentioned, the past couple of years, we're learning about our problem. Well, we have to, because we want to tackle the right one, the one that's going to make sense for us in the long run. We also want to have tools that help us adopt better systems and better processes so that we're more effective, we're more efficient, and we're utilizing our resources and our skill sets to the best of our ability so that we can make better decisions. We also want tools that help us build stronger coalitions. So if we have those big, hairy, ugly problems, we want more people to help us solve those problems. And those coalitions are imperative. And as we've actually heard over at least the last 3 years, people in our state are not only willing to be part of the coalitions, they're asking to be part of the coalitions. We just have to provide the opportunity and the toolkit. So the tools that matter in our education component might be one-on-ones. So we have regionals, we have people from our investment team, we have people from our services team that sit down and do one-on-ones with people all over the state to help them walk through the BRC process, to help them walk through a strategic plan, to help them do a lot of other things, or just to learn some of those concepts. So we have tools that will work more effectively for those one-on-ones. And we have developed a curriculum where regionals can now go out to one-on-ones and help people one-on-one actually understand some of these concepts and help coach them through that. We also need tools that are one-to-many. These are our workshops. Things like A to A, things like the Academy, things like the conferences that we help sponsor, where we're reaching many people as we're providing concepts and allowing some practice and allowing some failure and allowing some coaching with those one-on-one coaching to follow up. We also, though, excitingly want to do many to many. And this is almost a grassroots effort. So Kayla in her Main Street, she's actually on our education team as well as our many people in the Business Council. Main Street just organically created a platform where they can trade ideas and learn from each other. Do mentoring, do coaching, swap ideas, and learn from each other. People from A to A have asked for the same thing. So people are wanting a many-to-many platform where we can all, again, work together toward the same goal, learn from each other, provide support, and have access to tools. These tools may be virtual. Again, it may be that people are able to look up something online. We'll have a virtual platform. So if they want to know something about how to, increase public engagement, there may be some tools available to them and they can then implement those tools. Others may need one-on-one or one-to-many coaching. So we are really developing curriculum and we're developing opportunities that are responsive to the needs of our citizenry because our citizens get it. We're not dumb in Wyoming. We understand things. We have tenacity. We have the smarts. We have the capability and we have the passion. If we also have direction and tools, we can literally make change, not just now, for forever. And that is our goal when we talk about economic growth toolkit. It'll be, and so when we talk about focusing on a culture of what if, and start thinking about innovation and what we can do instead of what we can't do, we can also provide, and it is our responsibility to help provide those tools to help make those what ifs possible so that we can continue to solve the problems not only of today, but foster a culture where we're darn good at solving the problems for tomorrow as well. Thank you. Happy to stand for questions.
Questions? Derek?
I just would like to make a remark. Apparently you can teach economics by YouTube because Mark, while we were sitting here, sent me a nice 31-minute video about how the economic machine works. But why I was laughing was Amber kind of the point of, yeah, I'm not surprised out of Mark either. I think what speaks to this point is a lot of people in college or in education who go into that economics class and you go, I dread this, or I don't understand this, or this is dry and I'm just doing this to get my degree. And I think the exciting part about what this education group's doing and what you're doing is instead going, here's the practical way to do it. Here's how we make it engaging. Here's how people want to get involved in Team Wyoming. And I like the last slide where it was all the different approaches, the one to many, many to many, really meeting people where they're at, how they need to learn it, and actually getting that education across. So the thought of econ is not just, oh, macro and micro, God, I'm so glad I got through those. But instead, it's actually how do we actually help grow the machine? So kudos to you, kudos to the rest of the team on that. I think it's fantastic.
Thank you so much, Mr. Smith. They do call it the dismal science for a reason, but what makes it very exciting and what makes it different from sitting in a classroom is that when it becomes the real world, things are different. So we're not just looking at the academic, what is economics? There are some fundamentals we may need to know, but we really want to learn how to apply it, and especially how to apply it in a rural area as Wyoming. And so we want to Wyomingize all of those tools so that, again, they're applicable and impactful.
Other questions?
Mr. Committee Chair, I had the opportunity to attend the assessment to action session with Amber just last week with people in Sweetwater County. And I can attest how powerful and instructive it was. And it's just like Mr. Smith indicated, it's the personal approach. You can watch a YouTube video, but where's the personal approach? Amber and the Wyoming Business Council team really bring that. I was very, very enthused and impressed with the workshop as it was conducted and took place. Amber, can you share with us some of the comments and feedback that you've had from different towns, and taking into perspective that our towns are so different across the state of Wyoming, small towns, large towns, people that probably don't have an education in business or economics, but that are being pulled from their day jobs to pull their communities together.
Certainly, we've had a lot of comments from people who have gone through A to A, but then also have worked directly with other of my colleagues at the Wyoming Business Council. I will just relay a story. I heard from one of my colleagues, Kaylee Hollifield, was working with one of her constituents, walking through a lot of these same concepts. And it's instant when the light goes on and you understand how those problems and breaking down those problems and understanding some of those basic concepts are so applicable. It gives you hope, for lack of better word, that you can find a solution and it's not dismal. And so it was really exciting to hear Kaylee just relay some of that. And I know that that happens almost every day or every week here at the Business Council with those one-on-ones that we don't always hear about. We've heard lots of comments about the academy. Somebody again mentioned it last week, that you have to go through the academy because it will literally change how you think and how you approach economic development or economic growth in our state. In A to A specifically, we have gone from, I think in LCCC, there was a statistic, and I think it was Dr. Schaefer that asked about that specifically, where we had 60% of our respondents say that they would use A to A in the process that they learned. Well, since then, and we've had subsequent A to A sessions, it's now up to 78%. So people are seeing value in our processes. People are seeing that these are actually working. Sheridan mentioned yesterday as well that they continue to work in their A to A team to help solve the housing problem. Because those A to A, not only is the process important, but it allows for locally driven solutions. And the people on the ground who understand their communities, the people on the ground who understand their problem in the very best way to come together, forming those coalitions and working together to help solve that problem in the best way they can for that community. So we're seeing some really good response across all sectors of the Business Council from what we're trying to do in education. And we're just hoping to expand on our successes and make it more accessible for everyone across the state. So I think what our next step is really to focus on, instead of just economic developers, which we've done in the past in our state, and focusing on economic developer education, we're expanding to the decision makers and also the people that have some impact on resource allocation for economic development. So do the boards understand that? Do the boards of economic development agencies understand economic development and how an economy works and what happens when you recruit a business versus grow a business? Some of those basics so that they can be armed with information to make really good decisions for their communities.
Other questions? Thank you very much. All right, Brandon, I believe we will move on to our Main Street discussions with Kayla. It's a very exciting time in that this is our joint meeting with the Main Street local boards, and we're excited to have you here to give us an update on not only that, but all the work that's been going on in the year that has passed since we last had this opportunity. So, Kayla.
Thanks, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. My name is Kayla Clare. I am the Main Street Program Manager. I've been in this role for several years now. And you've already heard a little bit about Main Street in reference this morning, so I feel like I have a lot to talk about and big shoes to fill. We talk a little bit about coalition building and sort of that grassroots approach, and Main Street really embodies that. What you primarily probably know Main Street as, thank you. What you probably primarily know Main Street as is a place in your community, a road. And, it is that, but it's also a brand. You might hear Main Street, capital letters, 2 words, talking about Wyoming Main Street or Main Street America, but it's also a strategy specifically around economic development. As a strategy, the Main Street approach really focuses on revitalization of downtown and commercial districts across the country, and of course in Wyoming as well. As a strategy, it's really dependent on volunteerism and partnerships as key components for its success. The strategy consists of 4 points. Those points are economic vitality, or economic development as we typically refer to it, organization, design, and promotion. The idea is that a Main Street program is working through and implementing programming or initiatives in each of these 4 points basically consecutively in order to foster success and create a resilient downtown. So talking a little bit about Main Street America, initially, the program and this approach as a brand was started almost 40 or over 40 years ago now. It was built, tested, and launched in several rural communities across the country, some out west, some in the Midwest, some out east, and really formulated by a group of passionate people who are interested in bringing the focus back to this core of our communities, this historic starting point. And now Main Street America, or the National Main Street Center, as you might hear it referred to, is the national nonprofit organization that serves as a partner to us at the state level. So they lead the movement through federal advocacy, funding opportunities, and resource development, as well as delivering services and education in communities in partnership with us through a field services team. One example of this is multi-day strategy development workshops, which we've recently done in the Northeast region of Wyoming, here in Sheridan and in Gillette as well, engaging community residents and partners to develop a strategy and direction for downtown to thrive for the next 3 to 5 years to come. So we've talked a little bit about Main Street on the national level. Wyoming is obviously not unique in having a Main Street program. There's probably 47 or 48 programs across the country now. Most live at a state level, but there are also some urban programs in larger cities across the country that work in partnership with Main Street America as well. Our vision in Wyoming is empowered communities with distinctive downtowns, resilient local economies, and dedicated local leaders. And some of the ways we do this is by delivering services and time and our staff into communities and working with individuals, strengthening relationships. We do offer some small grant programs for education, marketing, and data analysis, either specifically to the Main Street program or downtown or even the community as a whole. We also offer the best practices workshop, which is something I'll talk a little bit more about later and how that's going now. But essentially, it's a multi-day on-site learning experience, not only for local Main Street directors, but for local board members, maybe elected officials, volunteers, small businesses even, an opportunity for folks to learn from other programs across the country about what Main Street can mean in a variety of places. Other things we facilitate is network coordination. So Amber alluded a little bit to that natural, organic sort of mentorship model, and Main Street as a network is such a great example of ways that maybe longer standing community leaders can reach out naturally and share the experiences they've learned and help bring maybe folks who are newer to this field, whether it's economic development or community development specifically, and connect them to resources and even just make them not feel quite so alone in this upward battle of development in your community. Like I mentioned, we also work in strategy development and implementation, specifically with folks through Main Street America, to deliver a strategy sort of identification. And there are also other technical assistance sort of needs as communities have a desire or a need from us. We're happy to help tweak what we offer and have a conversation with them about how to move forward and how to make downtown a great place for them to thrive. So we have an established network of Main Street programs across Wyoming, 11 in total currently. And we designate those communities in partnership with Main Street America. So we have 3 levels of recognition in Wyoming. There's a candidate level, an affiliate level, and an accredited level. The affiliate and accredited levels are also a national recognition, whereas the candidate level is something we created, understanding that we wanted to fill a gap for folks or groups that were interested in learning about Main Street, but maybe weren't ready to dive in with both feet or head first or whatever you want to say, and wanted to give them just a little taste of what Main Street can be. So we established the candidate program or candidate level of designation. So in order to be designated as a Main Street program, it's a 2-part process. There's a self-evaluation each year for them to undergo, and then they also review the program and sort of what they've accomplished during the year with us as Business Council staff. And this process uses a set of standards developed by Main Street America. So this is a blanket set of standards that every state, every community across the country is utilizing the same set of standards to denote that affiliate or accredited level. So the candidate period, like I mentioned, is primarily self-guided. It's a year-long process that they apply to, and it's really just an introduction to the network, some of the virtual meetings that we host, as well as providing them a roadmap of things that they can accomplish over the course of a year. There's an affiliate program level, which receives mostly technical assistance from us. So they are at that phase as a community or as a program where they're interested. They really believe in it. They think that this strategy is applicable to them and can really help change their downtown. They're practicing the 4 points of Main Street, but they have a long way to go in terms of education and sort of learning this model and being able to implement it long term. So a lot of our focus is on the training, the education, building knowledge and capacity for them to feel confident in leadership and technical expertise, and be able to grow their team locally as well, bring in more people to this Main Street action. And then that highest level of accreditation is really reserved for the impactful, long-term, mature downtown programs. So they've been practicing Main Street for a number of years. They possess the knowledge, the technical knowledge of what Main Street is, and they're at a point where they're reaching out to maybe some of these candidate or affiliate communities and bringing them along, like I said, and are really serving in a mentor capacity. So they've surpassed the point in which we need to teach them any education and are primarily eligible for more of our funding and pilot programs and grant programs instead. All of our Main Street programs have a level of expectation or requirements to meet around sustainable organizational practices. So having a board of directors that's representative of your community and continuing to engage different groups in the community to understand the direction in which downtown needs to go. We also ask for planning and sort of a budgetary analysis, but really communities hold the reins in terms of what sort of programming or impact they're going to have. So one of the unique things about Wyoming Main Street in comparison to some of our other programs is that not only do we have a national nonprofit partner, but we also have the Main Street Advisory Board. I think you'll recognize a few of these faces behind me and next to you. This is a 7-person advisory board that is established by statute through the governor's office. And these folks basically inform and advocate for Main Street in Wyoming. Some serve or have experience with the local Main Street program. Others have other sort of community development or civil service experience and represent communities from across the state, from Rock Springs to Cheyenne to Sheridan and everywhere in between. Main Street is not possible without partnerships, like I mentioned. And at a local level, partnerships are key between a local chamber of commerce, for example, a local economic development organization, the Main Street program, individual businesses, property owners, residents, the list goes on. And the same applies at our level, at the state level in partnerships. We don't exist in a silo and certainly don't work in one. And so we've worked with so many partners over the years, it's impossible to list them all here. But I do want to give you a little taste of the folks we have worked with, especially recently. Of course, our most active partners are local Main Street programs. They're the ones doing the work. We're facilitating some of the education and the technical direction and empowering them with tools. But again, they hold that sort of power to what downtown and what their communities look like. We also work, of course, closely with Main Street America. And recently, we've been working with the State Historic Preservation Office and the Alliance for Historic Wyoming in regards to historic preservation. But in the past, we've also worked with Wyoming Pathways, the Arts Alliance, state parks, the Humanities Council, the State Chamber, independent consultants, and many more. So we've talked a little bit about what Wyoming Main Street is and the structure and sort of the people that we work with, but I think it's helpful to talk a little bit about what a local program is actually doing on the day-to-day basis. So like I mentioned, what makes Main Street different is not only this 4-point strategy, but also that it's primarily downtown focused. So in a lot of communities, who do have a Main Street program, you'll see a Main Street organization taking on most of the authority within that downtown district, but working in partnership with a chamber of commerce to work, support businesses outside of that downtown district, and also working with the local economic development organization. So it's this sort of multifaceted approach to economic development in a community, not only from a jurisdiction perspective, but a geographical perspective. The community, again, decides how, when, and what to implement. They determine what their work is. They engage the community and its residents and really create an environment that all have use for and enjoyment of. A Main Street program can be within a municipality as an extension, like a downtown development authority or an urban renewal agency. Sometimes it's a dedicated just city staff person if they do have a staff person within a program, but sometimes it can be a standalone organization too, maybe a nonprofit or even just an informal group of volunteers. There are current designated programs that fall into all of those categories. And so one of the things we don't dictate or don't ask for is any specific structure, because we recognize that rural Wyoming is different in every corner. The capacity is different. The sort of support among sectors is different. And so we want to be able to ensure that Main Street is accessible to every type of community, no matter how big or how small. A program is city level, not county level. And a lot of that reasoning is because of measuring the impact of the work you're doing, of course, as well as just limited capacity within an organization or a community at large. There's only so many people to do the work. And I think a lot of times we hear about those same 10 people. And while it's, I know, a mission of a lot of ours to grow that team, we also need to recognize that where we stand now, there is a challenge of limited capacity and people power. And so we're working with what we can and being positive about it and supporting communities no matter how big or small. The program and the community decides how to implement the 4 points. Like I mentioned, we provide mostly guidance on how to formulate and build their organization, but we do also connect them with ideas and resources around these other points like design, economic vitality, and promotion. And to give you some more examples, Main Street A Main Street program is beautification, it's business retention and expansion, it's development and restoration, it's community gathering, historic preservation, all of these things, but all within the context of downtown. So I wanted to throw some examples up here of things that communities are doing currently to demonstrate what those 4 points are. For example, events and promotion is a big component of Main Street programs and likely the one you're most familiar with, honestly. A great example is Third Thursdays here in Sheridan. A program might play a role of bringing residents to downtown, increasing foot traffic, encouraging retail spending, and even establishing networking opportunities, not only for residents, for business owners too. They might play a role of redevelopment, so championing for infill and development projects, creating and advocating for mixed-use spaces, being involved in conversations around housing and retail spaces. An example of this is in Laramie, if anyone's familiar with the Empress Building, a former Wyoming Business Council project, partially funded, and consists of a retail space on the bottom with a food co-op, as well as upper story apartments. Laramie Main Street was also a big partner and sort of advocate in this and took on the housing management role as well. And of course, there's beautification and walkability. So creating a place where you feel safe to walk. It's pedestrian friendly, it's aesthetically pleasing, the buildings are well kept. And an example of this is in Gillette with some of their seasonal sidewalk decor and streetscape improvements. So last, I want to talk a little bit about the impact and sort of current initiatives that we've been working on. For some of you, you've heard a little bit about what Wyoming Main Street has done before, and for some of you, you might be brand new to this. So first and foremost is the Best Practices Workshop that we're known for. This has been going on for about 15 years and counting, so certainly not something that is my invention, but something that I inherited and is really unique to our program and our state. No other Main Street program in the country offers a workshop like this. So each spring, the National Main Street organization hosts a conference for folks, not only state coordinators or program managers like me at the state level, but also for our local directors. And it moves around the country. It's typically hosted in an urban location, a large city. And, we recognized in the creation of this workshop that learning from urban communities is great, but it's not the Wyoming way. It's not replicable in a town of 2,000. And so this workshop is a 2-day bus tour, essentially, for local Main Street sort of investors, practitioners, interested individuals to attend and see some rural communities across the country. Learning from other Main Street programs, hearing about the projects they've put on, seeing it in person, and learning the things that didn't go well. That's the important part, is what would you do differently next time? And I couldn't even recount to you the number of ideas from local programs in participating in this workshop that have come back to Wyoming and implemented something they saw in some way. And I think that testifies to the success of whether it's the format or just the folks that we're asking to host our Wyoming contingency, or maybe both. It's something that I think we're most well known for, and something that a lot of former participants say that they'd love to attend again and again. It's that pivotal learning experience for them. So I wanted to extend a formal invite to all of you for next year. So the National Main Street Conference will be held in Tulsa, Oklahoma in mid-April 2026. But in addition, we host this workshop just before that. And so we'll be touring some rural Oklahoma Main Street communities. That'll be April 10th and 11th. We'd love to have you. It's really the best way to not only meet Wyoming folks in a condensed way that are doing this work locally, but also see what it looks like on a national scale. So.
Okay, and I'm going to interject on you, Kayla. Mark just asked me, and I think it's important. I've been lucky enough to go on a couple of these best practices trips. it's a fantastic opportunity, not just to see what's going on in other communities around the country, but to really network with our communities and the people who are doing the work in Wyoming and to get a great understanding. So I would love to challenge all of you to at least take 30 seconds, look at your schedule. This is a Friday, Saturday on the 10th and 11th. Traveling from Wyoming to Tulsa is really easy. Sadly, I've been doing more of traveling to Oklahoma than I care to admit lately. Super easy. Look at your schedules. This would be a fantastic opportunity. I know Caleb would love to have a few of the business council board members, if we can make it happen, really go on this trip and really learn about it. And also show to our communities the investment that we have a business council board in our Main Street communities as well. So sorry to jump in on you, but I'll hand it back. I just wanted to make that known.
Yeah, thank you. Uh-oh, I backed it up and I ruined the meshing here of our clicker. Oh, there we go. Okay. Other things we've been working on, this Wyoming Blocks pilot program is something that's been sort of underway for a few years now, and we're seeing it come to fruition, and I just feel more and more excited about it. So to give you a little context of what in the world this is, it was a pilot program and really an idea that formulated in the spring of 2023. We came to the Business Council Board in the fall of 2023 with sort of a idea in mind and just sort of a game plan, I suppose, and went through an application and selection process. We ended up selecting one community, which is Rock Springs, to implement this program. It was really an inspiration or an iteration from some of the former programs we've had at the Business Council, as well as some of what our partners have done in the past, taking these different concepts of things like placemaking, thinking about a problem-driven approach first, thinking about tangible ways to teach community engagement and hearing from voices that don't always show up to a board meeting or engage with you online, but still working in the realm of Main Street, downtown, and taking this 4-point approach into a single block of a community. And so that selection/application process involved the applicants initially identifying a block in the community that they wanted, or in downtown that they wanted to work on and sort of learn this process. And in selecting Rock Springs, they had selected the 700 block of Rock Springs. And our role initially was really a coaching one, education. Like I've said, a million times already in this presentation, that's our primary role. So we helped the group identify and engage with stakeholders on the block, ask them, what is it about the 700 block of downtown Rock Springs that you feel like as a Main Street entity needs to be addressed first and foremost. And from there, they recorded some ideas. And then from there, they went to the folks on that block, the property owners, the business owners, any other sort of stakeholders, and asked them the same question. What do you love about this spot, this place? Why do you stay here? Why are you engaged here? But what needs to change as well? An additional thing that I find really cool about this program is that so much of the reason why the people on this block were not engaged was a language barrier. Most of them were primarily Spanish speaking and spoke very little English. And the Rock Springs Main Street program identified and recruited a board member who was bilingual and had a lot of experience already with these folks, and served as that primary contact point to cross that language barrier and get those answers to those questions, and continued to be that facilitating sort of ambassador between the work that Rock Springs identified as a Main Street program and what the stakeholders on the block wanted. And they've done a variety of things through this project. Or through this pilot program. They implemented a clean team. One of the problems that they identified around this block was that it didn't feel safe, it didn't feel clean, it didn't feel inviting for a whole variety of reasons. But one of them or one of the solutions was implementing this clean team, which is a gal that runs around downtown and specifically this block cleans up trash, but she also serves as an ambassador from the Main Street program or sort of downtown as an identity to people she sees on the street. So she gives directions to folks if they look a little lost, or, you know, just says hi to people, checks in if she's going to a business. And it serves as a really great way for that community connection. But they've also worked on several facade programs or improvement projects as well. The 748 Pilot View Avenue is just the third now, but there's more to come. So this was a vacant building that was identified in their first stakeholder meeting as sort of contributing to that perception of uncleanliness or unsafeness. And the business owners, you know, had seen some of the other work on the block had already been done, whether that was painting some rundown buildings or, you know, cleaning the streets. And they thought, hey, we're going to chip into this. We're going to help revitalize this area, and did some facade improvements to this building you see here. Both inside has been renovated and the outer, as you can see, and there's now a business that resides in there. They love the results so much that they also own the building just next door and are planning to renovate that as well. So this really is a great example of a catalyst approach where you are starting small with just one building or, you know, one clean team person, but it magnifies in so many ways. And the other thing that they worked on is some unique district branding. So you notice two logos here. They've split their district, which if you're familiar with downtown Rock Springs, you know that there's a railroad that runs right through the middle of what is their designated downtown. And one side of the tracks has been rebranded sort of based on that stakeholder input and what they wanted as a unique identity to the Las Americas Hispanic District. And then there's also the rail side Arts and Culture District now on that south side of the railroad. So they both have an opportunity to sort of own those districts and increases their visibility, not only to locals, but to visitors. And I'm sure there's more to come from this program. So you'll notice under the community investment, there's a call out. It was a $30,000 grant that we also offered as part of this pilot program. Like I mentioned, our primary role was coaching, but we also wanted to help kickstart some of this larger investment. So over the course of 2 years, we invested $30,000 of grant funds, but in return, you can see it offered over $100,000 in local investment, both private and public combined. And this comes in the form, like I said, of some of these private building renovations, and this comes in the form of public improvements through like parking lots and restriping and creating a space not only for people, but for cars too. One of the other things that we launched in November of last year was a support local initiative, and something that's really important to local Main Street programs across the state and really across the country is this idea of supporting local business, particularly Small Business Saturday, which takes place the Saturday after Thanksgiving. And so we had a proclamation signed for Small Business Saturday in November 2024, but we also wanted to take it a step further and create sort of a branding push around supporting local. We intentionally left it vague, not saying, you know, support local business, even though we very much believe in that, because we wanted to have this apply not only to businesses, but to arts organizations, to local food, to supporting your local nonprofits, supporting your local community, even through things like volunteering. We wanted it to be focused on more than just the financial aspects of it, and focused on other ways you can give back as well, which can be through your time and philosophical support too. And I really feel like this is just the beginning. It has potential for a variety of partnerships. And like I said, goes beyond just that retail business support. It's a call to action to support really anything local that you might have a personal passion for. So we'll continue building on this initiative in 2026 and beyond. One of the last things that I wanted to mention here, I'm not going to play these today, but there should be a link in your materials for you to watch these on your free time if you haven't already. 2024 marked 20 years of Wyoming Main Street, and we wanted to do a little something to tell our story and bring it to the forefront of people's minds again. And so we had a series of videos produced. This first one is sort of an overview, a teaser trailer, I suppose, for what Wyoming Main Street is. But then we also did a series of community videos with a few different communities across the state. All three of the communities featured here are accredited communities in partnership with a local business. So hearing not only about the community side and the sort of Main Street program perspective, but also local businesses and how they work together and what success can look like with the Main Street approach. So take a watch if you haven't already. And then I want to wrap up with some numbers. Of course, we all love numbers and data. So one of the requirements or asks that we have of Main Street programs is reinvestment reporting. So they keep track of and self-report numbers back to us in relation to business activity in their downtown districts. And we utilize this information, obviously here in this case, as well as to the legislature in our legislative report. We also report this to Main Street America to help continue demonstrating the impact of Main Street programs across Wyoming. So this is a fiscal year 25, so this runs from July of 2024 to June 30th of 2025. And features 11 new businesses that have opened across the state just in our designated communities, creating 28 new jobs, almost $9 million of private investment happening across the state. And again, this is just our 9 formally recognized communities as affiliate and accredited. I think there's always the potential for more. And when I say more, I mean more programs to contribute to this number. And like I mentioned, volunteerism is such a huge component of Main Street and the sustainability of it. There's almost 12,000 volunteer hours that have been given over the course of this last fiscal year. And that equates to almost $500,000 in value. So there's a lot going on in our programs and in downtowns. One of our big beliefs is that Main Street is for everyone, not only as a location, but as a program and as an approach. So with that in mind, I've got 3 sort of action items that we're working on into this next year and figuring out tangible ways to bring not only developing more programs for downtowns that we're already working with, but we really want to extend Main Street into more communities. It's obviously a very cool tool. You've heard other programs or other folks up here talk about it. Obviously, I'm excited about it. And I believe that whether you implement all 4 points and establish a formal organization, or just take bits and pieces of what I've talked about today, all is valuable in the realm of what we can do to build a better Wyoming. And one of the biggest priorities I have is to keep building that Team Wyoming. So with that wraps it up. I'll take any questions.
Kayla, thank you very much. Any questions?
I just have, as liaison, I have to make a statement, Ryan. I apologize. I think a couple things I want to really call out. One of which, any other state program, any other one of these more urban programs, your staff isn't a staff of 1. Your staff is a staff of 10 or 20 or 30. So what Kayla's been able to do here in Wyoming with a staff of 1 and with the support of the remainder of the business council staff is nothing short of amazing, in my opinion. And seeing what we're coming up with, examples of the designation levels. On the national level, they dictate what is an accredited program. They don't dictate the framework of how do you get there. They don't dictate all of the steps that have been created by Kayla and the Main Street Board to be able to go to communities and say, you want to become a program, great. Not just here's the requirements, but here's the requirements and here's a roadmap and here are the people to talk to and here's how you can do it. So it's a pretty unique thing. It's a lot of effort. I want to make sure to call that out as a huge thing for Kayla and also the other members. I'm looking at Amber in the back has been hugely important with this too. We talk a lot about removing barriers to growth. Main Street's a fantastic way to do this, especially for our smaller communities. It's amazing the times that a $1,500 grant to a community can help them to get moving, or to be able to have a regional step in with Amber and spend half a day with a board and talk through how do we strategically plan for your future. And really, these are ways that we can get the flywheels moving in our downtowns of our communities, which really are the heart of a lot of our communities in Wyoming. And if we can get the downtown to get kicked off and having positive momentum, then that spreads into the rest of the town and you get more industry, more jobs, et cetera. Like we saw, we're talking nine communities and almost a $9 million investment, private investment. Main streets are working if you can get $1 million invested in your downtown over a year. So just really wanted to acknowledge those couple things. The last item that's exciting and something Kayla's worked for a while, and we're continuing to, part of these programs are to provide the tools to communities, even if they don't want to move into being a full-blown, full tilt Main Street program, the tools are still accessible. And continuing to make that available to communities to reach out and go, we may not be able to support this because we're a community of 500, but we really like what this model looks like. Instead of saying, nope, you can't do it, it's the opposite. It's great. Here are the tools, apply this as best you can. Let us know how we can help you and help you best. So just kind of wanted to give a little bit of that framework and kudos to Kayla and the rest of the team, because it's a pretty large effort.
Thank you, Mr. Smith, and thank you, Kayla. Thank you to the other members of the advisory board who have been here all morning. We are grateful for that and for your continued service in that capacity. And Kayla, Derek told me last night that the meetings yesterday were very productive and he enjoyed them very much. So it's great. Yeah, go ahead.
I would be remiss if I didn't comment as well, being from the Rock Springs, Green River area. It is notable and noticeable what has happened and what's been done. It's very motivating when Main Street gets cleaned up. Main Street looks different and it spurs other groups to get together to implement changes in many other ways. So Main Street's a great place to start. Looks great. Well done.
Thank you, Kayla.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, are we going to plow forward?
Okay, real quick, our esteemed leader had to step out because he's such a popular guy over at the chamber. We have the broadband, I think, is I think based on what I understand thus far, I think we can keep going, and even though we're behind, and we'll be breaking at lunch.
Great, Mr. Co-Chair. So with that, we will bookend the Esteemed Services Committee with Mr. Marshall coming back to provide us an update on the BEAD program, which has been a significant lift and investment across 2 broadband directors and multiple individuals who have been leading that effort. So this is actually a very exciting time because we're finally getting those funds out the door with significant matches you'll hear in a bit. But Brandon, I'll turn it over to you.
Now I feel obligated to mention the match when I get to that slide. Thanks for pointing that out. Courtney, I'm going to need more time for the services committee on the agenda if you wanted to have to. Sorry. Yeah, anyway, so I'll give you the forewarning here. This is a pinch hitter giving you the BEAD broadband report. Of course, Chad Bowling, our broadband manager, is on a long planned and well-deserved vacation. So here I am, but you're right, Mr. Co-Chair. We're pretty excited about the way that the BEAD program has come about. You may be aware, you may not be aware. We had approximately 30 months of planning and application period that went into this program during the Biden administration. When the administration changed, a lot of states' broadband offices, of course, had the obligatory freak out. We chose to forge forward and keep moving like nothing had changed. Turned out that was the right choice. At the, I don't even remember the date, at some point, 96 days ago, the administration basically upended the entirety of the program that wasn't written into statute and said you have 90 days to do this different, and moved us into a technology neutral stance for the program. So that's what you'll see reflected here in the slide. What's meant by technology neutral is that in the original program, priority was given in order to certain technologies, starting with fiber, moving to fixed wireless, down to unlicensed Jason, which, Jason, you should come give this. Yeah. No, moving down the technology, essentially down dependability, and some of that's opinion, not necessarily fact. And I'm certainly not the expert on that. What the Trump administration had chosen to do is say you need to take a technology neutral approach to your program, including low Earth orbit satellite, so that the cost is the main priority of what you're looking at as you deploy these funds out into the state. What that also then did was forced a reopening of the challenge process, because technologies that were ineligible before then became eligible. So if a location was already served by one of those potentially ineligible sources of fiber or broadband before, it was possible that they were not eligible to be served in this new program if somebody was already serving. So we reopened that process of challenging locations around the state. And then in that also opened pre-qualification for broadband providers. We did receive 2 applications and approved for broadband providers that we had not in the original program. So, but the good news in all of this, the original statute stayed the same. And so there was still some guidance there, some ability to prioritize technologies based on what was going to serve Wyoming's population the best. So this is a slide kind of explaining the timeline of the new process and what we did. Huge celebration, and also huge thanks to everybody involved in this. You'll see September 4th in the bottom right corner of that. Last Thursday night, I don't even remember what time, 7:45 or something like that, the final documents were submitted. Lindsay Orr, our accounting manager, is in federal government speak, is our AOR, and honestly don't even remember what that means. Important, and must be the submitter. So the whole team, including our consultants, Chad Bowling, the broadband manager, Lindsay, Amy, everybody, a ton of work went into that, and the providers, frankly, had really the bulk of the work, but that has been submitted. So where we are in this process now, our plan has been submitted to the federal government. Not a dark hole. We have some ideas that they'll be approving that within at least some decent space of time that I'm unwilling to speculate on here, but that we'll receive approval for our plan. We had what I would say a very successful meeting with the NTIA, which is the federal entity approving these grants, who praised our program for following both the spirit and the letter of the guidance given by the federal government to us on this new program. So we're very confident about that. Again, going back to not following the lead of the Chicken Little programs around the country whose skies have been falling and freaking out about costs, we went forward with what we thought served Wyoming best, and to date feels quite successful. So this is a slide explaining just the applications we received. 146 applications in this new one. As I mentioned before, 2 new pre-qualified applicants came into our program. The total of $148 million proposed as match, and that is private match by the providers they're bringing to these projects, with a total application of $335.5 million. You can almost fund a national lab with that. Anyway. But we can't. We can't. So anyway, as those applications have gone through, there's what's called the benefit of the bargain round, where the negotiation with the providers on the applications they had put in, not necessarily just on cost, but on, hey, there's an area right here that has 3 spaces. If you would apply on those, that would work good. There's all kinds of different little fun things going back and forth on that. But anyway, 65 projects have been awarded preliminarily. That again is the plan we submitted to the federal government. A statewide average cost per BSL, which is broadband serviceable location, of $5,097, serving 38,933 BSLs in the state. And you know what the coolest thing about that? That is 100% of people in Wyoming having access to some form of technology that gives them broadband coverage in Wyoming. So that's pretty fantastic. Also, you'll see $198.4 million of those BEAD funds allocated. With that reminder, the program was funded at $340 million approximately. So thus the happiness of the NTIA with our efforts there, as well as the broadband providers to really get in there and follow the spirit of what was looking to be served. So you'll also see on this slide the different technologies that were served, the fiber to the premises serving 12,903 locations, as well as low Earth orbit satellite at 15,735, and then the fixed wireless serving 10,295 locations around the great state of Wyoming. If you go into the technology types that were in our top awards, the top tech types, obviously we didn't fund any coax or copper projects. 67% of our total funds went into fiber to the premises, serving about a third of the locations that were available to be served. 40% of our services serving of locations is going to non-geostationary satellite service. Just one little side note on that, and it's a little bit of Brandon Marshall opinion, but we're pretty proud of that number. A state directly to our east that rhymes with Nebraska decided to take a cynical approach and dedicate their entire program to satellite because they thought that's what the federal government wanted. And it was a big mistake. And now they're in the process of redoing their program. It wasn't just about cost, it was about service. So we're actually pretty proud of that 40% number because practically speaking, there are places in Wyoming where that's the technology that makes the most sense, whether it's distance from some other hub or 3,000 feet of granite. So anyway, then technology that maybe wouldn't have been eligible before, this unlicensed terrestrial fixed wireless, making up 0.14% of our BSL served. Then the licensed, which was eligible before, also at 8%. And then the licensed by rule fixed wireless is 18.27%. If you want explanations of how each of those technologies work, I'll find you somebody who knows. So going into the next slide, our highest cost per location there. I don't have to read you this list. Our highest cost per location was $24,841. And then in the 10th, I guess, down that was an even $15,000 per location served. The high cost areas was a big deal to the federal government and also sort of served as a freak out point for a lot of the states and trying to guess what the federal government would accept. Again, we went with what worked best for Wyoming, and we're successful in that. So here's a fun map. Don't forget, nobody lives in that white spot. I shouldn't say no one. The person that lives there just got mad. A lot of people live there and they're super duper important, but they probably already had internet. So this is our terrestrial coverage in the areas, the BSLs we were able to serve around the state, done there, I think, in Buffalo Bills colors. Can I just go on a thing for a second? I don't know about the Bills themselves. Can we just agree Josh Allen is who we like and we don't really have to cheer for the Bills overall? Yeah, just wanted to be provocative at the end of the meeting here, but really, geographically speaking, there's no reason all of you aren't cheering for the Broncos. But anyway, moving on to the next slide.
I'm hearing significant dissent.
We are not asking for any votes, so do what you want. Yeah, so anyway, the next one, this is fiber alone, the 12,903 BSLs that we're able to serve with fiber. That is such a big deal. I know I've said that 3,000 times today about different things. That's a big deal to be able to bring fiber into those different locations around the state. It really does change things. That's not really just about faster Netflix. That's our connection to the world. That's the highways in the 30s and 40s and the interstates in the 60s. So it's a really big deal. We're proud of the ability we took to or the ability we had to take advantage of this and work with the providers to get that done. That's long term. That's infrastructure. That's not just internet. So we're proud of that. This is also fixed wireless again, super reliable. I'm going to count this as infrastructure service in to our communities. Yellow. Now this is the location served by satellite. We're a big state, we're far apart, and these are the locations that will be awarded to the satellite providers to serve Wyoming. One of the things I think that's probably pretty important to note in this program is that the way that that's funded, we're not writing a check to somebody to provide a service that already exists. This is to dedicate services to those locations in state of Wyoming, and they're only going to be paid when they're serving an actual customer. So it's a pretty important difference in there, because I think you can look at that and go, well, that kind of sucks. You can already get satellite internet, but it's actually at capacity. Chad did an interview yesterday with the Wyoming State Daily and talked a little bit about, or the Cowboy State Daily, talking about kind of how that works and the necessity of putting that system together. So I encourage you to look that up for a little bit of explanation. But with that, happy to take any questions from any of you, or happy to let you to go to lunch. Anything you want.
Thank you, Brandon. Any questions? Jason?
Of course, I do have some maybe statements and questions. First of all, let me applaud the Broadband office in what has had to accomplish over the last 3 months. They had 2.5 years to do pre-planning of this, the distribution of these funds. Those were then clawed back. The rules changed. And then in a short 90-day period, you had to do all the work that had been done in 2.5 years. So huge compliments to the Broadband office. I would also like to compliment Chad specifically. I've had an opportunity to attend several conferences where he's been at. His advocacy on behalf of Wyoming and Wyoming-based technology companies is top-notch, and we very much appreciate that. The question that I have is, as we look at this, and you just spoke to the pleasure you feel behind the ratios of fiber to the premise or other terrestrial-based technologies, which really translates into maybe local-based companies as well versus LEOs or low Earth orbit satellite companies. While we look at ourselves in comparison to other states, you're correct, we lead in that, and there's other states that we maybe are behind on from a distribution of funds to our terrestrial-based companies. Is there anything that you feel like we could have done better to maybe encourage more participation or more of those funds to be directed towards our Wyoming-based companies?
Yeah, if I were to give you a thing, I think that probably, even though we did forge ahead with our program somewhat as is and chose to not take the Chicken Little approach, we were concerned about our overall cost going in, that we would potentially have an adversarial meeting with the NTIA over that. We could have probably been a little bit more bold, and that would have then also encouraged additional in-state providers probably to apply for more funds in more areas.
The other thing that I would just comment, and maybe just as general information, when you look at the number of locations that needed to be served in our state, and you look at the geographic diversity of our state, there are applications where LEOs absolutely have a role and they make sense. And to get high-speed broadband internet to the masses, which is the purpose of these funds, is a very difficult endeavor. And so again, I applaud your team, applaud the efforts that have been made. While it has not been easy, I think Wyoming will be severely benefited from these funds. While yes, it maybe could have funded a national laboratory, we are taking the ability for every person in Wyoming to have a high-speed connection that puts us in the game and puts the residents of our state in the game with people who live in large metropolitans and gives them access to the same opportunities as others. So while it could have funded that lab on behalf of the broadband industry, I very much appreciate that these funds are being spent to level the playing field from a technology basis for the residents of Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. Yeah, ditto what he just said. And I think it's just a really good illustration of the fact that, what we've been talking about all day, look, it's going to take some really bold action in this state, because we have some big bills to pay if we want to stay competitive with the rest of the country and then advance and do the next big, better thing. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think it definitely speaks to the notion of expanding the pie. I mean, the reality is all of this is important, whether it's the lab or increased investment in BRC. I mean, this broadband effort largely funded with federal funds, but a lot of local match and investment. It just points to the fact that the cost of playing poker is going up. And if we're going to compete, we have to have Annie. And right now we're not, except for these very important efforts. So setting a predicate for a growth that I think is certainly possible. And Jason, thanks for your comments. I think it's important from your professional standpoint to provide context for all of us who may not fully understand the import of some of these numbers. I think that's very important context. So thank you. Mr. Co-Chair, that resolves the Services Committee's agenda, and I'll hand it back to you.
Thank you, Committee Chair. Obviously, we're starting to approach lunch, but I'm going to ask that we stick around a little bit, and we have another item coming up. I figured I fed you all last night. You ought to be able to hang with me just a little bit. Okay. So we're gonna get through the operations, and then we'll be able to take our break and keep doing the important business for the state of Wyoming. So I'll turn this over to the Operations Committee Chair, Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. We're excited to hear from operations today and hear the financial report. I feel like a lot of what we've talked about today is just investing in Wyoming and investing in Wyoming's future if we're going to have a really viable and sustainable future. So I appreciate the conversation going that way. As we're not sticking our money into a mattress, which I think is really good. We don't want to do that. We do want to invest in Wyoming's future. And lead with courage, Brandon. I appreciate that. That was an inspirational and motivational talk. Lead with courage so that we can continue to get on the Thrive train and move forward. So I'll turn the time over to Ms. Lindsay Orr to present the financial report.
And Lindsay will be presenting virtually, so look around the room and you will hear magic appear through the speakers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Madam Committee Chair. Good afternoon, members of the board. Today I'm presenting to you the fiscal year 2025 budget report. June 30th, 2025 brought us to our halfway point of the 2025-2026 biennium. So you can see our fiscal year budget optimum would be 100%. We came in at 38.56% for the year, which if we take out the, we have line items like BRC, for example, community facilities. These things don't necessarily get counted into our, they carry forward. So we don't account for that necessarily. Against the optimum, 61.2% is where we're at without those factored in. So we're up a little higher than that. Normally for the first year in the biennium, we come in around 80%. However, you can see we've got about $5.8 million available in the SBIR program, which is driving that down. We had additional one-time funding in SBIR for this biennium. Now, since we are in the halfway point of the biennium, everything you see here in the balance column will carry forward into our FY26 budget. A year from now, that will be a little bit of a different story. So hitting down on our federal funds, we had about $2 million expended for the fiscal year. You can see most of that is in the BEAD program. That's for administrative costs to go towards that big program and plan that Brandon was just talking about. A year from now, that may be a lot more. Well, hopefully be a lot more. Hopefully we're putting out grant money by the end of June. The other significant program, our federal fund program, is the SSBCI program, or Wyoming Venture Capital, WBC. In that fund, we had about $22.1 million as of June 30th. And through June 30th, for the whole fiscal year, we had received about $467,000 in interest from the state treasurer's office. So all of that is available to go towards that program, investments in companies and things like that. I think you'll hear more about that later. Moving down into our agency funds, the Economic Loan Development Fund is our largest. We had an available budget of about 2.89 there to make loans. Available cash is $13.53 million. There's a little bit of a difference there just because the budget is what we can spend. However, we can adjust that up to the available cash. Interest earned, loan principal, and loan interest payments that came in during the fiscal year $4.4 million. The ARPA money is primarily the Capital Projects Fund Broadband program. As of June 30th, our budget was $72.1 million. We had expended almost $18 million in grant funds and administrative costs, with almost $54 million still left on projects. The available balance of $565 you see is for administrative expenses for the rest of the program. These all must be expended by December 2026. Now, since June 30th, we have had a few projects close out. We have had more drawdown. We've got 33 projects total, and I think all are heading in the right direction on that. I will pause for any questions on the budget report. Okay.
Yes.
Moving on, I'll hit these charts real quick, and you guys can be off to lunch.
Lindsay, just a minute. We do have a question from Mr. Arns.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Committee Chair. Lindsay, can you just remind us, or maybe just me, what's in strategic initiatives?
That is the strategy budget. The strategy is kind of made up of strategic initiatives, strategic partnerships, and strategic communication. So it's kind of I hate to call it a catch-all of everything else that's strategy, but everything else the strategy team's working on. There in that line, we have we were appropriated $1 million for economic development work that we've worked on things with the universities, CBEA. Eric Protzer's contract is coming out of that, and also our general funded portion of our Harvard contracts are living there right now.
Got it. Thank you.
Madam Committee Chair.
Yes, please go ahead.
Couple questions for you, Lindsay, and maybe I need to direct these at Josh as well. But to Dr. Shaper's point at the beginning of the meeting, when we want to look at some metrics, as I look down through here, I see maybe some underperformance in the utilization of the funds. Is there a plan, I guess, or what's our objective to maybe get that up a little bit? And then I would have a follow-up question on the capital funds projects. Those funds that were provided do have a daylight time frame. If those funds are not used, are they going to be available to be submitted for application?
Could I interject for a second? I think, Lindsay, perhaps that question you suggested it maybe for Josh. So let's save it. Let's save that.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, I can actually answer, or Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, I can help answer that question.
I should have known that. Okay.
Yeah. So Mr. Nelson, your question about the underutilization, I think the thing to remember about the biennium budget is it is a 2-year budget. And so we're only halfway through that biennium budget. And so what tends to happen from a strategic standpoint is some of our funding tends to be either front loaded or we see it come to fruition in the next fiscal year. And so that's one of the reasons for that underutilization. But we're actively managing that. In fact, our internal leadership team is meeting next Tuesday to really get a feel for where we're running right now, what our current run rate is, and what that may mean for strategic investment for the remaining of the fiscal year.
Okay, thank you for that answer, and I appreciate that. I think it just speaks to the urgency that we also talked about at the beginning of the meeting, that if we really want to see things happen, things change, we need to have some urgency behind getting those funds deployed as soon as possible. So I do appreciate that there's a dual annual cycle of those funds to be submitted. So Thank you for that. As far as my other question, I'm not sure if that's.
I can also answer that question. So your second question about the CPF ARPA broadband funds, those funds do need to be drawn down by December 2026. And that's the federal guideline. We have no concerns at all right now on that drawdown rate and are confident that we'll see those drawn down in that manner.
Thank you.
Thank you. Lindsay, back to you.
Hey, thank you. I'll start here with the pie chart. You see the FY 2025 budget by expenditure type. This is made up of the $140.7 million total budget. And this is how our expenditures are broken up by what they are. So you see personnel expenses are salaries, benefits for employees. Support services is kind of our overhead, travel, things like that. The 64% is grants and 20% are for loans. So you can see 84% of our total budget is meant to go out and to support communities and businesses across the state. The rest is the way we deliver those services. The FY 25 budget utilization by expenditure type is where each of those categories are coming in compared to budget. You can see that personnel expenses are pretty close to where they need to be. Other things can look a little underutilized. But to Amy's point just a minute ago, some of that is strategic in how we do things. Other things, grants and loans, maybe we just may, loans, for example, Fund 39 is we have a big loan balance budget there. We've had years that we don't do any loans out of Fund 39, so that could drive that utilization down. And then in our loans receivable, our net receivable balance as of June 30th was $28.57 million. And through the year, our loan portfolio had received $3.48 million in principal and interest payments. And with that, Madam Committee Chair, that is my financial report, and I can take any other questions.
Thank you, Lindsay. Mr. Grenfell?
Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, one thing to note when Lindsay talks about the underutilization of grants and loans, our BRC fund does not revert. And so that actually carries forward from biennium to biennium, same with our Fund 39. So just something to remember there too. So that does skew our numbers a little bit.
That's great. Thank you. Any other questions? Lindsay, can you highlight the percentage of money that is spent on personnel costs? I wasn't sure that I could read that.
We were probably a little under 85% the year.
Madam Committee Chair, if I may. So Lindsay, I think what the Madam Committee Chair is asking is what percentage is going to our personnel costs?
Yes, thank you.
Oh, I got you.
It's hard to read on the slide.
I don't know if I have that number actually, but
If we go to that pie chart, it's just we just can't read that percentage number on the pie chart for the personnel expenses.
4% it looks like. Oh no, 11. Nope, that's professional. Sorry, I'm struggling with some of these colors. Personnel is 4%.
Thank you.
That's great. Thank you. I know we've talked about that in the past, and I think I just wanted to highlight that again. In order to run an operation, I think a 4% personnel expense in the budget is really small, really minimal. So that's commendable. Another question that I have, how much of this money is being spent within the state? Are we spending money out of state?
We might have some out-of-state contractors, but I don't know exactly what that would total. Primarily, it's staying within the state, I would say.
State. Ms. Grenfell, would you like to add to that?
Madam Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, I would agree with Lindsay. There are a small handful of out-of-state contracts for some of our professional services, but the vast majority of our budget is staying in state. Grants and loans, 100% of our grants and loans are staying in state. A large percentage of our professional services is. And then, of course, you have the direct impact of the personnel expenses as well, from a payroll standpoint. I think when we look at this pie chart, if you add up the 64% and the 20% for grants and loans, that's 84%. We then have our professional services, which is our third-party contracts and vendors. And so you can do the math when you subtract 100% from those numbers. It's a very, very small percentage of our budget from an operating budget standpoint. And I think that's something to really remember. Our budget is a large budget, but most of our budget, the vast majority of our budget, is actually distributed to other entities and communities in the state.
Thank you, Ms. Grenfell. I did want to highlight that point. That was my assumption too. So funding the Wyoming Business Council really is going to promote what is happening within the state. We don't have a lot of funding going outside of the state, but it's creating those dollars within the state to promote the development and growth that we're looking for. Does anyone else have any other questions? All right, do we have a motion to approve the financial report? Second, thank you. Do we have any other discussion? All right, seeing no more discussion, let's take a vote. All in favor to approve the financial report as presented? Please, aye. And any opposed with the same sign? All right, motion approved, carried. I forget what we say here, but I think it's all good. All right, thanks.
Okay, the ball's back to me, and I think it's lunchtime. What do you think? When do you want to reconvene? 1:30. Okay. Thanks for hanging in. See you at 1:30. Okay, welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a good lunch. We're going to kick off the next item is the Investment Standing Committee, the committee chair, Mr. Smith. So take it away.
Mr. Co-Chair, if I may, can we just do a quick roll call?
Okay, that's right. You know what? I got confused with the break. Remember when I was saying, do we need to do a break call? I was willing to do one during the break, but not during the actual. So keep me straight. Can we do a roll call?
You got it, Mr. Co-Chair. Mr. Arns, Ms. Atkinson,
Here.
Mr. Brown. Thank you, sir. Ms. Chatterton is excused. Ms. Crumpton. Ms. Downham.
Here.
Mr. Lance. Mr. Law. Mr. Nelson. Mr. Pivik is excused. Dr. Schaefer. Here. Sorry about that. Mr. Smith. Here. And Ms. Worthen. Thank you. You do have quorum, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Courtney. I appreciate it. Okay, as I was saying, take it away, Mr. Smith.
Fantastic. Well, I will just go ahead and start the investments community by just kicking it back off to Brittany to talk through our, well, in the spirit of kickstart.
That worked out well, didn't it? Good afternoon, members of the board, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair. I'm here to go over our kickstart. Where am I pointing it? There we go. Okay. So today we've been talking a lot about change and creating a point of catalyst within our state with some very big ideas. At the end of the day, it's really all about opportunity. Sometimes you need to create it yourself, such as with an innovative lab, and sometimes you get to be that opportunity for others. Kickstart was launched to create opportunities for diversification, utilizing our state's best asset, our people. These entrepreneurs are hungry, determined, and fighting to help us create that change. One piece of feedback I received recently was that these companies are giving me hope that we can actually do this. So this Kickstart program may seem small in terms of the amounts invested into the companies. However, it can be their catalyst, that tiny bit of hope that these companies and founders need to know that they can make it, that they can potentially become the next large employer within their very own community. So thank you for your support in learning more about these companies and their successes. And one final note, particularly to those on the investments committee, as an investments team, we have been working on unifying our message. And to do so, we've been working very closely with Amy Quick to create an investments brand, if you will. And so you'll notice we have some fancy new logos and some marketing material and pitch deck items. So I moved my original presentation onto our new pitch deck. And in addition to doing that, based off of feedback I received from the committee review, I have added a few slides to hopefully increase some clarity into some potentially confusing points of the program. So just to highlight on the bottom, we have the new logos for each of the three startup sections of the investments team. And this is our new introduction slide for the investments deck. And now onto the fun stuff. So just a quick program overview. Kickstart was relaunched in January of 25. Originally, it was launched in 2018 with 18 awards going out to companies within the state of Wyoming. Just over $886,000 in funding was given out at that time. Now it is a quarterly competition. Applicants are reviewed on a quarterly basis based off of a variety of qualifiers. I have them listed there. And then there's 3 stages for each quarter. The first stage is an internal review with the WBC panel. The second stage is the top 5 companies from stage 1 pitch to WBC partner investors. They're venture-backed business specialists. And they narrow it down to the top 3. Those top 3 then have interviews, a Q&A session with another WBC panel to determine the final amount of recommendation for their award. So in Q1, we had these 3 companies, the Water Rippler, Eing Outdoors, and Botany. As of right now, their funds have been fully dispersed. The first reports of data will be due in January of 2026, followed by 1 report per quarter for 6 quarters. And thanks to all of the lessons we learned in Q1, Q2 has moved much faster. All of the award recommendations have been approved by the governor, their contracts have been executed, and the funds have already been dispersed. So for them, their first reports are due in February of 26, again, followed by 1 report per quarter for 6 quarters. For Q3, those applications closed June 30th. We had 10 companies apply. Again, the internal WBC team narrowed it down to 5, then down to 3, and these are the final 3 and their final recommended amounts. So to begin, we have Real-Time Ed Tech. They are revolutionizing reading support with their product Solo Studies, a software for students facing challenges like dyslexia or learning English as a second language. Unlike traditional tools that merely read text aloud, their app actively empowers students to improve their reading skills. As students read aloud, Solo Studies listens, gently corrects mistakes in real time, and provides tailored support, such as breaking words into smaller parts, fading assistance as confidence grows. Their intuitive dashboard equips teachers and parents with actionable insights, highlighting student progress and areas needing support. Designed for schools, tutors, and families, Solo Studies delivers equitable, high-quality reading support to students who need it the most. The requested funding will go towards the hiring of a dedicated software developer to drive a successful testing launch in Q4 of 2025 and a full product rollout in Q1 of 2026. And as you can see, we have recommended a full amount award of $50,000. Next is Power Theory. Based in Laramie, Wyoming, It is a trailblazing software company transforming facility management with their flagship product, PowerTwin. This AI-powered cloud-based platform empowers facility managers to detect and address energy waste, downtime, and risks to employees and assets. By deploying multifunctional sensors that monitor electricity, water flow, vibration, and many other points of information, PowerTwin delivers real-time insights through intuitive 3D digital twin interface, enhancing interoperability and enabling swift identification of inefficiencies or hazards. The requested funding will support the hiring of a dedicated software developer to scale PowerTwin's capabilities, as well as contribute to the investment in additional GPUs, that's graphic processing unit for those who don't speak tech, for faster and more efficient data processing. And again, we recommend the full award of $50,000. And finally is MAPOW. They are a pioneering startup born from groundbreaking research at the University of Wyoming, dedicated to revolutionizing oral care with a naturally derived multifunctional mouthwash that's safe to swallow. Their innovative formula caters to two vital markets: young children, ensuring safety even if accidentally ingested, and health-conscious adults seeking fluoride-free natural alternatives. With distinct pediatric and adult product line, MAPOW delivers safe, high-quality solutions that inspire confidence and wellness. The requested funding will support the launch of a targeted sample program with local and regional dentists, driving market expansion and increasing visibility with the ultimate goal of landing shelf space at more prominent retailers. And again, we are recommending the full funding amount of $50,000. With that, we'll just close it out with an update on our current status. Q4 round is currently open. The applications will close the end of this month, in which this process will start all over again, and I'll have 3 new companies next time. So with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Fantastic, Brittany. Thanks for the rundown of how it works and the success we've had. Any questions from the board? Absolutely, Dr. Schaefer.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair. Brittany, thanks for the information and for all that you're doing here. One question, maybe having gone through the statutes recently, at a nudge of somebody, thank you for that.
You're
To do that. How much is the design of the relaunch of the Kickstart program structured under rules versus under statute? I guess what I'm wondering is there flexibility to examine other opportunities to use Kickstart funding that may come to the Business Council, or do you believe the design of the current program is pretty well tailored to meet with the legislative intent and statute?
That's a great question, Dr. Schaefer, Mr. Committee Chair. I'll be honest, when I was hired, the format was kind of already laid out for us. But now that I've launched it and done my own digging into statute, the format that we have currently is more guideline, I would say, than rules or statute. So there is some flexibility there. However, in saying that, I have not heard too much feedback about that there's a lack in the system in anything except for maybe the amount. And we have been talking about some potential changes that we would like to make to expand the current program offerings. However, what we would like to do is limited in statute. So we do need to make some statute changes to get where we want to be.
Mr. Committee Chair, just to follow up, and I know most of you are aware of this, how the money flows, or maybe you're not. But there is funding for the Kickstart program. I believe it still resides in the governor's office. It would behoove us, and I know staff will carry this, I'm just saying it for support, behoove us to encourage the entirety of those funds moving from the governor's office to the Business Council so we can deploy it much more sustainably and maybe expeditiously as well. So, you know, for what it's worth, I think the board should really support getting those dollars moved. $1.8 million, which I believe you said was your budget request.
I know, it's ironic, isn't it?
Crazy how those numbers line up, huh?
Amazing.
Well, wonderful. Thanks for the commentary, Dr. Schaefer. Seeing nothing else, thank you so much, Brittany. I think we'll have Rylan come up here to talk through the next step of the process, the YVC step. Oh, even better. We're getting Gordon up here too. We're getting a twofer. This is great.
Are we good now? There we go. Hello, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, and members of the board. Seeing as we're running a little late on time, we might as well just jump right into our standard YVC portfolio update. So last time we presented this slide, we were invested in 9 companies across the state of Wyoming. So that has now increased to 10. Our average investment per funding round has remained around that 20% mark, which we tend to target. Our leverage ratio has increased to 9-to-1, previously 7-to-1, which is really exciting to see that our companies are going on to raise additional funding rounds that we either cannot participate in or elect not to participate in. Really driving in more private capital into these companies and proving out more private market validation for the companies that we're involved with. This has resulted in us investing around 16 million of YVC capital and catalytic to 127 million of private capital, and holistically leaving us with around 144 million in capital directly into those Wyoming startups. Here's a map of our portfolio. Their locations for our direct investments as well as Breakthrough Venture Capital. You can see Breakthrough there in the turquoise star there in Natrona County, and then also we're dancing around, Ben. Thanks. And then we also added a star in the Teton County area for user evidence. We are working on a press release for user evidence. They're a new addition to the portfolio, but as we continue to work with the companies themselves, we let them drive the ship on PR relations, and then we try to amplify those PR initiatives on our end. A quick look at our notable co-investors to date. We continue to drive in more private capital from across North America, as Gordon mentions, with our notable co-investor out of Canada. But really excited to be investing alongside some of our neighboring states now, and are hopeful to continue to build out that partnership with our neighboring states through additional investments. Now diving into the 3-quarter look back of our portfolio and our deployment from the tranche perspective. Here you can see that we have invested nearly or just over 20 million in capital, which is not aligned with the amount on the previous slide. And that is mainly due to capital that we have committed to our fund-of-fund strategy. But as a quick reminder there, that capital is not truly invested until it is called for specific investments, where the funds call capital from all of their limited partners to fund an investment deal and their operations. Quick note on the tranches. We are fully deployed from the tranche 1 and now moving into tranche 2, as you can see in that second row there. It's also exciting to see that we have 6 million out there in LOIs and a strong pipeline to continue deploying from tranche 2 as we work towards our 20% target, our 20% remaining target and 80% deployed from that tranche 2, unlocking the ability for us to go through the semi-audit process with Treasury to unlock the tranche 3 funds. But with that, happy to keep it brief, but also happy to answer any questions.
I mean, heck, on a personal level, I think it's exciting that we were barely even talking about tranche 1 and getting this program launched not too long ago. And now you're talking about tranche 3. So that's pretty cool in and of itself. But any board members have questions for Rylan or Gordon around YBC? Yes, co-chair.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. This is more of a pretty granular question, but after facing the 100,000 acre elk fire here last year and all of the things in California and stuff, I'm always curious to see how Frontline is doing. How's their growth? What do you hear back? I mean, do you guys sit on their board then? Is that how that works, Gordon? Rylan?
Yes, Mr. Committee Chair and Mr. Law. I will actually let Gordon speak to that as he is our board observer for Frontline.
Okay.
Thanks, Ryan. Mr. Co-Chair, Frontline's doing great. They continue to grow in their beachhead market in California. Over 100 of their units were in the LA fire. So it was the best, worst, bad, good scenario, where it was literally a proving ground for the technology. The demand has gone through the roof. Can share that their revenue outlook is several multiples of what it was last year. This is not public yet, but one of the reasons why our leverage ratio went from 7-to-1 to 9-to-1 is because of a significant growth investment that has gone into Frontline, which we'll be happy to share very shortly. But Harry Statter, the CEO, has been happy to share with us that he is very, very grateful of the Business Council. As a quick reminder there too, they were a recipient of the Kickstart grant back in 2018. So it's been a really fun story to see how what started as a founder based in Jackson who ran a landscaping company to now what may become a leading brand in the nation for a growing problem, not only in our state, but across the world.
Great. Thank you very much. I know I've studied their website and looked at kind of what their services, and it looks, yeah, very compelling. Substantially better than my attempt to put a bunch of sprinklers on top of my cabin as the fire was bearing down. But anyway, thank you for that update.
And I guess one other thing that I'd like to add there, we recently attended Emerging VCs, an event hosted by Rocky Mountain Venture Capital Association down in Boulder, connecting with funds that are interested in the Wyoming region and the Rocky Mountain region in whole. And I connected with a newly emerging manager focused on the Bay Area and named 3 of our portfolio companies. And he was ecstatic to hear that those were Wyoming companies and that we were able to participate in those funding rounds and help those companies out. But as far as putting Wyoming on the map goes, we are definitely contributing to putting Wyoming's venture ecosystem on the map.
Well, there's just a lot of great companies there that I had the opportunity to join these guys for one of their funder summits in Casper, which was just wonderful. I really thoroughly enjoyed it. Thank you for inviting me to that, by the way. It's very enlightening. So
I think it's fantastic. I love hearing more about these companies having the success and the fact that Wyoming's getting traction. That's awesome. Thanks for those questions. Any further discussion with the committee? Fantastic. Thank you, gents. I think with that, we'll hand it over to you, Mr. Wendling, to talk through the succession loans.
Mr. Committee Chair, do we have to reference him as Hall of Famer,
Yes.
John Wendling?
Yes, for this meeting, all further references to Mr. Wendling will be Mr. Hall of Famer Wendling.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, thank you so much. Mr. Lance, I appreciate that. Yeah, very honored and humbled by that, especially being a Wyoming kid. So very special thing for myself, and I appreciate sharing it with all of you. So thank you. We have 2 session loans for your consideration today. First one comes from Little Horn State Bank. Just for reference, we'll just cover this one time, but there's 13.5 million in our balance for challenge loan fund that was covered by Lindsay earlier, but just wanted to throw that out there before I got into the loans. The first request coming from Little Horn State Bank, it's here in Sheridan for the Cowboy Cafe. The request is for $295,000 of our successful loan participation on a $590,000 total loan. Purchase includes all business assets, including real estate. The WBC will only be participating on the business acquisition portion of the loan. They'll actually have a separate loan for the real estate itself through the bank and SBA. Bank is proposing an 8% rate, and Business Council is recommending a 5.5% rate. So the blended rate will be 6.75%. The term on this loan will only be 3 years. So very quick turnaround there. Cowboy Cafe is considered a staple in the local Sheridan restaurant arena. It was established in 2015. It's located right down here on Main Street in the old Sheridan Palace building. The cafe provides a variety of menu items for breakfast, lunch, and dinner, including homemade pies, desserts, 6 days a week. The current owners have been looking to sell for quite some time and have a purchase agreement in place with buyers Maylee Keown, Ryan Franklin, and Kimberly Franklin. There are currently 12 employees, 2 managers, and those will be maintained, so it'll be business as usual for the Cowboy Cafe. This loan will be secured with their personal real estate or the borrower's personal real estate, and through KMR Enterprises will actually be the borrower. WBCs will be covering the blue sky portion of this or the non-secured portion of the loan. There was no concerns with cash flow, very strong, or in the risks rating. There's more information detailed in your write-up or the cash memo with the materials. Staff is recommending the approval of the session loan participation of $295,000 with Little Horn State Bank to KMR Enterprises, the borrower, for the purchase of the Cowboy Cafe. And I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Fantastic. Thank you, sir. Any questions? I'm staring at Randy because, but I know she looked at this already. So
I don't have any questions. Thanks.
perfect. So seeing no discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve of the staff recommendation to fund in the amount of $295,000. Fantastic. Have a motion. Do we have a second? Courtney, I will let you figure out which one of them was first. Any further discussion? Great. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Fantastic. Motion carries. Let's go on to number 2.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So second request for session loan, it does come from First Northern Bank in Gillette. We just had a request from them last quarter, but this is for the other side bar and grill there in Gillette. Is a $400,000 request on an $800,000 total loan, or just 50% of the loan. The purchase includes all business assets and the real estate. The bank is proposing a 7% rate. Business Council is recommending a 5.25% for blended rate of 6.13% on a fixed 10-year loan. The other side bar and grill has been owned and operated in Gillette since 1991 by the Stenslins. Twyla Stenslin is looking to retire after the death of her husband, Stephen, in 2022. The new owner group includes Chris Ingersoll, a local educator, and his daughter and son-in-law, Haley and Quint Woldridge. Quint is a mechanic at Wyoming Machinery. Haley is a stay-at-home mom. Both Chris and Quint will keep their current jobs, and Haley will be available to step in to a management role with the bar and grill. And 6 of the current employees will be retained, which will greatly benefit the business and helps ensure its continued success. The current owner will remain on for a short period to assist in the transition and understanding of managing the business. The loan is being secured by appraised real estate, furniture, fixtures, and equipment, and also inventory. Also not included in this calculation for the collateral is the potential for the liquor license to be secured as well. That's something the bank has looked into, and they will do that. But as far as when it comes to a point of default, that'll be a different situation as how that works out. But that is something they're considering or will do in any way possible. So that helps our position some in that situation. There was no major concerns with this, cash flow, risk rating, more information detailed in the memo, but yeah, performing very well financially. So staff is recommending the approval of the succession loan with First Northern Bank in the amount of $400,000 for the purchase of the other side bar and grill, and happy to answer any questions you might have.
Fantastic. Any questions from the board on this one? Yes, please. Ms. Downham.
Mr. Committee Chair, thank you. If you wouldn't mind, do you think you could explain a little bit how we determine the rate that we're charging on our portion of the loan?
Sure, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, Mrs. Downham, that we really start where the bank's coming in at to as a starting point, and then it's really a risk assessment for us. Term, is there a balloon? Is there what is our position on the deal kind of thing. With these succession loans, though, where the intent of the program was and is to secure that blue sky. So we consider them a little higher risk as far as most of our loans go, but these are most of the loans we do. So we can take in consideration all those elements along with financial analysis. So but it's not a lot of science to it, but it's really starts with where the bank's at to kind of get us going.
That's great. Thank you.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Windling. So the flip side of that then is, how does the bank react to the blended rate? Because that de-risks the deal for them. I just see a difference between a 7% rate and an 8% rate. I understand credit worthiness and collateral and cash flows and all of the normal things, I'm sure, Randy, that you look at when you're doing a deal. I'm just curious as to how that participation at that lower interest rate impacts the banks and whether they are able to give relief with that notion in mind.
So this application is done in anticipation that they understand that that's coming, that we're coming in road. That's incentive part of our program. I always tell them to be giving them a conservative estimate of where we'll be. So just so the debt service comes, their calculations and things like that are over what they're probably going to be. Because that's really where the biggest effect is how is this loan going to be serviced and meeting their requirements. That's really the benefit to them is that. But our intent is to make sure that all that savings is passed on to the borrower and that they receive that incentive on the debt service for this loan.
Do you mind if I jump in on that real quick? Just to kind of help. I can't speak for the banks here presenting directly, but generally the rate that we are offering won't really impact the risk that the bank is taking at all, because in probably some of these cases, the bank wouldn't do the loan if we weren't doing this part at all. So I don't think it really reduces the risk to the bank in terms of rate, but it allows the loan to be done because then the bank only has to focus on that one portion of the actual portion that can be collateralized. We typically are taking care of the blue sky portion of the purchase that, a bank won't touch.
Fantastic. Thank you both for the explanation. I think it's always good to hear that from both sides. Any further discussion on the other side? Seeing none, then I would ask for a motion to approve staff recommendation in the amount of $400,000. Got a move from Mr. Lance. Do I have a second? Second from Mr. Nelson. Any further discussion? Great. Seeing none, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed, same sign. Fantastic. Motion carries.
Chair.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Now we're on to the back page of the agenda. I think we'll head over to the BRC updates with Noel, and I think Bert's going to come up here too.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, members of the board. Good afternoon. I'm Noelle Reed. I'm the Grants Portfolio Manager. We're going to start with just a few BRC program updates, and then we'll go into the discussion of the project that's before us today. We'll start with the BRC digital application. So we have completed testing on the digital application. And so our plan is that we will be taking down the PDF application that applicants have been using, and we will transition to the digital application. So the November 1st application deadline will be all utilizing the digital application. So we're really excited about that and excited to present that next time as we move forward with that. Next one that we'll talk about is rules. Kind of wanted to do a background on this and wanted to kind of go back a little bit even further than this. We have actually completed rules revisions every year since 2020. It's just kind of part of our learning and testing and that iterative process that we continue to do, and something that we will continue to do moving forward. But going back to the May board meeting a few months ago, this board approved the draft rule revisions that we presented last time. We received the governor's approval to proceed and completed a 45-day public comment period, which ended on July 27th. We did a comprehensive marketing strategy, and I want to give a huge shout out to Amy Quick and our regional directors for all of the help with this. It was a really comprehensive strategy to try to solicit as many comments as we could, because we really did want to hear from the communities, local economic developers on what our proposed revisions are and how it could affect them. We ended up receiving 57 comments, which is more comments than we have ever received when we've done a BRC rule revision. So we were really happy about that and felt really good about all of the comments that we saw. So I want to just kind of do a review of some of the major themes that we saw from the comments. And this information is also on our website, so you're able to look at it on your own time of some of the comments that we have. We did receive many comments expressing concern that the proposed 25% minimum match will disproportionately hinder smaller and rural communities and those facing declining property taxes and limited funding options. We do understand these concerns and that many communities, both large and small, do not always have cash on hand for this level of match. However, there are several options built into these rules to mitigate those concerns. These include a waiver option. Within the rules, this board has the ability to waive the required 25% minimum match for extraordinary circumstances, therefore lowering the acceptable match for specific projects. With cash match, only half of that 25% minimum match requirement has to be cash. So it's really a 12.5% cash requirement and then a 12.5% in-kind match requirement as part of that. Finally, match can come from many different sources. These can include federal grants, other state grants, in-kind match, land donations, business partners, partner organizations. We really do not have an exclusion on where that match can come from. Other match callouts that we received, there were some that were focused on the revision that previously BRC funded infrastructure or property could not be used toward the minimum match. This stipulation was added to prevent double leverage of public funding when state funds had already been deployed into the project. Furthermore, once that minimum 25% match has been met, then the asset can count towards additional match. We just wanted to make sure that a minimum match was counted before we start counting other state-funded projects. Other commenters expressed concerns about limiting the amount of a BRC loan that can be used as a grant match to no more than 50%. However, as previously stated, that project match can come from many different sources, and a strong application will use diverse and multiple sources of funding. We heard from both sides about the proposed elimination of maximum award limits. Some were concerned that with larger awards, the BRC account could be depleted too quickly, while the other perspective stated that projects cost more today and larger impact projects will not fit under the previous limits. Both perspectives are valid, and our intent in removing this limit is to encourage larger projects that truly address significant barriers to growth. And the Business Council will continue to review and evaluate each project based on potential ROI to the community and the state, taking current budgets and timelines into account. We also received many comments regarding smaller rural communities and their ability to acquire data to determine barriers to growth. and have the capacity to manage the grant process and keep up on reporting. We do hear this feedback loud and clear, and it is something that we are looking and working on. We understand that we are raising the bar on what we are expecting from our communities, so we are also going to be raising our levels of service to match that. We will be releasing updated BRC guidelines on our website to help communities access free data resources and outline how to approach identifying their own unique barriers to growth. We are also planning on hosting informational sessions about BRC and to allow for questions and answers and peer learning. Finally, our team is continually working on improving the BRC application and reporting, as discussed earlier. We received some comments that demonstrated existing revenue recapture provisions can be confusing. Our intent is to simplify this section in the rules, which can be hard because revenue recapture is confusing. Ultimately, the core principle and goal of revenue recapture and BRC applicants is that an applicant who co-invests in a project will retain a larger share of the net revenue upon its completion. That was a mouthful to get out. There were also some concerns that the expanded repayment cap of up to double the original grant amount and the requirement that a portion of recaptured funds must be reinvested into another revenue generating project could limit fiscal flexibility for communities. I wanted to kind of address that a little bit in that the only instance that recapture of up to double the grant award would happen is if the project has a very high upside or net revenue, in which case the community is also going to be realizing a much higher recapture. Furthermore, money that is recaptured by the BRC account stays in the BRC account and will be utilized for future community infrastructure investments. And revenue that is recaptured at the local level is intended to spur future economic growth within that area. There were some comments and questions regarding what types of projects fit within the proposed rules, specifically around quality of life projects, affordable housing, and startup business supports. We intentionally removed project types from the proposed rules in order to focus on addressing barriers to growth, which will likely look different in every community. So there is potential that a quality of life project or a housing project could be a barrier to economic growth. And if the data supports that, it is something that we would consider. There were some comments encouraging the rules to allow for economic development organizations and other similar entities, like local economic development organizations and other similar entities, to be added to the list of eligible BRC project applicants. While that is an interesting concept, eligible BRC applicants are defined in statute, and so that is not something that we can change. However, some of these parties can act as agents of the applicant and play a large role in the projects. Some comments encourage the Business Council to ensure the publicly owned asset can benefit a business in the long term. BRC staff will review and analyze each project to ensure all entities with capital at risk in the project can realize a positive return from the project, which would include the state, the community, and the committed business. We received multiple comments regarding additional resources needed for applicants to be successful. We agree and are currently working to make those resources available on our website, including templates, guides on how to identify barriers to growth, and guidelines on how to present to public boards. Additionally, following project analysis, we will publish example data sets of community barriers to growth on our website that other communities can use as they work on things. We also received many insightful technical comments about definitions needed, clarity on specific sections, and other items, and we did incorporate a lot of those. Finally, there were a large number of comments that expressed support for the Business Council's efforts at streamlining the rules, specifically including the addition of block grants for planning projects and the program name change and rebrand to Building Resilient Communities. So I wanted to go over some of the updates that we have made from those comments and what has changed from what you guys saw at the May board meeting. We, as I stated previously, a local economic development organization can act as an agent of the applicant. We have expanded that definition and have included that urban renewal agencies and downtown development authorities can also act as an agent of the applicant. We have added a provision that the location of the proposed project must be located within the jurisdiction of the applicant. And based on a comment that we received that suggested extending the local public process from 7 days, we have revised that to a 10-day notice requirement. In order to ensure that we receive applicants that are applications that truly address barriers to growth, we have removed the requirement that an applicant can only submit one application per year. So now there's no limit on the number of applications that one applicant can submit. Furthermore, based on a suggestion that we received, we have added the word written throughout the rules to ensure there is binding documentation. And again, we received several technical revisions on clarity and some definition clarity. And so we did make those adjustments as well. So kind of going back to the timeline, a reminder, we are asking the board today to adopt the final rules. If the board does, we upload the rules to the Secretary of State's website, and then we have up to 75 days for the governor to sign those rules, which means if we adopt these rules today, they are more than likely go into effect December, January timeframe. Happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Fantastic. Thank you for the rundown, Noel. Mr. Brown?
Match. Is that 50%? Does that require board approval? How does that happen?
Oh, with the weight. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Brown, do you mean that if the board were to waive the 25% match, how the cash and in-kind would work? Or I'm not sure I understand your question.
What I'm asking is, you said that half of the 12.5% can also be paid. Did you not say that?
Mr.
How does that occur?
Yeah, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Brown, how that occurs is it could potentially be a staff recommendation that then the board would vote and approve on, or a board member could make that motion to have a lower percentage match for that specific project.
And then it goes to the board. Yeah.
Correct. The board, in those types of projects, the board actually would have 2 votes, where you would first do a motion and a vote on the waiving of that requirement, and then a motion and a vote on approving or not approving that project.
Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Lance.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So Noel, in terms of that determination, what criteria would you take into consideration to reduce that match requirement? Is that specified?
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Lance. The definition that is in rules is under extraordinary circumstances. And again, that is not necessarily defined because those extraordinary circumstances could come from a lot of different areas. So we would look at things if it was extraordinarily high taxes that could come from this project, or the number of jobs and the wages of those jobs is much higher than what we usually see. Those would be the types of things that I think we would look at as an extraordinary circumstance of why we would ask the board to waive those specific rules.
I don't know why I thought you had a follow-on to that one.
Mr. Committee Chair, I just think
what we deem as a extraordinary circumstance, because the more we stray from a 50% requirement, the higher likelihood that we're going to see more and more and more. So we just need to be clear.
That is a very good note. Thank you, Mr. Lance.
Yes, Mr. Nelson.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Reed.
when we had this discussion in May, we were talking about the funding cap and the need to remove it so that there was flexibility within the council to look at larger volume opportunities. Why the requirement for 25%? Is there a statute that requires that? I mean, if we're changing rules, why not? If we see something like that coming, to Mr. Lance's point, why not reduce that requirement?
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, Mr. Nelson. There were a couple of reasons that we decided on the 25%. One is we really want communities to also be investing in themselves and to have co-investment into these projects. That is not just a state project, that there is co-investment from all entities into the project that's before us. If it's something that is truly a barrier to growth, we want communities to invest in that barrier along with the state with us. So that's why we want to have a match. We came up with a 25% match. In statute, a planning grant has a 25% match. And so we chose 25. So all of our projects moving forward would be at that 25% and there would be no variation across projects.
So just a comment from my side, or a question, I guess. In evaluation of past projects, I know this is something we discussed with the newer criteria around what a match would quantify as. Were the majority of them close to this 25% that we're asking now when you took into account the additionals above and beyond the cash?
Mr. Committee Chair, that is correct. And we have found that the projects that are more successful tend to be the ones that have that higher level of co-investment from the outset.
Thank you. Sorry, Dr. Schaefer, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Noel, a question for you, and then I have a couple of proposed additions, but just for our clarity, the updates to your rules revisions that you just walked through, those are updates from the emergency rules that we considered this summer based on the public feedback?
Mr. Committee Chair, Dr. Schaefer, we did not do emergency rules. What we have done is we'll repeal the old rules and then these are new rules. But yeah, the few things that I talked about today are in addition to what you saw in May.
Yeah, apologies for another organization that does emergency rules quite frequently. So they're changes based on public feedback compared to what you presented to us this past summer.
That is correct.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you. And Mr. Committee Chair, I do have a couple of proposed changes, amendments. I don't know what the appropriate conversation is. And so if it'd be okay, I'd like to present those to the board for your consideration. And I think, Ms. Grenfell, do we have those? Wonderful. The first one is actually pretty simple. I think it's in the actual opening of the rules itself under the purpose. When you get to the second sentence, it's about 3/4 of the way down. You can see in there, we refer to statute suggesting that this provides for the business council's making of grants and loans to eligible applicants for the economic development infrastructure. I'm recommending we strike infrastructure and include projects for a specific reason. Within the rules, we actually have currently two types of projects. One of those is planning, one of those is infrastructure. I think the intent of the word infrastructure there is more broad and may be confusing when we get the types of projects. So I'm recommending that we simply change that to economic development projects to flow with the language and the rules later on in section 5. So that's the first one. And then I guess, Mr. Committee Chair, I'll lean on you to decide how you want to debate these. The second one is more substantial. So currently in statute, thank you for pointing me to that. The BRC program actually is allowed to grant loans and grants for 3 types of projects: infrastructure, planning, and what's considered educational or economic and educational development. Currently, the rules before us address infrastructure and planning. I'm recommending we add the 3rd type of project into the rules, but refer to those as economic development projects. I think one of the conversations that we've had thus far is educational is such a broad term. It actually may be unruly for staff to figure out how to even wrap their guidance around to applicants for educational. But I think it would be appropriate for us to align with statute and actually offer a type of project that would be considered economic development project. And there's a definition up there that I've suggested, which would be a non-infrastructure project that contributes to addressing or solving a barrier to economic growth or multiple barriers to growth. Very similar language to what we talk about with infrastructure projects. It has the same language in there about under, the waiver of the matching requirements. And I think the rest of the rules go well, but I did include a maximum amount of $500,000. That's not scientific, in thinking about this for these projects, $100,000 may be too limiting. Unlimited, like the infrastructure projects, may be too broad. So it'd be worth some feedback and some consideration. But I think a couple of things here. One, the alignment with the statute is probably important, and since the statutory intent was to include economic development projects, infrastructure, and planning, to have the rules that would actually allow for the submission of types of projects that could be considered economic development, would be worth considering in here. The other piece, just listening to our conversation today, there appears to be emerging barriers to economic growth that could be addressed through things that don't easily fit into infrastructure or planning. If you want to do matching funds programs for an R&D component of a company that is expanding or coming to Wyoming, it's not infrastructure, especially if the equipment's movable. But it's not planning. So what's the economic development tool there? There's probably a lot of different ways we can grow supporting entrepreneurs through addressing gaps in the funding spectrum. That wouldn't be infrastructure, wouldn't be planning. And there's probably other ones that I'm not even thinking of. And so this gives us the opportunity to at least encourage innovative thinking from an economic development perspective to address binding constraints that may not easily fall into infrastructure, is my mind. So with that, Mr. Committee Chair, those are my two proposed changes, amendments to the rules, and I'll leave it to you to kind of guide us through debate and whether we want to take formal action on those.
For sure. Thank you. Thank you for those thoughts. I think there's some good things to chew on and think about through those. My first question before we determine how we're going to proceed with it is probably to Bert and Noel. From your understanding of this process, where we're at, where we've come from to get to this point with these rules, if we were to implement these amendments, what would that do to the process as we currently sit? And the progress that's been made to this point.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I believe that if we were to entertain and accept these amendments, we would not be adopting the final rules today. It would be approving draft rules again, and then we would need to bring them back to the board at a later date for the final adoption of those rules. So it does affect the timeline a little bit.
Mr. Committee Chair, if I may, I'd like to, I don't want to disagree with Noel. My read on the rulemaking process, it is not uncommon for a rulemaking body to make changes, especially based on public feedback, to what's been proposed as draft rules. In fact, as we heard, we've made changes from the rules that you saw. Now, there's a filing process where we upload rules to the Secretary of State's office. Whether that's done before the board, the rulemaking body takes action, or after, I don't know. I think we've already done that, if I understand that correctly. But I don't believe that we're restricted from actually making changes. It's part of the feedback and the iterative process to proposed rules. It is up to us, though, if we feel that those changes are substantial enough that we may want to reset the process and seek public feedback again or go back out to that. Certainly on the First Amendment, I don't think that is necessary. It is really not significant. The second one, like I say, I think we should have some debate on that. But it is something that's already directed in statute, and I think it is within our authority as a rulemaking body to actually adopt those rules and advance them to the Secretary of State and Governor's office for that. And so, but we may have had consideration on the legal process, and that if we've got some legal insight from the AG's office or from the Secretary of State, that would be helpful.
And I believe we have Bert.
If I may, Mr. Committee Chair, Dr. Schaefer, it sounds like when we consulted with the Attorney General that as long as it's logical outgrowth of a public comment, that is acceptable. If it is not, we have to restart the process. So to your point, I think the first one is potentially logical outgrowth. The second one, I would say, something for us to consider as we do the next rule revision.
Ms. Grenfell?
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, we do have Devin Kenny from the Attorney General's office on if you wish to hear from him.
I think that'd be beneficial if you wouldn't mind chiming in.
Hi, Chairman, Commission. This is Devin. Sorry, I'm not there in person. Would be easier if I was, but yes, to the point Bert has made, that is the standard that you look at for administrative rules. So after you go to before the notice and comment period, and I acknowledge that your rulemaking authority is a bit different. You don't technically have to go through a notice and comment period, but you did. You're allowed to, but you don't have to, but you did go through one. And after you do so, your ability to make changes is more limited. Prior to doing so, it's free, it's open. I mean, you can't obviously adopt rules that are in contravention of statute, but other than that, you can make whatever sort of changes you like. Once you've gone through the notice and comment period, however, there's the restriction with the idea that, like what Bert mentioned about logical outgrowth, and it comes from the idea that since you've had people comment on the rules, the changes you make should be things that a person who's commenting might have expected. For example, in another state agency that I represent, there was a particular number. It was like a standard. It was like, this percentage, and they highlighted that in the notice to proceed. They said, we are considering, this is the number we put in there. It was like 15% or something, but we're considering anywhere from 10% to 20%. We got a whole bunch of comments. I don't remember. I think they were towards like the 20% thing. They might have been the other way. It doesn't really matter. And based on those comments, they made a change. And you would argue that that's logical. One, you've highlighted, you told everybody this is something we might change. Everybody was on notice. Anybody commenting was on notice. This was the sort of thing we were considering changing. The problem when you go outside that sort of thing, when it's no longer based on like a comment that's received, is that the commenters can't have known that you were going to make this sort of change. And so they didn't have an opportunity to comment on it. There's nothing but, again, that's it. I mean, it's not a hard fast, like this is definitely outside, this is definitely within. The smaller scope of like change, certainly fixing, for example, spelling errors. Somebody points out this was misspelled, or the sentence is not a complete sentence. That sort of thing, clearly fine. May well be fine. If we have in your particular instance, there are grant amounts. If we were to, and the match percentage, if we were to lower that, that would probably be fine. That commenters, if, taking that as an example, there are multiple commenters who suggested that was too high. If we were to reduce that to say 20%, I think it would probably be arguable that, that is something you might expect, that we don't need to go back out for comment. On the other hand, if you were to raise that to say 30%, that might be something that would not fit into logical outgrowth. It's still just 5%, but that's something that unlikely a commenter would have expected. Maybe I was okay with 25%, but 30% I would not be okay with, so I didn't comment on that issue. You raised it. That's something that's concerning to me. It's unlikely that lowering it would be concerning, but raising it may well be. I know this isn't exactly the same thing, but that's sort of the general principles. And so if something goes beyond that, if it's something that's, wasn't in there before, that was not something that the commenters could have anticipated, then it's unlikely to be considered a logical outgrowth. On the other hand, if it's something that was, a lot of folks had suggested, particularly around like numbers and things are easier to tweak, especially if we're lowering them or raising them in the direction that, we're getting comments suggesting, because again, people would not necessarily have thought they would go the other direction, but they may well have thought they could go that way. It's just the reason for the limit is that if you're going to have a public comment period, you need to give people, like, this is what it looks like, and let people see this is what the rules look like. If you're going to do that, if you're going to change greatly from that, it kind of undermines that process. It doesn't give people an opportunity to truly comment on what the rules look like if you change them greatly.
Thank you for the input. We really appreciate it. I know at least I appreciate the clarity. I know I've got a couple thoughts with Dr. Schaefer. I'm going to let you go first.
Well, thank you for that, Mr. Committee Chair, and I appreciate the clarity as well on a couple of things. Given the feedback from the AG's office, I'm happy to say we can sit on Amendment 2, knowing that, one, we've made changes to rules on a regular basis, and two, we're not obligated to have public comment on those, and we've changed rules without going through that process. I'm happy to work with Bert and Noel and to bring these in the next meeting to make that change using the process we've done in the past. I would suggest that we consider Amendment 1. I think it is de minimis, it's not substantial, and I think it actually clarifies the VRC rules as well.
Dr. Schaefer, you read my mind to where I was thinking with that after the AG's remarks as well. Bert, Noel, do you see any issues with Amendment 1 from your perspective? Okay. Sorry, Mr. Lance.
I love government process. It's brilliant. So with regard to Amendment 2, surely we received comment about eligible projects and limitations in the rules. I don't have those comments in front of me. I'm just curious as to the scope and extent of those comments. I mean, at a certain point, I think we can hash through today whether this is something that we should do or shouldn't do. And I think there's probably a hook somewhere in the comments, again, not having access to those. I don't want to bend it too far, but I also, if this is a change that can be done, it expands the potential eligible applicants and it's consistent with statute. I may not be so quick to give in on Amendment 2, but I'll leave that to your good thoughts.
And Mr. Committee Chair, to Mr. Lance's response, I guess that's part of the feedback that the board could probably give. It's either consider today or consider it at your next meeting, assuming we move it through the committee. And if you'd rather have the debate about this component through committee and then have it as the board, it may make sense to delay it. But the implementation of changed rules may become complicated if we do something today and then come back at the next meeting with proposed changes. So, but again, Mr. Committee Chair, I'd appreciate some feedback and some discussion from the board itself about whether or not there's merit to the proposal in the first place. And then if folks say there is, then maybe there's a motivation to do something sooner. But otherwise, I would intend to just bring that through the committee and back for next time.
Yeah, so I think there's like you said, there's kind of a double situation there. One, if there's value to what's being introduced as this type of project C, and the other if it should be done now or at a later date. I guess my first question would be to staff as the ones who have to execute. Is there a benefit one direction or the other in terms of proceeding through committee through that process and doing a little more fleshing things out, vetting it beforehand versus trying to work through that right here?
Yep. Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Schaefer, I think with Amendment 2, our best process is to put that into the next queue for rules. And I say that because two different pieces. One, I question whether this is constitutional and how a non-infrastructure project can be owned by an applicant, unless we're proposing they're owning intellectual property, which gets us into a different sticky situation. And two, because of a maximum amount that is put on here that wasn't something that was commented on. We did receive comments on other types of projects, but I think also because we've removed types of projects intentionally to focus on barriers, I think there's enough in here that we need to go do some homework to figure out if we can do this from a constitutional statute perspective before we jump in.
Thank you very much for the color on that, Bert. I would like to look around the rest of the table because this corner has been talking a whole lot on this topic and would just like to look to the rest of the table and see if there's any remarks from any of the rest of you regarding this.
Committee Chair. Short ones. I think both things are true. I think there is value and I think it's worth exploring. And I think we should do it in the next iteration based on the feedback heard today.
Fantastic. I'm seeing a few nods and it sounded like Dr. Schaefer that you were on board with that concept. And I love what you're trying to get at here. I want to be able to do, my personal opinion, want to be able to do something that we know is going to work. So let's take this, let's woodshed a little bit internally and let's bring this thing back around is my thought.
And Mr. Committee Chair, I'm fine with doing that. I just want, we'll go on the record. I don't want it to be, we'll get to it next year conversation, I guess is what I'm suggesting, but it's worth doing the legal analysis and not just relying on opinions and our reads of it. And so to do it right, that's okay. But I just want to express my intent then to get it back on the agenda sooner than later and not, yeah, we'll take it up in a year and a half when we do this again.
Is that something we can commit to a real evaluation and an update, at least in some extent by the next meeting of this?
Yep, we can do some homework. We can figure out where we want to go. We can look at if it's constitutional, if we can do it from a statute perspective. The only caveat I will say is in order for us to make a change, I think we do have to wait for the rules to be signed to grab the new base and make the change. So the new change could start in January rather than the December meeting, just so we're clear.
But we could at least start doing the homework and the background work on it significantly sooner.
Yep.
Fantastic.
Mr. Committee Chair, then if I may, just for process, I would move Amendment 1 and changing of infrastructure, striking infrastructure and inserting the word projects.
That sounds fantastic. We have a motion to add Amendment 1 as suggested by Dr. Schaefer. Do we have a second? Second from Ms. Worthen. Do we have any further discussion around that amendment? Seeing none, I'd move for a vote. All in favor signify with aye.
Aye.
All in favor, all opposed, same sign. Fantastic, motion carries. So now currently the proposed rules would be what was published and sent to the board with the substitution of the word projects for infrastructure in section 1. So any discussion around the overall rules? Yes, Mr. Lance.
So, Dr. Schaefer, what is your sense of what would be covered in the second or the third category? Give me an example. You did, and I didn't hear it correctly, I don't think so.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Lance. So one of the biggest things is obviously the folks that created the statute had some foresight to think that there are aspects of economic development that would fall underneath this broad auspice of economic and educational development. One of the things we've learned is not all of our barriers to growth are simply addressed with infrastructure or planning. And so basing off the statute and thinking about what we're learning, having the opportunity to see what emerges is somewhat appealing to me. I think we've heard today and discussed the power of what significant research and development could do to stimulate sectors in our economy that we don't have. Research and development can be facility, can be equipment intensive. It's also people intensive, financial incentive intensive, and different things. That could be one. How we support entrepreneurs could also be service intensive. The access of an entrepreneur to secure technical assistance for IP filing and things like that, if they don't exist, could be supported through a BRC program that would elicit, local matches from EDOs or other folks. So I think there's some broad ideas that are out there that could be good ways to leverage local investment with BRC funds to remove barriers of growth. And so why limit that versus create the opportunity to see what emerges in those veins?
So I guess my sense is, and I'll go along with the notion that we wait and study it. I just really exhort staff, don't prejudge whether there's going to be a constitutional issue, because I think it's based on the individual circumstances that come before us. It's in the statute. If somebody can be creative, I think we should. And so I do think there's question around the amount and some of the other things. But having been very distantly involved in some of these direct conversations with leads and others, we kind of have a one size or two size fits all strategy that we have adapted and widened at times. But I think we need more tools as the potential range of projects is expanding.
Mr. Lance, I think that's a great thing. Not everything can be fixed with a flathead screwdriver and a hammer. So the more tools, the better. But definitely make sure we get them fleshed out. So that's why I'm excited to be able to work through this. And everything we've talked about all day is about iteration, right? Nothing's ever done. This is a perfect example of nothing's ever done. So with that, any additional discussion around the rest of the rules that have been proposed from any of the rest of it? Well, seeing none, I would entertain a motion to adopt the BRC rules with the amendment that we had just accepted.
So moved.
I have a motion from Dr. Schaefer. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second from Mr. Lance. Any further discussion? Fantastic. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Fantastic. Motion carries. Mr. Lance.
So I was on my soapbox at the last meeting, when we adopted these in May, about public comment. And I want to tell those regionals that engaged that process, thank you. I want to thank WHAM. I want to thank all of the folks that brought together the 58 comments we received. That's reflective of a state that's interested in the future of this program. And so I'm grateful for that outreach, and I'm grateful for the time that was spent on, I think, a thoughtful set of comments just based upon the narratives that are here. So thank you all for that.
Mr. Durrell, sorry, you denoted you wanted to speak before we took that for a vote, but I just kind of ran with it. So,
well, Mr. Committee Chair, I think more than anything, and I think that vote is fine, and moving forward is fine. What I did want to do is recognize and allow Ms. Harpstreet to come and speak on behalf of WHAM. While this process is in motion and things are going, I think, in a direction that we can all see. This is a continued partnership with the municipalities and the county commissioners and other entities. And I do think that this iteration it's important for us to note that. And I wouldn't mind if we could just have Ms. Harpstreet talk a little bit about WHAM and about the rule changes, and just give us that perspective if that's acceptable.
that's absolutely acceptable. And my apologies to Ms. Harpstreet for not getting in the right sequence. So please, we'd love to hear from you.
Good afternoon, Ashley Harpstreet with Wyoming Association of Municipalities. Thank you for the opportunity to comment. As you can see, our members are very interested in this topic. I am very concerned about the match and the current tax structure we are in the current environment with heavy revenue reductions and property tax. I have a couple other proposals that are out with the legislature that general fund revenues are harder to come by. I think, Mr. Chairman, through Mr. Lance, you're absolutely right for the criteria of under extraordinary circumstance. I would argue all 99 of my members are under those right now. And you're going to hear a proposal here shortly from the county in Lincoln. But the city of Kimmerer is facing a $55 million issue with their sewer lagoon. And we're not talking about small projects. We're talking about large projects. So 12% match on 55 million, that's not going to happen for a town like Kimmerer, just to be frank. So I've worked in this program for years. I appreciate the program. I think the way the direction is going to really make our communities business ready, it has to be infrastructure focused, because that's where we are severely lacking. I could talk water with you guys all day. And sewer all day. But I would urge caution on the match, and I would urge thought around the flexibility of that.
Fantastic. Thank you for your color on that. Definitely appreciate it and acknowledge that a lot of our communities have a lot of issues to face and that it's a difficult road to hoe for everybody at this point. It's something we all as a board need to be aware of going forward for sure. Fantastic. Yes, Mr. Lance.
I'm
Don't
monopolizing, I'm
don't
sorry.
apologize.
So, Ms. Harpstreet, question. Is there, sorry, and any of the local elected officials, Mr. Commissioner Connolly or others, I'm very interested in kind of the scale of the potential need from BRC. I mean, we have what, 90 million roughly, right? Whatever. What do you see as the size of the elephant that sits out there in municipalities, potential demand against that 90 million?
Well, I could use every penny of it. I mean, you guys are talking about an R&D facility for 500 million just to get things off the ground. I would argue that's the cart before the horse because we don't have infrastructure to house these companies that would come in. And thinking about, I asked Ms. Jill over here, how many employees are you looking at? 200 to thousands? We are in a housing crisis right now. And so we've got to get our infrastructure aligned. SLIP funds are getting more competitive. Federal funds are hard. You're making this harder for some of the reporting requirements. And when we're overlapping layers of grant funding, our revenues are shrinking. I think you'll see a lot more people applying. So to have flexibility at the state level, I'd much rather come to the state for help before we go to the federal government. So I would see all of it being used. When we look at our infrastructure, you know, water and sewer, we can't even put our arms around what that looks like. So much so, the Legislative Select Water Committee is working together with our communities, trying to figure out the aging infrastructure, plus some EPA unfunded regulations and mandates we have coming down on us just to maintain what we currently have, working on expansion with billions of dollars coming into Southwest Wyoming, plus, you know, just following the rules with unfunded mandates. So we're working on a strategic plan for that, but I would guess into the billions if we're just talking sewer and water. And that we're not getting to roads, we're not getting to housing, we're not getting to like kind of the fun stuff that we're talking about today. So.
And I think at that point.
Sorry to be there.
No, we need the real answers in the room, not just the ones that feel good and sound good. And we all appreciate that. And I think what that says is it's not just the business council who could help solve these problems with things like infrastructure. It has to be the state that takes that on, and appreciate folks like yourself for helping lead that charge, not just with the business council, but with legislature and everywhere else. Mr. Lance.
Yeah, I mean, I haven't made up any decision on the lab structure. I think it's very intriguing. I guess we have in the sense that we signed on to a letter saying we support it. That said, the notion of expanding the pie, I think we need a whole factory. And we do have the wherewithal, by the way. But the fact that our infrastructure is aging and that we're looking at billions of dollars that are required to meet basic needs in our communities at a time when we're hacking away at revenue streams seems slightly counterintuitive to me.
Committee Chair.
I'm going to let Ms. Downham go first, and then I'll come back to you, Dr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I just want to commend you for your comments, and I feel you, I would say. Absolutely, that is the truth. There is so much money that needs to be put into infrastructure to really support the growth that we're talking about here. And I think that's where the conversation earlier today really comes in when we're talking about the excess funds the state's holding that is being invested, but maybe we could invest it better. And I don't even know if that fits within the purview of this organization here, but there is absolutely a place that some of that money should go. And I think that is important for everybody to hear. And it's not just small communities, it's every community in this whole state that is facing exactly what you're talking about. So I guess I would just support what you said and hope that we can kind of help create a solution, even if it's a recommendation from here or something, but that's what I'd like to see.
Yes, please. Dr. Shaver.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. I think Ms. Dunham actually makes a very important point that we all would agree with. The state needs investment in infrastructure. Ms. Harpster, here's my question. If we, as a business council, I believe, Mr. Durrell can correct me if I'm off base here, we have been now for at least my time on the business council signaling that we want to ensure communities look to leverage every resource they have to help take care of themselves. And one of the best ways we can do that is signal that we have some funds here, hopefully coming in as the last dollar after those communities have done that. If we step back from the proposed rules and say we'll consider everything to be, extraordinary circumstances, even though I'm not saying that Kemmer's needs would be illegitimate or anything with that, what motivation does that give to the municipalities to actually start championing the use of every tool they have first? And my worry is if we step back and say, we'll just take care of it, we're actually buying into the same mindset that we've had for decades in Wyoming, where we say minerals will take care of it, somebody else will take care of it. So I'd be curious on how you might respond to that, Ashley.
I'm a former recovering economic developer, and in 2015, I came before this committee and in council and have leveraged these funds for years and written plenty of my share of BRC grants. And I really appreciated the former chairman, co-chairman, Mr. Sopko, explaining that we used to be the last dollar. And I think that is subject to our tax structure. And if you think about that in 15, after the 2008 boom of coal methane, we were, even though we went back into a decline around 15, we've been very fortunate. And back to the conversations of when were we really actually ever out of money? We've never really been actually out of money. And again, we talk about this tax structure. We are now in a really interesting time of the crosshairs of local dollars drying up. I can assure you the last thing my council wants to do is go to the county and ask for something to be on the ballot. They don't want to go to the state and ask for money. They certainly don't want to go to the feds. We would love to help ourselves first, but unfortunately, we don't have those local levers. And the levers we do have in general funds are drying up. And so I just implore you to think about, until we make major tax structure changes in fiscal policy, we are beholden to the boom and bust cycle of the minerals industry. And that goes back to my comment yesterday. We want to see growth. It's in the minerals sector until we make a structural change. That's just the reality of it.
Josh was giving me a side eye, so I'm not sure if you had any remarks or if anybody else did.
Mr. Committee Chair and Ms. Harpster, thanks for that. I think that is an accurate representation of the status quo. And so what we would say is that we are not willing to wait. We are willing to instigate. We are willing to be the lever. We are willing to be the seed crystal. Pick your metaphor. We are going to be the catalyst for that change. And frankly, we know that that means we will be in the crosshairs and we will be unliked and we will be the people who go, what in the heck are they doing? And we will say, we care enough to take the pain and to be the ones that people go, why are they making it harder on us? We're making it harder so that we can illuminate the problem that our fiscal system is punishing our local communities for growth. And at best, it's punishing them for growth, but it's more likely that it's punishing them to stay alive. And that is unacceptable to us. So we will use every tool at our disposal to change that system. And I really believe that what you're saying is what we're saying. And together, and maybe get a few more friends in this team of thousands, we can get enough people together to say, yeah, this is broken. We have some ideas. Here's how to fix it. Policy is one of our tools. We should absolutely work on that policy. and start handing it to people and saying, if you want a Wyoming that's relevant in the future, beyond what our current fiscal system is, which we have to have because our current fiscal system is built upon things that the rest of the world may not want. It's reality. What you are saying is reality. And what we're going to hear in about 5 minutes is reality. And our job is to amplify that reality and come with solutions to help people get there. And so I love that you are passionate about your communities. I love that you are able to represent the challenges that they face, because we see the exact same thing that you see. So thank you.
Mr. Co-Chairman, Mr. Committee Chairman, you guys got a lot of people. Mr. Durrell, it also is a fundamental issue in the wonderful state of Wyoming. We are blessed to only have 500,000. I mean, we have a wonderful network that we're able to get some things done because of how small we are. That's a blessing and a curse with economies to scale. You know, we can't keep up with our fee structures on our enterprise funds because of the sheer numbers. To provide a sewer system for 4,000 people in the city of Kimmer is about the same as providing a lander for 10,000 people. So when you're looking at, you know, scaling up, or, you know, even to our hometown of Cheyenne, you know, Cheyenne is in definition of a rural community, and that's our largest city. First-class city. So we fight economies to scale. Do we want an influx of people? I don't know. You know, that might not ever be the case because of the way we're landlocked, because of this culture we're in. Will we see growth? Absolutely. But to get up to a reasonable size of economies to scale, until we still kind of have to be in this environment of asking for help from the state to provide basic services until the tax structure changes or we get a lot more numbers in here. And the best example of that from an economist perspective is if you look at the city of Jackson, and it's actually a city, even though they call themselves the town. They have such an extreme tourism environment. Sales tax overrides the Remy report from Endow back to those days in 2018, where sales tax is so levered because of our amazing tourism sector up there. But that comes with all sorts of problems, right? Trying to get into town right now with the congestion, trying to go to the restroom with signs in Chinese that says, don't stand on the toilet. You know, we have all these social issues that come with that, and dealing with this influx of people to overcome our tax structure. So we've got to think really outside of the box with the cards and the deck we're dealt.
Yeah, man. I completely hear you, and I believe in the truth that you're speaking. I also hear Mr. Durrell, and I think that we're speaking the same things. However, from where I sit, I can fully support a Wyoming Business Council that leaves in the 25% and calls it an extraordinary circumstance. We have voted ourselves into these circumstances by not acting sooner, by not being proactive with a lot of these things. This is the situation that we're in. It's not a good situation. I don't want to put a Band-Aid on it when this is surgery. And I think that may be the message that we want to carry forward. If we don't want to remedy with a Band-Aid, this is surgery that needs to be done. And that's why I can stand behind the BRC plan as it is written with the 25% match. Are we going to get that right now? You're entirely right. More than likely we're not. However, the problem is ignored if it's not addressed.
I would thank everybody for their remarks. I don't even know where to start with who and what, where, but I think this is an incredibly valuable conversation. I think the conversation in this room around this table, around this topic is huge, and it's being held at other places around the state. And I think the more we have this conversation, the more we push this conversation. To your remarks, the more we bring to light the municipalities that have basic life systems that are close to failure or already failing and we're band-aiding, the more we bring that to light, the less we can ignore it with the other decisions that are being made. So thank you all so much for all of that. I hate to keep us moving, but we do need to keep moving. Thank you again so much for your remarks. And I will hand it over to Bert to go through our Laramie audit.
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chairman. I'll start with maybe building on what Josh talked about earlier and maybe a myth that we told ourselves in the February board meeting, that us providing significant amounts of investment into Laramie would result in them having plenty of capital to be able to make the next co-investment. If you remember our February board meeting, we made the comment that we had provided more than $20 million in revenue generating grants that should have resulted in the ability for them to have revenue, to have a match when they came before us with the Wyotech project. I think what we've learned through this process is that's not the case. But I think what we also learned was that this was a really, really good experiment for us as the business council and for Laramie to go through. I don't want to diminish how hard this was for Laramie, though, and all the work that they put into getting all of these data points and to get the information to present to you all today. I'll start with a few more of those learnings. The business council's invested in 15 revenue generating projects in Laramie for $33.5 million since 2004, I believe was our first project. The more recent projects actually had better data. So we eliminated the first 4 projects to make sure that our data was clean as we ran an analysis. So we only looked at 2009 forward. And like I said earlier, not an easy request. We asked Laramie for a lot of their time to get all this data put together. But I do believe it was a very beneficial outcome for all of us involved. So we'll just look at those projects 2009 forward. That represents $27.2 million in revenue generating grants and $1.1 million on top of that for revenue generating projects. You can see the list of projects here, the grant amount and the loan amount, and kind of where everything has shaken out as far as each of those projects go. There we go. So the $30 million in investment that the Business Council has put into Laramie has resulted in only $5.4 million in gross revenue. Of that $5.4 million, if we take out operations, we take out maintenance, we take out debt service, we get to $2.9 million in net revenue. BRC revenue recapture comes in post net, right? To make sure that we're not taking O&M out. So of that 2.9, we've received $560,000 in recapture to the BRC account, which leaves Laramie with an economic development fund based on these projects of $2.4 million. Laramie is actually a pretty shining example of they're taking the funds that they are getting and reinvesting. So they've reinvested $1.8 million of that 2.4 into other projects in Laramie. They're a shining example because we actually have other communities that let that money sit. They don't know how to make those investments. Laramie is making investments. They're moving the dollars. They're getting things done. They are continuing to move forward, where I think I want to make sure that we give them kudos for that, rather than having an economic development fund or a savings account that continues to grow. You can't save yourself into a profitable future. So of that 1.8, that leaves them with $560,000 in their account, right? They are also carrying $340,000 in debt for those $1.1 million in debt that we had for those projects. So realistically, they have $220,000 to keep things going. It's a pretty grim story of a $30 million investment. I will say there is upside. The upside to that is it has generated $113,000 a year in increased taxes and fees for them. Where we're not part of recapture, that's just net upside to Laramie. The assets that they do hold could generate, based on today's numbers, $355,000 a year in lease payments. So they have another way to generate revenue as we continue down that path. They've created with these projects more than 200 jobs. And the real upside is that $30 million of investment has resulted in all of the money that we've seen so far, plus current value of $40 million in assets that they're holding. Economic development takes a long time. We talked about it earlier, like 20 years to get some of these results. So while they have 40 million in assets, they don't have 40 million in cash to put forward to these next revenue generating projects. So I think it was a great exercise. I appreciate the board pushing on us, Mr. Lance pushing on us to go through this. One of the things that the takeaways that we have is BRC won't change our economy alone, and it won't change our economy overnight, and it might not be the tool for everything, right? It's one lever we have, one tool we have in the toolbox. These returns are good when you look at the combination of cash on cash and economic impact and the asset value as we go into the future. I will say though that, like I said before, the time horizon for this is a really long time for BRC projects where we're making investments in community-owned infrastructure. It takes a long time to be realized. These deep dive exercises that we did with Laramie, we will continue to do these. This is not a one-off. This is something that we're going to continue to do with all of our large projects as we go forward, making sure that we're digging into where the money's gone, what we can help to do next as we're doing more rule revisions, what do we need to change? So with that, I think we have people online that are willing to answer questions from Laramie LCBA, and I'm happy to answer any questions as well. Oh, hey, Brett.
And Mr. Enzi, thank you for driving up to meet with us. I first would like to echo Bert's response or comments on behalf of the board to thank Laramie for their efforts. This has definitely been almost a Herculean task to pull this all together, and to be able to really see and have a great case study on BRC from almost the beginning is fantastic. So with that, Mr. Lance.
Yeah, this is a fantastic effort by Laramie and staff. I'm pleased with the learnings. I think it's revealing in terms of there are no silver bullets in this, and even the best designs in terms of revenue recapture and some of those things. This is a slog, and the actual returns maybe don't even match our imagination of what we think can come down the track. So just want to reiterate my thanks for you all engaging that process. I know it was a heavy lift, and I'm grateful, and I'm glad that we're going to continue the process with other communities. I think it's very instructive.
Any further questions from anybody? That was right where my one question was going to be, was to Brad and to Laramie. Like, what would you like to share with us about the process or in general? I know you guys have learned quite a bit as well.
It was a heavy lift. And I think a few of the things that have been addressed through the rulemaking process, to readdress, Mr. Chair, Brad Enzi, CEO of the Laramie Chamber of Business Alliance, and I think we've got Janine Jordan on the phone. Questions, but we really took this on as a team, business council staff, my staff, the city staff. A couple of the things that I think we addressed in the rulemaking is the length of time we're gathering data, and getting that into the original agreements is paramount to our success as a state, because what we found is, as you quit gathering data because the grant timed out, as long as the state has a stake and it hasn't been sold yet, I think we should be gathering data. Because the second that we give that up, then the business is like, well, I don't have to report that anymore. So the more specific we can call that out in agreements, which is really kind of post council, will be super beneficial to us gathering this data over time. Another thing that I think that we couldn't figure out a way to account for is probably the right way to say, is when a business gets into trouble and we need to modify the agreement kind of midstream, which we have the fluidity and flexibility to do in these agreements. And it's super beneficial to the process that we take. So we get a company in, they get going, they run into a hurdle. What do we do? You know, and we make a modification. It's hard to account for that in this. I think with the new rule and kind of just what we've worked through, we've got ideas of how to do that. So that's great. But that's a challenge of this. Company moves to Wyoming, hits a hurdle, didn't get a contract, and now we're all in a position where we're trying to make sure that business stays solvent and they can move forward. That's something we have to just kind of work through in an iterative process of how we gather that data and what concessions, kind of secondary concessions we make is an important part for us to gather in data. And then the third thing I would say on the, you know, kind of from LCDA, and this is a long process. And anytime you hit one of those hiccups, it doesn't kick it out a year. We don't kick the can down the road a year. It kicks the can down the road 5 years or 7 years. And you're trying to then get the company to where it's standing up strong. We've been very successful with one of those recently, but it's going to take them a while I think they were supposed to purchase in 24 and 26, and we're trying to get them to purchase in 25 both buildings now. But trying to leverage it back to where that return comes back into the BRC so it can be redeployed to other communities and into the program. But you know, those inevitable when it moves, you know, we have to really think about how we structure to set them up to come back. And I can't thank Bert, Noel, and their team enough for working on it. I would be remiss if I didn't say Jen Wade from the city of Laramie was digging into archives and old systems, and Joe from my office was digging into old systems. And then I think I would encourage us to take a look at some of the things that we do over time and say, and I'm going to just call out the rail spur. We, as the council, and I don't think anybody on the council is on time, but we come up with ideas sometimes, and this is why I like the way that the rules are written now. We come up and we say rail spurs are the way to solve the world, right? And we put a rail spur in. Well, that rail spur we have never made a dime on. It costs us about $25,000 right around Christmas every year, because that seems like the day that call comes in on insurance. Because to insure a rail spur is different. You now are spending a ton of money before you have any revenue. And fortunately, we've got Pete Lean and Sons, and they've utilized it, and we've come close to breaking even now, but that was. And so sometimes we say that's what's going to solve something for Wyoming, and it's not necessarily solved, but it's a huge cost. And so as we think through these processes and continue to update, revise, and redo, create that flexibility that I believe is needed, as well as, you know, how the repayment goes and what contributions come from the community. One of the things we need to consider is, just like we would with the business, is this a viable commercial enterprise? If we can't come up with that answer, probably got to make the tough decision to say, So that's my comments. Janine, Jen, anybody that's on, comments, thoughts that I missed?
Mr. Co-Chair and Mr. Committee Chair, we do have the City Manager of Laramie who would like to speak.
Absolutely. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I'll look for a thumbs up that the audio is sufficient and you can hear me.
Yes, we can.
Very good, thank you. I just wanted to echo what Director Enzi from the Laramie Chamber Business Alliance has said. We have appreciated the opportunity to go through this exercise with your staff. For me, it's been really gratifying. I have a long history in Laramie and 22 years of service with the city, so I remember most, but not all, of these projects. I did want to take a few seconds to maybe speak to the years that Bert said we did not include in his analysis, so pre-2009. 9. Just to demonstrate the long arc that we are dealing with in our community and of course statewide when it comes to economic development. So if I could just reference quickly one project from 2006, this was a really simple infrastructure project for our Turner Tract Office Park, which as you come into Laramie, it's the easternmost part of the city. Back in 2006, this was just a big field. It started with a small grant from the Business Council to extend some water and sewer infrastructure there in order to facilitate the expansion of Mountain West Farm Bureau to build their large and very notable building along Grand Avenue that you see as you come into the community. That was a job creation project. Those jobs have been sustained since 2006, and the city was able to take the proceeds from land adjacent to Mountain West Farm Bureau that we were then able to sell because there was infrastructure there. And we paid forward, I would say, the proceeds from those land sales to continue extending infrastructure to the south into this vacant field. What sits there now is a couple hundred units of housing. Obviously, the money that we used to extend infrastructure beyond the initial Mountain West Farm Bureau site was augmented by local funds, but in part facilitated by the Business Council's investments. So we have seen jobs created and sustained. We've seen 48 units of new affordable housing for seniors on land that we were able to donate and not sell. And then, of course, hundreds of units of single-family housing, in addition to some residual jobs that exist in the office spaces in and around Mountain West Farm Bureau. Just wanted to share that with you because it's been gratifying for me to watch that evolution over the past 2 decades in Laramie, and we appreciate the Business Council so much. I really think that the Business Council's BRC program has had a profound effect on the Laramie community and helping us to diversify our economy away from our dominant industries, which are almost entirely non-taxable industries. So moving into job creation in taxable industries is a game changer for our community, and we thank you for your support, past and future.
Thank you so much for your remarks to yourself and Director Enzi. Ms. Downward, I thought, do you have one more? Oh, it was Mr. Nelson raising a water bottle, sorry. I would just like to thank you both for your remarks and really sharing what this process worked and did for you as a community as well. To Bert's remark, I'm excited about doing this with other communities too and really working through that together. So thank you all very much. If there's not any further discussion, we'll move on to the BRC. Fantastic.
See project before you today. It's a community readiness project from Lincoln County. We currently have about $87 million in the BRC account. And so there's a breakdown of their request and our recommendation. As you can see, the recommendation that we have is actually higher than their grant request. And I will go into the details of that reasoning as we move forward through this project. Lincoln County is requesting a $2.9 million community readiness grant for a sewer pipeline from the Kemmerer to the proposed sewer package plant planned in the county. It will serve an area within Kemmerer and the adjoining county property. Currently, within Kemmerer and Diamondville, sewage treatment is provided by the Kemmerer-Diamondville Water and Wastewater Joint Powers Board. The proposed project is approximately $4.3 million. The current plant was developed in the 1970s and does not have any capacity for future growth. After the community was selected as the site for the Terra Power Natrium project, the Joint Powers Board hired an engineering firm to look at its infrastructure. That report stated that a sewer package plant was needed at a price tag of approximately $70 million. The Joint Powers Board is currently researching potential funding opportunities for that, but the community needs to be able to accommodate for growth and development now. Because of this, the community conducted further studies and identified 5 alternative solutions for providing wastewater treatment. The selected site is the proposal before you today and includes a treatment package and sewer pipeline installation. While this was not what Lincoln County had originally envisioned, sewer service is critical for any type of growth or development to occur in the area. Thus, the alternative location will be completed first and then become part of the community's overall sewer package. There are several partners to this project, including the City of Kemmerer, Town of Diamondville, Lincoln County, the South Lincoln County Economic Development Corporation, and the Joint Powers Board. Furthermore, the community has conducted much due diligence via the studies and reports completed for this project. All engineering reports agree that while the Joint Powers Board sewer plant has been very well maintained, it is far beyond its designed life expectancy. Due to this, various developers and businesses have received do not serve letters when it comes to sewer capacity. Thus, the community is unable to grow right now, like they are not able to grow. The proposed metrics for this project will include new business licenses, sales tax collection increases, population increases, and increase in assessed valuation. Here is an overview of Lincoln County's tax structure. They currently have 5%, and this was from the fiscal year 25 report from the State Revenue Department. We also asked them to give us some information on their local budgets. So Lincoln County has a current annual budget of about $31 million with about $18 million in reserves. The Joint Powers Board has an annual budget of about $11.7 million with approximately $1.2 million in reserves. Infrastructure, particularly sewer, may not be glamorous, but it is essential for a community's growth. Furthermore, timing is essential in economic development, and the long-term sewer solution is not going to occur quickly enough to take advantage of the opportunities and the business interest that is occurring in that region. There is also a serious undersupply of housing in Wyoming that comes with adverse economic consequences, with one of them being businesses unable to hire new staff due to limited places for them to live. With this project, the community will have the sewer capacity needed to serve a housing development that they're looking at currently. Finally, this infrastructure is essential for Lincoln County and its municipalities to grow. As stated previously, they are losing potential business ventures due to the lack of sewer capacity. Wanted to look at this project from the flywheel evaluation. Oh, the other ones didn't come through. Well, I'll read it to you then. So we look at it from our flywheel. We determine binding constraints. So the community has completed much due diligence to determine its barriers to growth and identified housing and new business attraction as major local challenges. However, as the community continued its research, they realized that the true binding constraint to these barriers all revolved around local infrastructure and sewer capacity. And I put together a little barrel analogy for this. So kind of what I was saying, they noticed that they were losing business ventures and they realized that they have a lack of affordable housing. But then as they really dug deep, that lowest stave on the barrel was really sewer capacity. And once they're able to rise that up, then they can start addressing some of those other issues. The community has completed several reports and studies to ensure the best and most feasible project is being completed, taking timelines and budgets into consideration. And there are several public partners involved in this project, and the community acknowledges that these partnerships are necessary and vital for growth in the region. Furthermore, they have researched and applied for other funding to help support and grow sewer capacity, including SLIB and the EDA. While the community has provided much evidence that a sewer package plant is the right direction, the proposed project still may not be enough to meet the needs and the demand of the community today. And any revenue generated from this project will be reinvested by the community towards future sewer projects. However, for this project to actually generate local capacity, continual work on its economic challenges and enabling processes to overcome them is necessary. So when looking at our recommendation, we looked at compelling and concerning items with this project. So with compelling, there has been a high level of due diligence completed to determine barriers to growth and the best path forward to alleviate those constraints. The community is severely lacking in infrastructure services, causing businesses interested to turn away, and this could help alleviate that. These capacity issues are also inhibiting new housing developments, and so this project could help alleviate that. Finally, several local partners are collaborating together to ensure the project's success. The only concern that we had is just due to their significant lack of sewer capacity is if this project was large enough to alleviate this binding constraint today. And so that is why our recommendation is actually higher than their request. And so we are recommending funding this project at $4,008,020. And that would include $900,000 for a second modular building and $150,000 for a treatment building. It still meets the match requirement if the community keeps their amount the same. And so we didn't have any concerns with having this increase in recommendation going forward. So I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have. And I know we have members from the community here as well.
Fantastic. Any questions from the board before we have the community members come forward? Yes, Dr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. No, three, I think, fairly quick questions that you could probably answer. The source of the match funds is one. And then, well, let me just go one at a time. The first one is, what's the source of the $1 million match fund?
I believe it's coming directly from the community. Yep, cash from the community.
I would invite the commissioner to come up and, because he looks like he's prepped to answer that question for you, Dr. Schaefer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And if you wouldn't mind just introducing yourself for all of us, that'd be great.
It's been a couple of days since I've been in front of a panel. Lincoln County Commissioner, Chairman of the Lincoln County Commission, but I am also the Vice Chairman of the Coalition of Local Governments, which is Southwestern Wyoming of Uinta, Sublette, Sweetwater, and Lincoln. And we coordinate things together. And you'll have to be careful how much leeway you give me, because the speech this great lady gave, I could have coached her with it, because I can answer most of those questions and back them up. We're on the same page going at it. Yes, sir. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Schaefer, we are backing it up. We've got the match. County's putting that up. And it's only coming from our reserves, 25% from the legislature. She's absolutely correct. You want to know what's wrong with Wyoming? Careful, you'll get me going here. Because if you are absolutely correct, we didn't do it in the past. That's why we are where we are. My numbers, even on my budget and stuff, that's not taking the 25% to come out at 40% by the time you take the 4 bills and add them to it. Those numbers aren't accurate. The assessment by we would lose 1.3 million. I lost 2.9. Okay, that's the difference in what's going on in the cities. Our population of the town I live in the largest town, 2,400 people. Okay, that's all. Diamondville puts us a little over 3,000. We don't have any numbers in Lincoln County of the 9 cities I have to justify any money enough to have reserves in any of my cities. My reserve right now sits at 16. They showed 18. It takes me 14 to balance the checkbook. The communities of Wyoming do not have enough money to fund this. And I mean the big cities too, because I deal with Rock Springs all the time. We sit in that coalition. This is a topic of discussion where we were formed to do federal agency stuff. We're surviving, trying to figure out how to get our cities to survive. And so I'm on a soapbox, so I'll back off here and go for your other questions.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Commissioner, I think you actually did a laudable comparison to Ms. Harpstreet's comments, but you can probably answer my other two. When was the last time that the county passed a 6-penny spot tax?
We were voted down, I'm getting an exact date, 2 years ago.
2 years ago.
We've tried 3 times. I definitely have a faction that doesn't want that 6 penny for various reasons. I'm a county that's very long, stretched out. I'm 170 miles if I come from LaBarge to Alpine.
Yeah.
Okay. And so we were in different economies, the scale of economies. I'm in the industry end. Star Valley's not. But the first time we tried to pass it, it lost by about 40 votes. The last time it was 60-40 going down.
Wow. Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. Commissioner, and this one may actually be better for Noel. On one of your slides, you say that Lincoln County is losing potential business ventures. Do you have some examples of businesses that have turned away or they've lost as a result of the lack of sewer capacity?
I can handle that. I have at least 10 businesses all the time approaching us in there wanting to come and build. And so sewer and water are water is a key. We're getting the Natrium fired power plant because we do have water. Okay, that's one of the main reasons we got it, between sage grouse and politics and everything else. And so we're building it, and there's going to be more than one. There's going to be about 3. 200 people a day travel all 3 roads on separate roads coming in and out of their construction workers. 45% of our workforce doesn't live local. Because the subject you're asking me about is basically this. I want my grandkids to have a job here instead of sending 60% of them out of state like my children did. So this isn't growth question that we're coming to you with. This is sustaining what we have in children and how they get jobs. We got a lot of good jobs. I had 100 people put me in an auditorium one night very secretly and asked me this question from the town I live in. Why can't we get homes built in Kemmer? Why can't we get water and sewer? We don't want to leave. 45% of my workforce in the major, I'm home to 5 worldwide leaders in products. Why isn't Wyoming keeping those businesses solid? 5 worldwide, not Wyoming wide, worldwide. We're in helium, we're CO2 recapture. You name it, we've got it. I've got one of the smaller coal mines, but that's still my biggest taxpayer. I'm home to Rocky Mountain Power's feed systems for all their power lines. Sweetwater County and the other counties around us are in it. We all are struggling with infrastructure. You're all backing it right up. But you wanted to know the question, you can shoot me down, Mr. Chairman, if I go too far. I can walk in and lay on this table right in here, the 5 of my 9 counties that all want $50 million to improve their sewer. And I can defend it really hard. I can defend it. I can put $350 million worth of bills on this table in here to show you what I need to play catch up, not to get what we need for growth, just to play catch up. Those are the requests we have in front of us. I'm in meetings constantly where the public is just railing on it. The county has to do something. The county has to do something because the cities do not have enough population with those small populations, but I won't even bank it on that. I know what Rock Springs is going through. I know what Green River is going through, and I know what Uinta County is going through. The last time I was in front of SLIB, $90 million, and that was the ARPA money or COVID money, okay, for water and sewer. They handed out 50 million, right? There was at least 30 to 40 people in that meeting that gave presentations. They were crying in front of SLIB, trying to figure out how they're going to flush toilets and do water. My city, I regularly have to use a water hose out of my house every once in a while because the infrastructure won't uphold in the wintertime. That's how bad it is in between.
Thank you.
But there's no base. We're a low population, like she said. It's great. I love living in Wyoming for that reason. I want my grandkids here for that reason. My children left because they cannot. Housing is big. That 45% I just quoted you in my area for when we're speaking to these guys, they come from Randolph, Utah, Montpelier, Idaho, not just from Rock Springs and around me, because that's where the housing is.
Mr. Lance.
Commissioner, Committee Chair, Commissioner, I'm hearing it may be raining. We have a rainy day fund. This is an interesting concept. Could be raining sewage soon if we don't get on the tag. My question for you is, there are other sources of revenue to fund these sorts of projects, some like Clean Water State Revolving Fund. Were those sources of funds looked at, and how? I'm guessing I know the answer, considering the potential for repayment and the funding shortfalls that you talked about, but I'm curious as to how those other sources played into your thinking.
And I can tell you've got a fantastic answer, but if you could just introduce yourself for the board.
Mr. Chairman, with your leave, my economic development person and my prime grant writer that helps support us all, Mary Crosby.
I'm Mary Crosby, and there's kind of 2 different answers to your question with SRF. Really, this project doesn't even qualify because we aren't the joint powers board. Kemmer and Diamondville are served by a joint powers board. Am I picked up on this? Okay. And it only serves within the town limits. They have gone to them. We've tried even Chapter 18 to fund these things, and it doesn't work. As far as the SRF and the various EPA funds that are cited, I'll leave this if anyone wants the grisly details. You do, to actually get a grant, your income and your unemployment matter for almost any federal grant. When we lose jobs, the people leave the area. The models all assume that you lost a good paying job. Your median income should go down, not if the person left. Your unemployment doesn't go up. You also have a factor where most of those people with good paying jobs had well-educated spouses who filled other, maybe not so good paying jobs in the community. But when they leave with their spouse, you bring in the unemployed. They go to the restaurant. The person from the restaurant goes to the school district, and you have an even lower unemployment rate. So no, the federal funds don't work out. And then I have this, which has a whole host of other reasons why that I know you don't want to hear.
Thank you. I think that adds a whole nother perspective to that of we think programs are there, but when people just leave the town rather than staying, it changes those numbers and doesn't make it apply anymore. Any additional questions from the board? Yes, Dr. Schaefer.
Mr. Committee Chair, and I promise I'll be quiet after this because I know it's getting late.
I hate to say this, you won't, and that's okay.
I will do my best. Let's put it at that. I just want you to know I intend to support this project. I appreciate that you're going to the reserves to pull a match in a very tight budget environment, Commissioner. I do intend to support it, but I just want to go on record saying what a sad state of affairs when you can have a commissioner from Lincoln County talking about the dire needs of his community, his county, and the majority of voters from his county won't stand up to put some money on the table to address them. I just think that needs to be stated, that we live in that environment today where we're worried about our sewer, the ability to flush a toilet, to get water, let alone to grow and do the things we want to do. And we still have the majority of voters showing up at the polls and voting down the investment to fix those things. I just think that's horrible. So while we're here, we want to do what we can to support it. So you've got my vote.
And this is why we don't want you to quit talking, Dr. Schaefer, because that is ultimately the point. And it's not just your community. Sadly, we're seeing that a lot of places. And to what Ms. Harpswright spoke of, yours isn't the first, and it sure as heck isn't going to be the last of these kind of projects that we'll hear from. So,
Mr. Chairman, if I may, Sublette County next to me only has 4 cents, and we're in siding, which is partially packing us through what the legislature took. But at 4 cents, they don't qualify for industrial siding. So we're the only county that's going to be affected by some of that, because when you talked about in your deal, and I'll ask you for your leave here, there isn't just this company we're talking about. It's just not TerraPower. I got 5 or 6. Exxon's growing, Project West, Pacific Soda, they're all over down through there. And we have Blue Spruce now, which is the new competitor to Exxon, the world's leader in 2 products. And so we have this big growth, and what we're watching in this boom for us, what it was, because I'd give you the bumper sticker that asked God, give me another boom and we won't screw it up. And guess what? The boom is the only thing that's keeping us from laying off. That 2.8 million we lost, that was the cusp of it. We lay off after that. And I know other counties, I've talked to Sweetwater, we talk a bunch to one another. But the growth that's going on down there, we've got to stop the outflow of our youth. That's all there is to it. I don't want to have to keep hiring people out of Utah. I don't want them from Colorado. I don't want them from, not that they're bad people, sorry, because I know a lot of people from there. But I would like my grandchildren to be those people that have those jobs instead. Thank you for that.
absolutely. Thank you. Thank you very much, Commissioner Conlon. Absolutely appreciate it.
Mr. Committee Chair, may I?
Yes, Ms. Atkinson.
Thank you. These folks are from my neck of the woods, so I have to speak up and say just a little bit too. A hardworking group, really digging in, diving in, trying to push the barriers and solve the problems. And there's just 3 of them here today. You can imagine how many other people are trying to push the envelope down there to make some changes and do some things. I appreciate all the truthful comments that are really coming out, with everything that we hear. And I think it's really important to just keep in mind that we really are trying to all work together. We don't not appreciate anybody. Everybody plays an important role in everything that they're doing, so that we can really understand the broader picture of what we're dealing with, what we have to work with, and the changes that need to be made. So I love truthful conversations. They're hard sometimes, but that's the only way we can get things done.
Agreed. Well, with that, seeing no further discussion, I would entertain a motion to approve staff recommendation for the BRC project for Lincoln County. I have a motion from Mr. Nelson. Do I have a second? I have a second from Ms. Crumpton. Fantastic. Without any further discussion. Seeing none, as it's a BRC project, we will have to take that on a roll call vote. So Ms. Sutcliffe, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Committee Chair. So this roll call vote is to approve the staff recommendation for the funding request of the Community Readiness Sewer Project for, Lincoln County. Good to go? Perfect. Mr. Arns.
Yes.
Ms. Atkinson.
Yes.
Mr. Brown. Ms. Sheridan is excused. Ms. Crumpton.
Yes.
Ms. Downham.
Yes.
Mr. Lance.
Yes.
Mr. Law.
Yes.
Mr. Nelson.
Yes.
Mr. Pivik is excused. Dr. Schaefer. Mr. Smith.
Yes.
And Ms. Worthen.
Yes.
Mr. Committee Chair, Mr. Co-Chair, you have 11 yes and 0 no.
Fantastic. Ms. Sutcliffe. Thank you very much, Bert and Noel, for all of your efforts in this investments committee. This was a lot in this meeting, but appreciate all your efforts leading into it. So with that, I will hand it back over to you, Co-Chair Law.
Well, folks, we're on the home stretch here. So thanks for hanging with us. Excellent meeting in terms of the content and what we discussed. I have a few things before we adjourn, and then you'll let you get on your way. One is I'd like to allow our esteemed birthday guy from last night. He asked if he could say a few things. I'll have a few comments when he gets done, and then we'll adjourn.
Well, thank you, Chairman Law. And thanks so much to you and your lovely wife, Teresa, for entertaining all of us last night, but certainly for our 90th birthday gig. It's a few days off yet, but thank you so very much. And I just want, for those of you that commented, is John Wendling still here? Yeah, so we're Hall of Fame buddies. And John came up in a spectacular way, you know. I, on the other hand, was a small town Wyoming kid that started selling Ellis Chalmers tractors and New Holland balers about 60 years ago, 6 decades ago. And so it has been quite a ride for sure, and lots more to say about that at some point. But anyway, thank you all. Thank you so much for the card. Thanks for your calls and your emails. So very much appreciated. I can tell you that it was totally unexpected. I'm a very humble guy, and looking at the past recipients, and so thank you for everything that you have commented and that you have done, and we'll just call it a Wyoming dream. How's that? So thank you again so very much, and thank you, Mark. Thanks again for your gracious hospitality last night.
Thank you, Chuck. Thank you for your service on the board as well. And gosh, the just immense amount of contributions you've made into the state of Wyoming and getting into the Hall of Fame and all of these things. So thank you again. Just a few things, and I want to leave you with one last comment. But first of all, I wanted just to mention briefly, I started thinking about the other day, you know, I really truly believe we're at a strategic inflection point. And if you don't believe that, I don't think that you are listening to the impassioned pleas of some of the folks that have been talking and how we find ourselves. And so I started thinking, what impact will we have in 100 years? What's 100 years? And so I went to my friend ChatGPT to ask him what things do we see today that were those decisions that were made 100 years ago, that we actually see, because a lot of times we do these things and they're like, you know, does it really make a difference and that sort of thing. And I'm just going to give you a few of them because we have the opportunity to maybe make some decisions that could impact Wyoming 100 years from now. One was the tax revenue structure. This is all in the 1920s, so it was 100 years ago. The leaders expanded the College of Agriculture and Extension Service and basically expanded the University of Wyoming and education policy. The State Highway Department formation, they established the State Highway Department, and I'm certainly glad we don't allow free enterprise to decide our roads, and that perhaps that government did have a place on economic development and allow us to not go bumping down the roads. Energy and land leases, the Mineral Leasing Act, and so on. A lot of this set the stage for us to have the ability to pay for some of these things that we've talked about in the state park systems. And so here we are, I think, at a crossroads, and perhaps we won't know, but probably they'll look back 100 years now and decide, hey, you know, those guys made the right call. At least I hope that's the case. So and then lastly, I want to challenge all of the board members and anybody in the audience, really, and the staff, to talk to 5 people about this big thought process we have with Wyoming labs and the potential of the long-term impact in the state. So that's my mission. I guess the cost for dinner last night. You got to go and come, and you got to tell me you talked to 5 people, and we want to know what they have to say, and that sort of thing. So.
Dinner was so good, you could ask us to talk to them.
Well, I'm certainly glad you could all attend, and I had a wonderful time. So with that, is there anything good for the order that I'm leaving out, Amy, or whatever? Okay, I'm going to use this thing. So meeting adjourned. Thank you for your time and driving up here, and please travel safe. Meeting adjourned.